We'll allow a moment of silent prayer or meditation. Thank you very much. You may resume your seats.
Recording in progress.
Greetings, honorable members, honorable delegates. Greetings to the Minister, Meth, and the Deputy Minister, Sabia, my homeboy. Welcome. Nice to see you here. And welcome to all our MECs, Deputy Ministers who are present on the platform, as well as the SALGA representatives and special delegates who are joining us today. Honorable members, I have one apology, and that is from the chairperson of the NCOP, who is writing exams today and tomorrow. And we'll take this opportunity to wish her success in her examinations. And she will join us again on Thursday. Honorable delegates, I'd like to remind delegates that rules, in particular sub-rules 21, 22, and 23 of Rule 103 would apply. Before we proceed, I would like to inform all honorable delegates that there'll be no notices of motions or motions without notice. We shall now proceed to the first order of the day, and I'm glad to see that the minister has all dolled up today for a presentation, and we want to acknowledge that you're looking very lovely, Honorable Minister. So now I'll call on the Honorable Minister to present the Budget Vote 31, that is Employment and Labor Appropriation Bill B4 of 2026, which is a Section 77 bill. Honorable Minister, could you take the podium, please? Honorable Minister, you have 20 minutes.
Honorable Deputy Chair, honorable members, Honorable Deputy Ministers of Employment and Labor, DM Judith Nematsinga Chabalala and DM Jomosbia, Acting Director General Mr. Kimorisane, Deputy Director Generals of our department, CEOs, commissioners, and directors of our entities, chairpersons of our entities, our national and international social partners, fellow South Africans. We table this budget vote of the Department of Employment and Labor at a moment of both difficult determination, urgency, and action for our country. As the National Council of Provinces, this House understands better than most that the realities of our labor market differs across provinces. Our budget and targets therefore reflect both the diversity of provincial economies and the principle of equitable development. Provinces with the largest populations and economic output naturally carry the largest share of our targets, reflecting the scale of our economic activity and labor market demand within their jurisdictions. At the same time, we have been deliberate in ensuring that smaller provinces are not neglected. The Northern Cape, Northwest, Mpumalanga, Limpopo, and Free State each have dedicated interventions and targets that respond to their unique labor market conditions, including rural unemployment, geographic dispersion, limited economic opportunities, and barriers to labor market access. This balanced approach demonstrates our commitment to ensuring that the services of the department and its entities reach workers, work seekers, employers, and communities in every province of our republic. Whether in our major metropolitan centers, mining communities, farming districts, or remote rural areas, our objective remains the same: to expand access to decent work, strengthen labor market institutions, enforce compliance with labor legislation, and contribute meaningfully to economic inclusion. This budget vote is therefore not merely an allocation of resources. It is an investment in the dignity of work, the protection of workers, and the development of a labor market that serves all South Africans regardless of where they live. This is a defining time in South Africa, where on one hand, we are seeing real signs of economic stabilization. Our electricity supply is improving and investor confidence is renewing. On the other hand, despite periods of economic growth over the past approximately 2 decades, South Africa has failed to generate sufficient employment opportunities for young people. By 2024, about 1 million people entered the labor market, yet only around 40% secured stable employment, while the remainder either survived through precarious work or joined the growing ranks of the long-term unemployed. This reflects a broader missing jobs crisis in which the economy is simply not generating sufficient decent work opportunities at the scale required. Government and social partners, therefore, have a responsibility to intervene strategically through active labor market programs, public employment initiatives, and stronger partnerships with business and labor to create sustainable pathways into work, livelihoods, and economic inclusion. In 1976, the youth of South Africa rose against exclusion and the denial of opportunity. As we honor their sacrifice, we have declared 2026 as the year of putting young South Africans to work in honor of the 1976 youth in commemoration of the Youth Uprising Golden Jubilee. This is a national commitment to place youth employment, skills, workplace experience, and economic participation at the center of government, business, and society. Happy Youth Month for all our young South Africans. The latest data shows that our official unemployment rate is at 32.7%. The largest increases were recorded in Mpumalanga, Limpopo, and the Northern Cape, highlighting the vulnerability of provinces where economic opportunities are more limited and labor markets are less diversified. By contrast, KwaZulu-Natal was the only province to record an increase in employment, demonstrating that labor market outcomes can differ considerably across provinces and require tailored responses. However, this increase follows 2 consecutive quarterly declines recorded during the second half of 2025, when the unemployment rate fell from 33.2% in the second quarter of 2025 to 31.9% in the third quarter, and further down to 31.4% in the fourth quarter of 2025. Significantly, the 31.4% recorded in the last quarter of 2025 represented the lowest unemployment rate since the third quarter of 2020, signaling modest but important progress in stabilizing the labor market. The work that we will undertake in the 26-27 financial year is backed by significant public investment. The Department of Employment and Labor has been allocated a budget of 4.578 billion rand, representing 10.2% increase from the previous financial year, and reflecting a deliberate realignment of resources towards employment creation, labor market activation, and improved service delivery. This allocation is complemented by a 41 billion rand budget of Unemployment Insurance Fund, which continues to provide critical income support while investing in programs that facilitate the reintegration of work seekers into the economy. In addition, the Compensation Fund's budget of 28 billion rand will strengthen social protection for workers and support the fund's ongoing institutional modernization. Collectively, these resources position the department and its entities to respond decisively to the unemployment crisis while advancing economic inclusion, work protection, and social injustice. We have repurposed the Labour Activation Programme, which serves as our flagship intervention to help unemployed South Africans access opportunities, acquire skills, and enter the world of work. The LAP has been an important intervention over the years, but a review of the program revealed that it was not achieving the scale and impact required to respond effectively to South Africa's unemployment crisis. The reviewed LAP strategy under employability is now centered on 3 focus pillars aimed at providing demand-led skills, labor market absorption, strengthening workplace experience, and supporting enterprise-led job creation. The first pillar focuses on demand-led skills development aligned to the needs of the labor market. The second pillar prioritizes the placement of graduates, TVET students, and learners from higher education and training institutions into internships and work-integrated learning opportunities so that they can complete their qualifications and gain the workplace exposure necessary to enter the labor market. The target is to recruit 200,000 unemployed people in the current financial year alone. Of those, we will be placing 20,000 TVET students on work-integrated learning, chartered financial analysts, chartered accountants, professional technicians and engineers, law students and health inspectors. In addition, we will train 10,000 youth on digital skills and 10,000 of driving license. Importantly, 70% of all opportunities will be directed towards the youth, reflecting a deliberate commitment to address the plight of unemployed young people. The third pillar focuses on intervention for micro, small, and medium enterprises through blended finance mechanisms aimed at stimulating economic activity, supporting business growth, and expanding job creation. We have budgeted 36.6 billion rand over the MTF for LEP. We call on all employers to partner with us and open opportunities to place young South Africans to enter complete their studies or for first-time work experience through internship. DEL's mandate is to inspect and enforce labor laws. The inspection capacity currently is under strain, wherein there are only 2,300 inspectors to inspect over 2 million companies in the country. It is for this reason that the department has embarked on the largest phased expansion of labor inspection capacity in the democratic South Africa through Project 20,000 inspector interns. We are also embarking on the recruitment of 10,000 permanent labor inspectors announced during this year's State of the Nation address. This is one of the most significant expansions of labor market enforcement capacity in democratic South Africa. This intervention expands and rebuilds the state of enforcement capability to ensure that labor rights are not theoretical rights, but rights defended on the factory floor, on farms, in restaurants, warehouses, mines, construction sites, and across every workplace in our economy. We have set aside 5 billion rand for the MTF period and will engage National Treasury regarding funding of the permanent inspectors. We plan to modernize labor inspection systems through hybrid inspection that leverage digitalization and smart technology to improve and strengthen compliance and monitoring across workplaces. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, public employment services is a frontline instrument in the fight against unemployment, where millions of work seekers face exclusion not only because of the shortage of jobs, but because of distance, cost, information barriers, and fragmented systems. Access itself becomes a matter of justice. The department has built Employment Services South Africa, the largest government work seeker database in the country. Employers must utilize an online system which can be accessed via www.labor.gov.za. We directly recruit and match with unemployed work seekers, whether they require chefs, waiters, drivers, plumbers, artisans, etc. During 26-27 financial year, the department targets to register more than 1 million work seekers. As part of advancing more coherent and impactful public employment programs, I have approved the progression of public employment programs review report to the DG clusters and cabinet processes. The report is informed by the need to strengthen coordination, planning and implementation of approximately 106 public employment programs introduced since 1994. Upon completion of the approval processes, the report will be released for public comment as part of advancing a more coherent and impactful public employment programs framework. Honorable Chairperson, 350 million has been committed to the government and business partnership working with Presidency and the National Pathway Management Network to place 130,000 young people into learning opportunities, work exposure programs, and employment interventions. In addition, 95 million rand has been committed to the IDC to support youth employment innovation projects aimed at placing 7,000 young people into productive economic activity. One of the interventions supported through this program has been the Teacher Assistance Program. During 25-26 financial year, over 158,000 opportunities were created. We funded this program with 4 billion rand as part of LEP. Through the NETLEC processes, the Labour Laws Amendment Bill proposed critical reforms to the Labour Relations Act, Basic Conditions of Employment Act, National Minimum Wage Act, and Employment Equity Act. These changes are aimed at strengthening worker protection, improving dispute resolutions, reducing unnecessary compliance burdens for small businesses, and aligning legislation with Constitutional Court and Labour Court judgments. Progress is already measurable. The Labour Laws Amendment Bill was approved by Cabinet for public comment and published in the Government Gazette on the 27th February 2026, generating 216 public submissions currently under review. In parallel, the UIF and compensation for occupational injuries and disease amendment bills have successfully passed the socio-economic impact assessment system process. Since the introduction of the national minimum wage, it has benefited an estimated 6 million workers. Following the promulgation of the Employment Equity Amendment Act and the introduction of sectoral numerical targets in January 2025, more than 14,000 designated employers submitted employment equity reports, while over 11,000 non-designated employers applied for compliance certificates. In 2025-2026 financial year, the department targeted 3,324 employment equity inspections, including Director General reviews, reassessments, and monitoring interventions. A total of 1,948 employers were reviewed and served with recommendations. Of these, only 181 employers were found compliant, representing a compliance rate of 9%, while 1,767 employers were found to be non-compliant and were issued with recommendations for corrective actions. During the 2025-26 financial year, the UIF through TERS has supported 30 companies with approximately 295 million, saving more than 9,300 jobs during a period of economic pressure. This intervention demonstrates the fund's critical role in sustaining business, protecting workers, and strengthening economic resilience. The performance of TERS has been below satisfactory, will strengthen operational efficiency, improve turnaround times, and enhance capacity to support companies in distress and preserve jobs. The TERS budget allocation for 2026-27 is 2.4 billion rand. The compensation fund also continues to invest in the future of our young people through 300 million rand bursary program that currently supports about 4,000 students in scarce skill qualifications across South African universities. Honorable Deputy Chair, supported employment enterprise is the only state manufacturing entity whose mandate is the large-scale employment of persons with disability. I therefore want to challenge the ministers, premiers, MECs, mayors, and all leaders across government to actively approach National Treasury to seek for an exemption that will enable them to procure from supported employment enterprises, whether it is office furniture, school furniture, hospital linen, bedding, protective clothing, or institutional textiles. Government must use its own procurement muscle to support enterprises that employ persons with disability. Public procurement must become an instrument of social transformation, not merely a compliance. The work of the NEDLEC continues to demonstrate the strategic importance of social compacting. NEDLEC, during 2025-26, facilitated extensive engagement on labor laws, resulting in the finalization of amendments to key labor legislations, which are now before Parliament. Productivity SA is being repositioned as a strategic delivery arm for productivity-driven growth, enterprise sustainability, and job retention, particularly for SMMEs and vulnerable enterprises. The institution continues to build on positive momentum from the previous financial year, where targets related to enterprise support, skills development, and job retention were exceeded. In the current financial year, Productivity SA aims to support more than 1,300 enterprises, capacitate 2,500 workers and managers, develop 350 productivity champions, and save approximately 4,000 jobs through turnaround interventions. Honorable Deputy Chair, the CCMA is increasingly becoming a proactive institution focused on conflict prevention, strengthening collective bargaining, and contributing to job retention. In the current year, it targets to resolve 99% of cases within prescribed timeframes and seeks to address 90% of public interest disputes while supporting the preservation of jobs during retrenchment processes. In conclusion, honorable members, in a constrained fiscal environment, the challenge of unemployment may be national, but its impact is felt locally in every province, municipality, and community across our country. This budget reflects a deliberate choice to direct resources where they can make the greatest impact in jobs, protection, enforcement, and reform, while building a more capable, ethical, and developmental state, which is our third priority in the country's medium-term development plan 2024 to 2029. I therefore present to this House the Budget Vote 31 as a statement of national purpose to build a labor market and an economy that works for all our people. I appreciate the support of the Deputy Ministers, the Select Committee, my special advisors, DG, and the entire Dell family executives, and the entire team in my office, who spent sleepless nights contributing towards finalization of this budget vote speech. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for your presentation. I now call upon the Chairperson of the Select Committee on Economic Development and Trade, the Honorable S. Boshoff, who will present for 15 minutes.
Honourable Deputy Chairperson, Honourable Minister, Honourable Deputy Minister, Honourable Members, fellow South Africans, good day. Today we debate Budget Vote 31 of the Department of Employment and Labour. This department carries one of the most difficult responsibilities in government because it sits directly at the intersection of unemployment, economic growth, worker protection, and business sustainability. For millions of South Africans, this department represents hope for employment, stability, and dignity. As a committee, our oversight must remain balanced and constructive. Where progress is evident, it must be acknowledged. Where weaknesses exist, accountability must follow, because accountability strengthens institutions. The department enters the 2026-27 financial year with a total allocation of approximately 4.58 billion. In addition, Parliament exercises oversight over major labour institutions such as the Unemployment Insurance Fund, the Compensation Fund, which collectively manage tens of billions of rand annually and remain central to South Africa's labour market support system. Chairperson, the latest unemployment figures for the first quarter of 2026 paint a deeply concerning picture. The expanded unemployment rate has risen to 43.7%, with more than 301,000 additional unemployed persons recording during the quarter. Particularly concerning is that sectors such as construction and community services experienced further job losses, while many young South Africans continue struggling to access opportunities. This is simply not a statistic. It is a warning sign for economic growth, social stability, and the future of an entire generation increasingly excluded from meaningful economic participation. At the same time, global instability, rising fuel prices, inflationary pressure, and weaker growth forecasts continue placing additional strain on households, businesses, and job creation. This means every program, intervention, and rand allocated to this department must demonstrate measurable impact. Deputy Chair, there are areas where the department deserves recognition. The Public Employment Services branch continues expanding access to employment support systems, and during the previous financial year, more than 1.3 million work seekers were registered on the Employment Services of South Africa system. However, honourable members, registration alone cannot become the measure of success. The real question is whether these systems are resulting in placements, whether they are linked to labour market demand, and whether sectors with growth potential are being targeted effectively. Deputy Chair, a healthy labour market also requires balance. Workers must be protected, but employers must also be supported, because sustainable jobs cannot exist without sustainable businesses. Many employers, particularly small businesses, are already operating under severe pressure from electricity costs, logistic failures, crime, municipal collapse, and growing compliance burdens. Labour protections remain essential, but systems must also be fair, efficient, and predictable. Employers should not spend months waiting for UIF processing, compensation fund matters, or labour dispute resolutions, while businesses suffer productivity losses. The department must therefore ensure that compliance systems are not only strict, but also efficient and accessible. Approximately 702 million has been allocated to inspection and enforcement services for the 26-27 financial year. Labour laws mean very little if enforcement is weak. Workers must be protected from exploitation and unsafe working conditions, but inspections must also remain fair, professional, and targeted. Employers making genuine efforts to comply should be assisted to correct shortcomings, while repeat offenders must face decisive action. The modernisation of the inspectorate therefore remains essential. Inspectors require better technology, stronger data systems, and more effective coordination mechanisms so that enforcement becomes smarter, more targeted, and more efficient. The CCMA continues playing one of the most important stabilizing roles within the labour market. In a high unemployment environment, trusted dispute resolution institutions remain critical for labour peace and economic stability. The CCMA deserves recognition for the role it continues to play in mediation, arbitration, and dispute resolution, particularly during retrenchment processes. This entity will receive more than 1 billion during this financial year. However, turnaround times and accessibility must continue improving here because delayed dispute resolution harms both workers and employers. Efficiency within labour dispute resolution is therefore, Honourable Minister, not a luxury. It is an economic necessity. The Unemployment Insurance Fund remains one of South Africa's important social protection mechanisms. The UIF provides relief to workers during unemployment, illnesses, maternity, and economic distress. Improvements in digitization and verification systems must be acknowledged. However, serious concerns have emerged regarding outdated UIF portal systems and the apparent failure to fully migrate users onto a stable and efficient platform. Reports indicate that this has contributed to delays, backlogs, and significant frustration for both workers and employers. At a time of exceptionally high unemployment, unemployed South Africans cannot afford administrative dysfunction within one of the country's most important safety nets. For many households, UIF payments represent the difference between stability and desperation. If outdated systems continue undermining service delivery, then this becomes more than just an administrative problem. It becomes a governance and accountability concern with direct human consequences. The committee will therefore continue exercising close oversight over UIF digitization system migration and service delivery performance. Deputy Chair, the Compensation Fund also requires continued oversight. The fund exists to support workers injured or made ill in the course of their employment. While progress has been made regarding online system and modernization initiatives, concerns remain regarding claims, processing delays, audit outcomes, and continued dependence on consultants. Workers who are injured cannot spend months navigating administrative dysfunction. At the same time, employers who comply with the law also require efficient processing because delays impact workplace stability and operations. Deputy Chair, Productivity South Africa also deserves mention. The entity continues playing an important role in productivity improvement, business turnaround, interventions, and job preservation initiatives. The committee must, however, ensure that public funding translates into measurable business recovery, productivity improvements, and meaningful job preservation. One entity that deserves particular attention is the Supported Employment Enterprises, commonly referred to as the SEE. Too often, persons with disabilities are treated as an afterthought within economic planning. when in reality they should form part of the center of economic inclusion. SEE creates employment opportunities through factory operations and production facilities that employ persons with disabilities in supportive environments. For many South Africans, SEE represents dignity, independence, and inclusion. Approximately 206 million has been allocated to SEE for the 26-27 financial year, but demand continues exceeding available support. The entity cannot merely survive. It must be strengthened. We must ensure that SEE is adequately supported to modernize operations, expand production capacity, and access new markets. Supporting the SEEs is not charity, it is economic inclusion. Deputy Chair, while there are positive developments, serious concerns remain. The department received a qualified audit opinion during the previous financial year. Irregular expenditure remains a major concern and exceeds 1 billion cumulatively. The AG also raised concerns regarding performance reporting, supporting documentation, and weaknesses in internal controls. This matters because a department responsible for enforcing compliance across the labour market must itself maintain the highest standards of governance and accountability. No question about that. Consequence management cannot remain weak. Deputy Chair, unemployment cannot be addressed through labour interventions alone. If the broader economy is not creating conditions for investment, growth, and job creation. When infrastructure deteriorates, municipalities fail, and investor confidence weakens, the pressure ultimately reaches the labour market. Labour institutions can help protect and support workers, but they cannot substitute economic growth. Stronger coordination across the economic cluster therefore remains essential. In conclusion, Deputy Chair, the Department of Employment and Labour remains one of the most important departments within government because its work affects the livelihoods, the dignity, and economic stability. There has been progress in areas such as digitization, labour dispute resolution, inspection work, and employment services. But governance weaknesses, irregular expenditure, slow implementation, and service delivery failures cannot be ignored. Workers must be protected, but employers must also be supported through efficient and predictable systems, because without sustainable businesses, there will be no sustainable jobs. The message, therefore, from this committee must remain clear. We acknowledge progress where progress is evident, but we will continue demanding accountability, measurable outcomes, and implementation that improves the lives of South Africans. For these reasons, while recognizing both the progress made and the serious challenges that remain, the Select Committee on Economic Development and Trade adopted and supports Budget Vote 31 of the Department of Employment and Labour. And take note, Minister, with no objections or abstentions. South Africa, however, does not need more promises. It needs economic growth, functioning institutions, protected workers, supported businesses, inclusion for persons with disabilities, and real jobs. That must remain the standard against which this department will be measured. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Boshoff, for your inputs. And now I call upon the Honorable Mabilo, who will debate for 15 minutes on behalf of the ANC.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Minister and the two deputies, Honorable MEC from the Northern Cape, Honorable Glenis Magage, and all MECs on the virtual platform. the House chairpersons, all members, dumelang. Deputy Chair, this year marks the 30th of the signing of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which was adopted on the 10th, 1996, and it took effect on the 4th February 1997. Honorable Deputy Chair, the milestone presents a significant moment to reflect on the country's democratic journey and the transformative vision embedded in the Constitution, widely regarded as one of the most progressive constitutions in the world. Honorable Deputy Chair, the Constitution stands as a cornerstone of our country's democracy, guaranteeing the protection of human rights, equality before the law, and the rule of law. It represents the culminations of decades of struggle against oppression and injustice. It serves as a living document that continues to guide the nation's pursuit of freedom, justice, dignity for all who live in it. Today we converge for the policy debate on Budget Vote 31, Employment and Labor, which direct funding strategic policies to drive job creation, enforce workplace equity, protect vulnerable workers, and manage social safety nets, as well as the Unemployment Insurance Fund, UIF, and the Compensation Fund. This budget, Deputy Chair, speaks to our commitment to reduce unemployment, poverty, and inequality by pursuing the objectives of decent work for all through employment creation and enterprise development. It also allows us to reflect on the work our government is doing to set standards and protect rights in the workplace, including facilitating equal opportunities and social dialogue, and providing social protection to the working class and the poor. Critical for us as the African National Congress, it also allocates funds to government programs designed to combat unemployment and support small businesses such as SMMEs and facilitate vocational training and youth employment pathways. This budget, Deputy Chair, funds regularity bodies and institutions such as the CCMA to ensure fair labor practice, safe working conditions, and enforcement of the national minimum wage. Honorable Deputy Chair, for us as the ANC, this policy debate is a testament to the brave struggles of workers in the face of forces opposed to change. It is rooted in the ANC's worker protection policy, which is firmly grounded in the pillars of the Freedom Charter and is enshrined in South Africa's Constitution, guaranteeing the right to fair labor practice, the freedom to join trade unions, the right to strike, and the right to collective bargaining. This budget also allows us to speak to millions of South Africans who are either excluded from the labor market, entirely to suffer from underemployment, struggling to ensure enough working hours, or adequate pay escape to brutal traps of poverty. Deputy Chair, it also allows us to speak to millions of our people who are facing relentless rise in cost of living, which continues to shrink household budgets and cause major financial distress that follows workers from their workplaces to the very communities where they live as they battle to make ends meet. Honorable Deputy Chair, it gives hope to the millions of workers who continue to fight for job security while risking their lives to free themselves and their families from the bondage of poverty, poor wages, and economic abuses. Honorable Deputy Chair, the Department of Employment and Labor derives its mandate and legislative mandate from the Constitution of the country, particularly the Bill of Rights, which is given effect through acts that regulate labor matters in South Africa. The most important are these, just to mention three. One, Occupational Health and Safety Act of 1993. Two, the Labor Relations Act of 1995. Three, the Basic Condition of Employment Act of 1997. Four, the Employment Equity Act of 1998. And the Employment Services Act of 2014, progressive legislation. Honorable Deputy Chair, the mandate of the department is to regulate market through policies and programs developed in consultation with all social partners to ensure that there's work, peace, and a conducive environment for productivity, to improve economic efficiency and productivity, while also facilitating the creation of decent jobs and employment. Deputy Chair, it also plays a critical role in promoting labor standards and fundamental rights at work, which aim to provide adequate social safety nets to protect vulnerable workers, foster sound labor relations for equity, and eliminate unfair discrimination in the workplace. Honorable Deputy Chair, when we gained our freedom in 1994, we were fully aware that the struggles facing workers in our country were interconnected and dialectical. It is for this reason that we made a conscious decision to command the ANC-led government to work towards transforming the workplace and fighting the monster of apartheid labor practices, which pushed workers to the margins of the economy, working dangerously deep under the ground belly and extractive system that did not benefit them. As we celebrate 30 years of democracy, we remain firm in our commitment to transform the labor regime to bridge the wide gap that many of our people continue to face. We remain committed to ensuring equity among workers and working class decisively and the safety of the workplace. Honorable Deputy Chair, it is for this reason that we welcome the department's drive to facilitate access to decent employment by seeking to register a total of over 3.3 million work seekers, provide employment counseling to over 870 work seekers, and place a total number of 250,000 work seekers in registered employment opportunities. We are also aware that the higher achievement in previous years is attributed to hosting job fairs and imbizos, as well as the use of interns. Honorable Deputy Chair, as the African National Congress, we welcome the department's effort to create over 130,000 job opportunities through a once-off presidential youth employment initiative with an allocation of a total amount of 459 million for the year 2026-2027 financial year. We also welcome the department's effort to finalize NEP, the National Employment Policy, and the National Labor Migration Policy, which are geared towards regulating the country's workplace, balancing economic demands, and protecting local workers. Together, Deputy Chair, these two critical policies aim to stimulate domestic job creation while mapping and managing international skills, foreign employment quotas, and safeguard cross-border migration. Honorable Deputy Chair, the National Employment Policy is fundamental. It's fundamental to our country's macroeconomic framework, which seeks to drive job creation by outlining targeted interventions to stimulate growth in key economic sectors, and also to boost productivity and align labor output with national developmental plans. Honorable Deputy Chair, this policy will also assist us in reactivating work by focusing on reducing unemployment through targeted strategies to re-evaluate discouraged and inactive work seekers. It will also help us strengthen our skills development intervention by bridging the gap between worker skills and the skills employers need to navigate modern economic shifts such as the fourth industrial revolution. Most critically for us as the African National Congress, it will help us promote worker inclusivity by guiding the creation of fair, equitable, and inclusive labor markets, ensuring that marginalized groups and youth have access to opportunities. The labor migration policy will assist us in managing the flow of documented foreign nationals entering the country and of citizens seeking work abroad. Honorable Deputy Chair, its significance lies in balancing economic needs and local employment, which helps balance the need for critical scarce skills, brain gain, with the expectation of local population and worsening domestic unemployment. Deputy Chair, the policy will, as I rise to conclude, this policy, Deputy Chair, will also allow the government to facilitate legislate quotas for the employment of foreign nationals in major economic sectors such as agriculture, construction, and hospitality to ensure that citizens have priority access to local job markets. It will also assist us in combating the exploitation of workers, curbing the exploitation of undocumented workers, and preventing employers from undercutting standard wage rates. Honorable Deputy Chair, as the ANC, we want to welcome the department's commitment to provide public employment services by registering a total number of 1,050,000 work seekers on the Employment Services of South Africa database, while also providing employment counseling to 280,000 work seekers, filling 75,000 registered employment opportunities and registering a total of 125 work opportunities in the employment services on the South African database. Honorable Deputy Chair, I've got 2 minutes left. We also welcome the department's commitment to contribute to increasing employment opportunities for people with disabilities over the medium term by providing quality funding and monitoring disability organizations on an ongoing basis. This is critical for us as the African National Congress because people with disabilities in South Africa continue to face severe barriers in the workplace, including structural inaccessibility, stigma, and high unemployment rate. Despite the protective legislation like employment equity, disabled individuals make up less than 1% of the national workforce, falling far short of the 3% target. Finally, Deputy Chair, we want to reassure the Honorable Minister, the Honorable Deputy Ministers, that we will monitor these commitments. We will continue to ensure that the programs of this department contributes to the honor and dignity of our people. As the African National Congress, we support the budget. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mobilo, for monitoring your time as well as your commitment, as well as your commitment to monitor the department. Thank you very much for that. Honorable delegates, I now have the pleasure to call upon the Honorable J.H.P. Brits for 7 minutes.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, Honorable Members, and fellow South Africans, good afternoon. Today, we debate this budget vote against the backdrop of one of the greatest unemployment crises in South Africa. Millions of South Africans wake up every morning without work, without a salary, and without certainty about tomorrow. For many, unemployment has become a permanent condition, and this hardship is not limited to the uneducated or undereducated. Lihle Dlamini graduated with a BA in Development Studies, but she's unemployed. She has this to say about her situation, and I quote, "The hardest part about unemployment is the guilt that comes with not being able to financially support my family back home. As one of the oldest girls, I shoulder a lot of responsibility in the family." Closed quote. Maar net soos in die geval van Lihle, verwys ek u na die geval van François, wat in die Noord-Kaap woon. Hy is 36, hy het nie werk nie. En hy woon nog steeds by sy ouers wat self werkloos is. While government repeatedly announces plans, frameworks, summits and strategies, South Africans are asking a far simpler question. Where are the jobs? According to Stats SA, employed South Africans are down by 345,000, giving us roughly 16.8 million unemployed South Africans. Unemployment increased with 301,000 to a staggering 8.1 million unemployed South Africans. The burden of unemployment is carried by young people. Those aged 15 to 24 face the highest unemployment rate at 60.9%, followed by those aged 25 to 34 at an unemployment rate of 40.6%. The Department of Employment and Labour cannot be assessed merely on how much money it spends, how many programs it launches, or how many reports it produces. It must ultimately be judged on one outcome and one outcome alone. And that is, has more South Africans entered meaningful employment? Because a budget that cannot translate into jobs becomes little more than an expensive administrative exercise. For too long, government has approached job creation as something the state must administer rather than something the economy must generate. Government does not employ millions of people. Businesses, entrepreneurs, investors, farmers, manufacturers, and small businesses do. Government's responsibility is to create an environment in which they can succeed. None of the department's proposed performance indicators show any signs of cooperation and coordination with the Department of Trade and Industry, with the Department of Small Business, or with the Treasury. These should be the providers of employment. Government can only employ a small amount of people. The Department of Employment and Labour should be driving initiatives that makes employment easier for the private sector. Where is the innovation? Instead of creating this, South Africa continues to battle unreliable logistics, deteriorating municipal infrastructure, regulatory uncertainty, failing local government, rising business costs, and collapsing investor confidence. These are job killers. There are concerns around claims, ICT failures, inefficiencies, weak consequence management, and recurring audit findings that continue to undermine public confidence. To add to these woes, we have seen how the UIF and the Compensation Fund have failed the annual audits year after year. The lack of consequences means that pensioners and workers who contributed to UIF have been cheated out of their hard-earned money. For example, Mrs. C. Burger, who lives in Klerksdorp, Matlosana. She received a monthly compensation fund pension as a beneficiary after her husband's fatal injury on duty. However, the last payment she received was in November 2023. She instructed an advocate and he referred it to me. They were informed by the CFO of the department that Mrs. Burger's claim must be migrated from the CF in Klerksdorp to the pension section at head office. Prime Minister, I ask you, how long does it take? She still does not receive a pension. Minister, Mrs. Berger and others like her have been desperate and without money for years. Situations such as these are undefendable. The department must therefore focus on institutional competence. Honourable House Chair, the DA supports fair labour standards, workplace dignity, and the protection of vulnerable workers. But we reject the notion that workers can be protected into prosperity while jobs disappear around them. The country cannot regulate itself out of unemployment. It cannot subsidize itself into growth. And it cannot inspect its way out of or into job creation. South Africa requires economic expansion, investment confidence, functioning infrastructure, and capable governance. These are the foundations upon which sustainable employment is built. Minister, South Africans do not need another promise of jobs. The true measure of this budget will not be what is written in departmental plans. It will be whether more South Africans are working when we return here next year to debate next year's budget. I thank you, Honourable House Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Brits, and good afternoon, delegates and ladies and gentlemen. The next participant in the debate will be participating on the virtual platform. It's the Eastern Cape MEC for Transport Safety and Liaison, the Honourable Nkata. You have 10 minutes, MEC.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Greetings to you, the Honourable Minister and Deputy Ministers, Honourable Members, distinguished guests. We rise today in support of this budget vote for the Department of Employment and Labour as led by Honourable Minister Math. Deputy Chair, I must agree with you. The Minister looks elegant, usmele mpatizwa. And this budget comes before Parliament at a time when our country continues to grapple with one of its greatest challenges, unemployment, particularly among youth. For provinces such as the Eastern Cape, where poverty, inequality, and unemployment continues to affect many households, the measures announced by the department are not merely budget allocations. They represent hope, opportunity, and a pathway to dignity and for our people. We welcome the department's recognition that South Africa's unemployment crisis is structural and requires a coordinated response from government, business, labor, and society. I must add, Honourable Deputy Chair, it requires an urgent need to transform the structure of the economy because the crisis is structural, and therefore the issue of transformation of the economy becomes urgent more than ever before. We particularly welcome the emphasis on youth employment, skills development, labor market activation, and stronger partnerships to connect unemployed South Africans with economic opportunities. For the people of the Eastern Cape, Honourable Deputy Chair, the commitment to place young people into work opportunities, internships, workplace experience programs, and skills development initiatives is specifically significant. Our province has one of the youngest populations in the country, and every year thousands of graduates and TVET students and young job seekers enter the labor market searching for opportunities that are often difficult to find. The department's commitment to register over 1 million work seekers, expand opportunities through Employment Services South Africa, and strengthen the National Pathway Management Network must directly benefit young people in our towns, villages, rural communities. We encourage all employers in the Eastern Cape, both public and private, to actively utilize these platforms to recruit local talent and provide opportunities for first-time work seekers. We further welcome the substantial investment in labor activation program. The planned support for work-integrated learning, internships, digital skills development, and enterprise support aligns closely with our provincial priorities of building skills, supporting economic participation, and preparation of youth for changing world of work. The commitment to place thousands of TVET students and graduates into workplace opportunities is particularly important for the Eastern Cape, which is home of several universities and TVET colleges that continue to produce talented young people who require practical experience to enter the labor market successfully. Honorable members, the Eastern Cape remains a province of enormous economic potential. We are seeing a growing investment in automotive manufacturing, renewable energy, agro-processing, logistics, tourism, and infrastructure development. However, the success of these sectors depends on ensuring that local people have access to skills, training, and employment opportunities that accompany economic growth. And this budget provides important instruments, therefore, to achieve that objective. We also welcome the strengthening of the labor inspections and enforcement. Workers in every province deserve safe workplaces, fair wages, and protection from exploitation. The expansion of the labor inspectorate will help ensure that labor rights are not merely protected in legislation, but are enforced in practice. For farm workers, domestic workers, security personnel, retail workers, and many vulnerable workers across the Eastern Cape, strong enforcement labor laws is essential to advancing dignity and social justice. We further support the department's continued commitment to employment equity, workplace transformation, and the inclusion of persons with disability. Economic growth must be accompanied by meaningful inclusion, and no community should be left behind. Honorable Chair, Deputy Chair, we are particularly encouraged by a declaration of 2026 as the year of putting young South Africans to work. This is a call to action that must resonate in every municipality, every provincial department, every education institution, and all spheres of government. As the Eastern Cape Provincial Government, we stand ready to work with the Department of Employment and Labor, organized business, labor, and other stakeholders to ensure that the opportunities created through this budget translate into real jobs, real skills, and real hope for the people. For the people of the Eastern Cape, this budget must become an instrument for transformation, for inclusion, for dignity and development. We therefore welcome and support this budget vote. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Honourable Sabia. Honourable Delegate, speaking next on behalf of the Ministry will be the Deputy Minister of Employment and Labour, Honourable J. Sabia.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson, the members of the NCOP, the Minister and the Deputy Minister, MECs present, special delegates, all the officials from Parliament and the Department who are part of us. Chairperson, the 2nd of June 1999 was the national and provincial elections, which came after tremendous progress has been made in crafting the laws of the democratic country free of oppression and exploitation. For instance, Chairperson, the country has already developed and adopted on 8th of May 1996 a constitution of a democratic South Africa, a constitution whose section 23 states that everyone has the right to fair labor practices, every worker has a right to form and join trade union, to participate in the activities and programs of the trade union, and every worker has the right to strike. Now, quick in the heels of the adoption of the Constitution of the 8th of May 1996, the Labour Relations Act came into effect on the 11th November 1996, deriving its existence from Section 23 of Constitution and with explicit intentions of aligning labour laws with the Constitution and the international law. Let us remember that before 1994, the exploitation of workers was a feature of life in South Africa for decades. Apartheid thrived on cheap labor. Workers had to contend with the migrant labor system, job reservations, and other oppressive practices. Again, Chairperson, before those elections of the 2nd June 1999, the Employment Equity Act of 1998 had already been crafted and came into effect 2 months after those elections. To be exact, on Women's Day in 1999, meaning on the 9th of August 1999, prohibiting, amongst other things, unfair discrimination on grounds of gender, sex, pregnancy, marital status, and race. Now, Honorable Chair, it should be clear that individual groupings, formations, organizations fighting South African labor laws are actually fighting the South African Constitution. No small wonder they have been losing in our South African courts on a daily basis. Currently, they are even losing in international courts. As we all know, it is one thing to have these good labor laws. It is another to ensure that they foster development, empowerment, and transformation of our country. Once we notice that despite the existence of these labor laws, but the developmental empowerment and transformational agenda is stalled, we intervene with amendments, as it is a case with the Employment Equity Act of 1998. We came up with the Employment Equity Act Amendment Act number 4 of 2022 to reduce the regulatory burden for small players, that is those employers that employ between 1 to 49 employees, to empower the minister to regulate the sector-specific numerical employment equity targets, to promulgate Section 53, and to strengthen compliance through the issuing of employment equity compliance certificates. Key in the implementation of amendments regulations is the setting of 5-year sector employment equity targets, the enhancement of employment equity system. The National Employers Association of South Africa, NESA, and Sageliga were amongst the first to file for an urgent application with the Gauteng High Court in Pretoria to fight the implementation of the South African Constitution. They interdicted the implementation of Employment Equity Act, Amendment Act. The High Court declined to suspend what is regarded as lawful exercise of statutory authority. Honorable Chairperson, as the department, we are focusing more on heightening and increasing our work when it comes to inspection and enforcement work in the department. This is deliberate, as we want to make it clear that non-compliance is a non-negotiable. We can't negotiate with any employer who want to undermine the labor laws of this country. Project 20Ks and the 10,000 permanent inspectors announced by the President are a clear indication that our government don't tolerate any act of undermining of our labor laws. We are a country of laws, and we are saying all our laws must be respected. We are calling all employers to comply with our labor laws. Those who continue to undermine and deliberately disregard our laws, they must know that that time has ended, that era has ended. We are coming, and we are going to come hard on them. At the top of that, we must say to them, we want every employer to prioritize South Africans. We have a huge problem in South Africa of unemployment in our country. So we want to say to them, you can't continue employing illegal foreign immigrants at the expense of South Africans. You need to prioritize South Africans so that we are able to deal with the challenges that we are faced with of unemployment, where we want to see every South African being employed in our country. In doing so, we know that a number of employers are even budgeting for non-compliance. They reserve some money because they know that our fines are not as harsh and steep as we want them to be. That's why we are changing that altogether. But we are saying to them, it's important to work with your own government and make sure that you prioritize your own people. This is done to exploit these illegal foreign immigrants, pay them peanuts, but also to make them work long hours, not to give them leaves. They don't have contracts, they don't get pay slips. They are just paid whatever that they want to pay, undermining the National Minimum Wage Act and undermining the BCEA and Occupational Health and Safety Act. This exposes workers to the most dangerous working environment in the country that we have seen, and they treat these illegal foreign immigrants as animals, and it can't be done in the country of laws. That's why we are strengthening this part where we do our inspection and enforcement work. We are going to make it difficult for anyone to continue undermining these labor laws. The proposed Employment Service Amendment Bill and the reforms on national migration policy, these two are going to be a game changer in protecting workers, but also in enhancing our enforcement work. We're increasing fines for those who continue to undermine these laws. The regulation of the recruitment of foreign nationals is being strengthened so that it protects opportunities for South Africans. We are saying to every employer, let us be patriotic. Let us fight unemployment together. Prioritize South Africans. We repeat, those who budget for non-compliance, stop such conduct. Use that money to employ more South Africans who are committed to work with any employer who needs our assistance as the department so that they understand our labor laws better. Because we do have some who will claim that they don't understand the labor laws, but we are saying we're available at any labor center in our country. They can go there. Our inspectors, our officials are waiting for them to assist them to comply, because we are readily available to work with them, as we are doing with the hospitality sector right now. We are making sure that that sector starts to comply with our labor laws. Chairperson, before maybe I continue, I want just to respond to two issues that were raised by Honorable Breeds here. I think the Minister has eloquently presented our plan as the department on how we intend to create jobs. She went to town. She literally went to town. A plan that I will say the committee must just monitor, play your oversight, and see what we are going to give the committee. That plan is a well-thought plan, and it's a plan that is pragmatic. It's not a theory. But further to that, I want to say, when it comes to you doubting that, you are saying that investors are doubting our country, the country is collapsing because the investor confidence is no longer what it used to be. Let me remind you, just recently, I hope you saw what Moody's has said. Moody's has just revised South African sovereign credit outlook just recently from a stable to positive one, citing that there is an improved fiscal performance and also a sustained structural reforms. It can't get better than that. That tells you that investors are confident with the work that we are doing as the country. So we must avoid saying things that don't stand in the house. But also further to that, we must be honest. Growth, we all want growth in this country. Ours is to see this country growing its economy, our people being employed, but it can never be at the expense of workers. It can never be at the expense of workers. Workers can never be paid peanuts because we just want growth. We must balance the protection of workers, but on the other hand, making sure that business does thrive and it does employ more of our people. Because that's what we want to see. We are both for business and workers, but that balance must be struck. We can't just say we want business to thrive. We want to see the economy growing only, and workers must be exposed to the worst conditions. They must work under difficult environment. We must protect our workers. They are the backbone of this economy. No country can survive without workers. In addition, Chair, governance challenges with Social Security Fund, outdated definitions of an employee, and inefficiencies in appeals processes have hindered effective service delivery, leaving some individuals without timely support in moments of need. The Constitutional Court in 2025 ruling on parental leave has further underscored the urgency of aligning our laws with constitutional principles of equality and non-discrimination. This budget advances bold and practical measures to address these shortcomings. The Labour Law Amendment Bill of 2025, developed through NETLEC processes and recently published to public comment, aims to strengthen protection for on-call workers, codify constitutionally compliant shared parental benefits, but also enhance severance pay provisions in key areas, and clarify minimum conditions of employment and simplify compliance for small businesses. At the same time, enhance dispute resolutions mechanisms by expanding the jurisdiction of both the CCMA and the Bargaining Council in dealing with labor disputes. Honorable Chairperson, in addition, the Unemployment Insurance Amendment Bill of 2026 and Compensation for Occupational Injuries and Disease Amendment Bill of 2026 proposes the establishment of independent accounting authority boards aligned with the Public Finance Management Act. These reforms will introduce professional governance structures, separate fund operations from the department to modernize the definition of employee to extended coverage to vulnerable workers and provide clearer tests to distinguish genuine independent contractors. They will also enable electronic applications and payment of benefits. Importantly, these reforms are designed to ease the compliance burden on small and medium-sized enterprises, the true engines of job creation, by reducing administrative complexity and lowering cost, thereby enabling small businesses to employ more people and contributing meaningfully. Honorable Brits, that's where we're coming in for business as well. In this budget, we are reaffirming that a transformed South Africa is one where every worker is valued, every family is supported in times of need, and our economy grows with justice at its core, striking the balance. To protect disability rights, labor legislation, particularly the Code of Good Practice on the Employment of Persons with Disabilities, provide frameworks for including people with disabilities as autonomous members of the workforce through implementation remains a challenge. Now implementation remains a challenge. Additionally, to redress power imbalances, the Labour Relations Act promotes collective bargaining, permitting workers to negotiate terms and conditions collectively, which is critical for balancing the power between capital and labor. To protect vulnerable workers, the Basic Condition of Employment Act makes provisions for specific sectoral determination for domestic and farm workers, which have brought some of the most exploited previously unprotected groups under the ambit of labor protection. In closing, Chairperson, our commitment to the well-being of both business and workers is unwavering. We want to see business thriving and our economy growing so that our people are employed, and they are employed in numbers, and they get to be paid decent salaries and work under conducive environment. On the other hand, workers' rights are human rights. Their dignity is fundamental. We must strike this balance. We are on the journey, Chairperson, towards creating a better country for our children than the country that we inherited, as we leave no one behind, and creating the better country for everyone and creating a better life for all as the ANC commitment. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Honourable delegates, the next speaker at the podium will be speaking on behalf of the Umkhonto we Sizwe Party. That's the Honourable Majola.
Honourable House Chair, honourable members, honourable Minister and Deputy Minister, and the public at large. Honourable House Chair, Vote 31 is the most critical budget as it funds the department's responsibility to protect workers, enforce labour laws, regulate labour migration, and expand access to the decent work opportunities for South Africa. As we enter this debate, Honourable Chair, which honors the courage of the youth of 1976, nearly 50 years later, millions of young South Africans remain excluded from the meaningful participation, with the youth still one of the country's greatest challenge. The department, as the minister alluded, the unemployment is sitting at 32%, which is more than 4.8 million young people between 15 and 34 are still unemployed. Chairperson, the reality should shape the aspect of this budget. Yet, Vote 31 does not reflect the agency required to control the unemployment crisis facing our people. The department received 4.5 million in 2026-27, yet over the medium term, the budget declines from 4.5 billion in 2026-27 to 4.1 billion in 2027-2028, before slightly increased to 4.2 billion in 2028-29. The public employment services, which should center the employment support, received 1.1 billion in 2026-2027, but allocation dropped sharply to 770.2 million in 2028 and 794.2 million in 2028-2029. The department is planned to register more than 3.3 million workers over the MTEF period, yet only projected 25,000 placement into the employment opportunities. South Africa are tired of statistics, database, and performance. They want job. Chairperson, the National Development Plan promised that by 2030, South Africa will drastically reduce unemployment by building labor-absorbing economy, but the government is nowhere near those targets. Agriculture should absorb rural youth. The mining should create employment for the community living next to the mines. The manufacturing should be rebuilding the industrial jobs. Construction and infrastructure should employ artisans and technicians graduate. Instead, many of these sectors are stagnating, shading job or failing to absorb labor at the scale it required. Chairperson, as we speak, Honorable Chairperson, we must speak honestly about what is happening in our workplaces across the country. We are recently seen the raiding targeting the illegal workers and non-compliant employers. The MK Party welcomes the enforcement of these laws, but the question is, why now? Why the government allows employers to bypass the labor practices minimum wage requirements and employment regulations for the years without decisive intervention? This department must accept the responsibility for work enforcement and poor regulations of labor market. Chairperson, the department admits that the Employment Service Amendment Bill and the National Labor Migration Policy are still being finalized for implementation. This is part of the problem with this government. Policies remain trapped in consultation and drafting while communities continue waiting for the meaningful actions. The department is also places major emphasis on inspection. It plans to conduct nearly 993,000 inspections over the MTEF period and more than 312 inspections annually. But inspections without consequences means very little. Workers continue faces exploitation, unsafe working conditions, and abuse, while employers continue operating without fear. Chairperson, as I closer to my closer, the MK Party speaks for the young people who do not appears in glossy APP's presentation and strategic plan, the graduates sitting at home without opportunities, mine workers facing retrenchment, farm workers earning below the living wage, township youth survive on temporary work, artisans unable to secure the placement. The MK Party Honorable House Chair rejects vote 31. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Majola. Honorable delegates, the next person to take the podium is the MEC from the Northern Cape for Finance, Economic Development and Tourism, the Honorable Blenis Magage. You have 10 minutes, MEC.
Switch it on. Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, the Honorable Minister of Employment and Labour, the Deputy Ministers of Employment and Labour, honorable members of the National Council of Provinces. Today we gather in this house, and we do so in a month that changed the course of South African history. June is not merely another month on the calendar. It is a month in which young people stood up and declared that they would not accept a future that had already been decided for them. In June 1976, students from Soweto confronted an apartheid system that used Bantu education as a weapon of economic exclusion. They rejected an education system that was designed to prepare Black people for cheap labor, dependency, and permanent marginalization from the mainstream economy. Many of those young people never returned home. The image of Hector Peterson remains a permanent reminder of the price paid by a generation that believed that South Africa could be better than what it was. Honorable members, 50 years later, the question before us is simple. What would those young people say if they looked at the labor market facing South Africans, especially young South Africans today? What would they say to the graduate who submits hundreds of CVs without receiving a single response? What would they say to the young artisan who cannot secure workplace experience? What would they say to the young entrepreneur with talent, innovation, and determination, but no access to funding? What would they say when 10 vacancies attract more than 10,000 applications? And what would they say when millions of young people remain trapped between education and employment with no clear direction into the economy? These are not abstract questions. They are the lived realities of young South Africans today, and it is precisely why this budget vote matters. This debate is not merely about numbers. It is not merely about allocation. It is not merely about programs. It is about whether the democratic state is succeeding in its responsibility to convert freedom into opportunity. It is about whether national policy translates into jobs, skills, dignity, and economic security. It is about whether we are building an economy capable of absorbing the aspirations of generations that has waited too long. Against this backdrop, the Department of Employment and Labour's declaration of 2026 as the year of putting young South Africans to work could not be more appropriate. And as the Northern Cape, we support this budget vote because it aligns directly with our provincial priorities and because it recognizes that economic growth and employment creation must work hand in hand. Honourable members, the Minister has been clear about the scale of challenges that are confronting us. National unemployment, which remains at 32.7%, youth unemployment, which remains close to 46%, and these figures represent one of the greatest social and economic challenges facing our democracy. Behind every percentage point is a young South African whose future is being delayed. Behind every statistic is a household under pressure, and behind every unemployment figure is a dream deferred. The Northern Cape has demonstrated that unemployment is not an unchangeable reality. It can be reduced through deliberate policy choices. In the fourth quarter of 2025, the Northern Cape recorded the largest decline in unemployment in South Africa, falling from 31.2% to 27.1%, a reduction of 4.1 percentage points. Despite the dire economic challenges that have plagued the globe, our unemployment rate has remained resilient at 30% in Q1 of 2026, meaning that the Northern Cape holds the second lowest unemployment rate in South Africa. Our provincial GDP has grown from 119 billion in 2019 to 166 billion in 2025. These outcomes did not happen by accident. They are the result of deliberately aligning labor activation, investment attraction, industrialization, and economic planning. They demonstrate that where investment and economic growth occur, jobs follow. This is precisely why the Northern Cape should be viewed as South Africa's next growth frontier. For too long, South Africa's economic growth has been concentrated in a limited number of regions, yet the future drivers of economic increasingly lie elsewhere. They lie where there is land, they lie where there is energy, and they lie where there are strategic minerals. They lie where industrial expansion can occur at scale, and that is in the Northern Cape. Our province possesses some of the world's most significant deposits of manganese, zinc, copper, iron ore, and critical minerals required for the globe energy transition. They possess we possess approximately 11,000 gigawatts of solar potential and 846 gigawatts of wind potential. We host approximately 60% of South Africa's renewable energy projects, and we are strategically positioned to become a leader of green hydrogen production, renewable energy generation, critical mineral beneficiation, and advanced manufacturing. The Northern Cape is not simply talking about industrialization. We are practicalizing it. Earlier this year, we hosted a successful jobs and investment conference that secured investment commitments exceeding 105 billion rand. These commitments span renewable energy, mining, logistics, manufacturing, agriculture, tourism, and infrastructure. Importantly, they include investment in beneficiation facility, smelted plant developments that move us beyond the historic model of exporting raw materials and importing finished products. And Honorable Sibiya puts it well when he says this also demonstrates the confidence investors have in both the country and our provinces. This is what industrialization looks like. It is about processing minerals closer to where they're extracted. It is about creating factories and instead of exporting opportunities. It is about building value chains and creating sustainable jobs. And it is about ensuring that economic value generated from natural resources remain within the borders of this country. Projects such as the Namakwa Special Economic Zone are designed to drive mineral beneficiation, renewable energy, and agro-processing, which serve as a central catalyst for industrialization. The Uppington Solar Park is a massive multi-facility renewable energy hub, which is situated in one of the world's highest solar radiation zones. And the solar park generates hundreds of megawatts through mixed of photovoltaic and concentrated solar power technologies. These developments demonstrate that the Northern Cape is actively building industries for the future. And the positioning of the labor activation program around demand-led skills is therefore both decisive and necessary. The Northern Cape has long argued that training for its own does not create employment. Training must be linked to economic demand, training must be linked to actual investment, and it must be linked to actual jobs. The green economy is creating new opportunities that require future skills for future jobs. The renewable energy sector requires electricians, technicians, and welders and artisans. Industrialization requires machine operators, logistics specialists, digital technicians, and manufacturing professions. The economy we are building tomorrow requires skills that we must begin developing today. Our industrial corridor represents an opportunity pipeline that will require thousands of workers with specialized skills. The labor activation program's investment of 10 billion, which is allocated to the Northern Cape and has a placement of 20,000 TVET students into work-integrated learning, represents an important opportunity for the province. However, honorable members, we must also be honest about challenges. Many young people continue to complete training programs without securing employment. There are often delays between training and placement, and there remains a mismatch between some training opportunities and actual labor market demand. Rural provinces continue to face accessibility challenges. Many young people remain disconnected from information about available opportunities, and the measure of success cannot simply be how many people are trained. The measure of success must be how many people are employed. Implementation must become our central focus. Every renewable energy project, every mining investment, industrial facility, and infrastructure program must carry skills development, youth employment, and labor activation obligations. The Northern Cape is already translating this national call to put young South Africans to work into tangible economic opportunities. Through the Harambee Partnership and National Pathway Management Network, we expect National Employment Services to actively connect young Northern Cape job seekers within these opportunities. We therefore await the deliberate allocation and distribution of 130,000 youth placements to ensure that the province, such as the Northern Cape, receive their fair share, Honourable Minister. The national minimum wage increase of 30 rand per hour protects vulnerable workers. I do note, Honourable Chair, that my time is coming to an end. So as the province of the Northern Cape, in conclusion, we support the budget vote 31. And if you allow me, I want to close by borrowing words from the Pan-Africanist philosopher Amilcar Cabral, who said that the people are not fighting for ideas nor for what is in men's minds. The people fight and accept the sacrifices demanded by the struggle in order to gain material advantages, to live better in peace, to benefit from progress and for the better future of our children. Therefore, the success of this budget vote debate will not be measured by our ability to paint pictures of the future with words, but by the opportunities, dignity, and decent work that we deliver to the people of this country, and whether we place future generations of South Africans on a path towards prosperity, economic security, and a better life for all. With those few words, Honorable Chair, the Northern Cape supports this budget vote. I thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC. Honourable delegates, the next person at the podium represents the Eastern Cape and the Economic Freedom Fighters. It's the Honourable Machobeni.
Greetings, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Minister and Deputy Minister, everyone in the House and those who are on virtual platform. Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters don't support the proposed budget vote for the Department of Employment and Labour. The Department of Employment and Labour has a clear mission to create jobs, protect workers, and keep the economy stable and fair. But if you look at what is actually happening on the ground, it is obviously to see that their system is completely stuck. And the proposed allocation is simply not enough to fix our massive problems with joblessness, people giving up on looking for work, and the huge economic gap between different regions. And by holding back the funding needed to expand job creation programs, upgrade broken public services, and fix the divide between wealthy cities and poor rural towns. This budget completely ignores what everyday struggling South Africans are actually going through. We know this to be true as according to the latest data from Stats SA, the national unemployment rate increased to 32.7% in the first 3 months of 2026, compared to 31.4% at the end of last year. This means that in just one quarter, 345,000 people lost their jobs. This massive drop shows that the department is failing to balance protecting existing jobs with opening up new ones. This year's data also highlights a total fail in the department's programs Meet for young people and women. Out of 42.2 million working age South Africans, young people aged 15 to 34 make up nearly half of the potential workforce. This should be a massive economic advantage, but youth unemployment has only gotten worse under the department's watch, as right now the youth unemployment rate sits at the staggering 45.8%, meaning 4.7 million young people want to work but are locked out of the economy. For the youngest group, those between 15 and 24 years, it is even worse, with a 60.9% unemployment rate. On top of that, 45.6% of people aged 15 to 34 are currently NEET, meaning they are not in employment, education, or training. Essentially, this means that nearly half of our youth are completely disconnected from any path to be a better future. It is also concerning to note how this structural breakdown is also deeply tied to gender inequality, as women are still far less likely to actually land a job compared to men, even when they are actively looking for work. Young women in this country get hit twice as hard. They face the typical roadblocks of being young and inexperienced, stacked on top of deep-rooted gender discrimination across formal industries. From Alexander to Khayelitsha, from Tata to Musina, our people are jobless. But let me be clear, while this crisis is national, the Eastern Cape bleeds the most. The Eastern Cape is one of the most economically isolated places in South Africa, and its young people are paying the highest price. In the first 3 months of 2026, the province economy took another massive hit, losing 43,000 jobs, with local projects meant to fix this, like the ones in the Mpashe local municipality, have completely failed to grow or make a real dent in the crisis. With studies also showing that these community programs are failing apart because of weak leadership, family favoritism, and serious lack of funding. And in the Free State province, the farming and community services sectors are steadily shrinking because of bad local management and crumbling infrastructure. And even though the Western Cape is doing better than inland provinces at keeping job seekers motivated, it still takes a massive hit from seasonal layoffs and widening gap between city and rural economies. Every year during the first quarter, the farming and tourism season wrap up, leaving thousands of people suddenly out of work, and this department job placement branch just hasn't built any reliable backup plans or transition program for these workers. Because of these regional job fairs like the ones held in Hermanus end up looking more like temporary PR stunts than actual long-term employment solution. The insufficiency of this budget therefore become clear when one analyses its failure to address localized and seasonal vulnerabilities. Chairperson, South Africans are not just unemployed. Those who work are exploited. Labor brokers are modern-day slave masters from Cape Town to Thohoyandou. They still have your wages before you touch it. With a retail worker anywhere in this country earns 4,000, while CEOs earns 4 million. This is why our youth are struggling. The EFF therefore also rejects this budget votes, as the National Department has completely failed to step in with proper oversight or connect these local efforts to major national manufacturing networks. This leaves rural youths stranded with no way out of poverty. The track records of the Department of Employment and Labor in 2026 shows an institution completely overwhelmed by South Africa's worsening economic crisis. From the biggest factories in Gauteng to the most isolated town in the Northern Cape, this department is failing across the board. Whether it is enforcing basic workplace rules, managing social safety funds, or teaching people useful skills for today's job market. And so it chooses, in closing, as the EFF, we reject this proposed budget vote also because of the IT nightmare at the agencies overseen by the department. This department constantly experiences management failure, bad audit results, major computer system breakdowns, and slow operation inside both the unemployment insurance fund and the compensation fund. Even though everyone knows about these disasters, the new budget doesn't look down any specific funding to completely overhaul and fix these digital networks. The UIF constantly deals with huge application backlogs, system crashes, and payouts delays. This directly hurts everyday workers who have just lost their jobs and have absolutely no other money to survive on. This department has failed to fix the unemployment crisis and its technology crisis, and until it fixes how institutions are run, update its ancient digital system, and build real partnership with businesses to teach people the skills employers actually needed, we cannot support it. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much indeed, Honourable Machobeni. Honourable delegates, we're going to remain in the Eastern Cape, but this time give the opportunity to the African National Congress, who will be represented by the Honourable Ndlangisa Nodada. I thought it was only old married couples that shared glasses.
All right. Thank you so much, House Chair. I greet you, the chairperson of the Select Committee on Economic Development and Trade, members of the Portfolio Committee, Minister Nomakhosazana Meth of Employment and Labor, Deputy Minister Jomo Sipia, and members of the public, and of course, members of NCOP. I greet you. Want to say, and taking from I think our honorable member, Mabilo, when he was speaking and he said that we stand today at a historic crossroads as we celebrate the 30th anniversary of our democratic constitution and its Bill of Rights. This milestone is not merely a date on a calendar. It is a reminder that our mandate as the Department of Employment and Labor to reduce unemployment, poverty, and inequality. It is a constitutional directive to ensure dignity and security of every worker. Budget Vote 31 serves as a financial and strategic commitment to the National Development Plan, Vision 2030, the Medium-Term Development Plan 2024-2029, and the pronouncement by the President, His Excellency, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, on his 2026 State of the Nation Address, SONA. For the 2026-27 financial year, the department is allocated a total expenditure estimate at 4.578 billion, representing the first year of a 13 billion medium-term investment in the South African workforce. Our responsibility in government is to ensure that these funds drive economic transformation, inclusive growth, and the protection of the vulnerable groups, women, youth, and persons with disabilities. On Productivity SA, I think the honorable member from the DA who spoke about PSA, and I must say, you spoke very well, including of the supported employment enterprises. The NDP Vision 2030 requires a globally competitive and reproductive economy. Our entity, PSA, focuses on workplace productivity and competitiveness, as well as the preservation of existing jobs. In 2026-27, we have allocated 66.6 million to PSA to drive this mission. The evidence-based impact on this investment is a cornerstone of our strategy. The job preservation in this financial year, PSA aims to save 4,000 jobs in companies facing economic distress through its business turnaround and recovery strategies. And this is brought to you by the ANC. The SMME sustainability, we have set a target to support 1.313 small, medium, and micro enterprises through its competitiveness to improve service this year. And this is a system that continues to work. Fostering a culture of productivity, we aim to capacitate 2,500 entrepreneurs, workers, and managers to ensure that productivity becomes the heartbeat of our industrial strategy. Over the MTDP, Productivity SA is committed to supporting a total of 4,138 enterprises. This is not just about members. It's also about ensuring South African businesses remain sustainable. I think the point there is not just about the numbers in a volatile global market. While the entity will undergo a spending review to improve its service delivery model, its role is in preventing job losses remains indispensable in social plan intervention as part of what another honorable member spoke about, issues of retrenchment. So we are responding. The recognition of PSA as an Africa Kaizen Center of Excellence signifies that the entity has reached a benchmark of international standard in implementing Kaizen, a Japanese philosophy of continuous improvement in productivity and quality. This status confirms PSA as the continental hub for best practices, positioning South Africa as the primary leader in driving industrial efficiency across Africa. Expanding impact requires sustained funding, specialist skills, and stronger partnerships with municipalities, industry, and international institution. And I hope this we can recognize that not all is bad in South Africa. On supporting employment enterprises is an essential instrument for the economic empowerment of persons with disabilities. Our Honorable Minister spoke to this. For the 2026-27 financial year, we have allocated 205.9 million to support operation of our 13 factories that we have located across all 8 provinces. The work that this entity does directly advances the MTDP 24-29 priority of providing specialized employment opportunities for persons with disabilities, opportunities that would otherwise be unavailable to them. And this is a system that continues to work. The department derives its authority to manage C from Employment Services Act. The amendment bill that will also come that seeks to modernize the framework under which C operates, ensuring it remains an effective tool for economic inclusion. Furthermore, we are utilizing the amendment bill to clarify the C's legal entity and the institutional credibility while focusing on our strategic policy to modernize our production lines to leverage government procurement, ensure the state itself drives economic inclusion. Honorable Chair, this is when we are asking all the provinces, the premiers, the MECs that are here, and my Honorable MEC from Northern Cape, the Treasurer General of the Young Lions, the Fight Produce and Land, we want to say you need to also come closer to this entity because it needs to get jobs. It does textile, it does furniture, and this is for persons with disabilities. Now, government needs to procure from it because currently they're subjected to what we call PFMA and the tender system. And it takes away exactly what we're trying to do to ensure this inclusion is realized. On oversight and advocacy in various provinces such as Eastern Cape, Gauteng, Northwest, we're intensifying our efforts to coordinate integrated services for ex-miners, ensuring they receive the benefits and social protection due to them. We're conducting targeted stakeholder advocacy in high-risk sectors, including hospitality, domestic work, and manufacturing. These initiatives are designed to foster a culture of self-regulation and compliance with the Basic Conditions of Employment Act and the Employment Equity Act. And moving forward, the workers from the margin of the informal economy into the security of formal employment. On the labor migration, we cannot ignore the rising social tensions and protests stemming from the presence of undocumented foreign nationals in our labor market and the perception that they are displacing South African workers. These frustrations are a direct call to enhance regulation and order in our workplaces. The department developed the National Labor Migration Policy as a strategic framework to regulate the employment of foreign nationals, while coordinating government efforts towards economic transformation and job creation. And my Deputy Minister, Sibia, spoke to this. Honorable Chair, I cannot complete this debate without a reflection on the future of work. The department is cognizant on the scaling work-based learning through apprenticeship, learnership, and workplace exposure, and this will be expanded in ways that are accessible to young people from poorer communities. Having graduates that hold formal qualification but lack practical industry-relevant skills is also unhelpful. This calls for the need for more practical education to employment pathways that align with the industry needs. Importantly, employers need to drive the growth for work-integrated learning opportunities. Government also provides a number of incentives for employers to scale up this, including the youth tax incentive, the credits and rebates, through the employment tax incentive, the wage subsidies for certain local governments, the SETAs provide stipends for learners, the skills development levy rebates for employers, etc. Community colleges also offer services to those that wish to improve their education and upgrade skills. We also all know that youth, particularly those in the poorer communities, face a number of barriers to entry to the labor market. Amongst these barriers are the cost of job search, the transport, the high data cost to access the internet. Honorable members, as I draw to this debate to close, let us also reflect on the profound truth that the flower of peace cannot be sustained by unemployment, poverty, and inequality. We must be honest, the frustration of South Africans, particularly our graduate and youth who hold qualification but no opportunities, is both real and legitimate. They represent our nation, ambition and hope, yet they remain on the periphery of our economy. As government, we cannot respond with being defensive. We must respond with the humility of service and the decisive action found in this budget vote debate. This vote is a factual, evidence-based plan to move South Africa forward, whether it is the 312,995 inspection to protect workers, the 605,000 citizens who will help transition into employment through labor activation program, the 136 jobs created through the PYE on the 4,000 jobs saved by Productivity South Africa. Every rand in this vote is targeted towards building a more equitable society. It is unfortunate, MK and EFF, you just threw out a budget that is supposed to employ people who are unemployed. It is so unfortunate. This is one of the departments with politics you put aside. It's time that you look at the South Africans and see what's happening in our streets and you pull together. That's called being responsible. As indicated, we are not merely debating numbers, we are debating the dignity of South African worker, the future of our youth. We are committed to an administration that is African worker, and the future of our youth. We are committed to an administration that is accountable, efficient, and unyielding in its pursuit for social justice. And as the executive, we are united in purpose and inspired by the vision of the Freedom Charter that say to build South Africa we want, a South Africa that works, a South Africa that includes, and a South Africa that belongs to all who live in it. And that was brought by the African National Congress. Since I still have time, I want to go closer to what we're talking about, strategic intervention. You know better, that's where they are, where you seated. You need to go out and give young people a chance. Strategic intervention will work with the private sector and labor to protect existing jobs and investment in vulnerable sectors. You are keeping a job for a young South African. Interventions, indicators, number of jobs created per year. The baseline of public employment services at 280,000 jobs. 2026 annual target of public employment services is 75,000. Progress at a Q3 of 2026 public employment services, 82,507. The baseline for the National Pathway Management Network is 650,000. National Pathway for Management Network is 130,000. That's a system that continues to work. Our president spoke about the 10,000 inspectors that to be employed in this financial year. We have a 20,000 project that the minister introduced when she came into office to ensure young South Africans don't find themselves out of work. Now, we need to remember the mandate of this department is not solely around issues of labor. It must ensure that a private sector and public sector working together to ensure that there is employment in this country. Now, you need to understand the context of these mandates. The labor laws we need to also adhere to. Now, to respond to you, since you've been making noise next to me, the DA took government to court on employment equity. And shame on you, because that employment equity, it was meant to also make sure that it takes out the regression that we've had in the employment industry, wherein we're speaking about what you call quotas. Because at the end of the day, you need to also adhere to the demographics of this country. It can't be that in our economy, we still have white persons at higher echelons of leadership, including at workplaces, whether with or without qualification. But when it comes to the Black society, it's always subjected to the lower grounds on earth. So we commend this department, its minister, that went on and challenged this employment equity that we defended it, and we're going to continue to defend. And that is a system that continues to work. So we want to say, as I close, we're in the GNU, we're together. There's no need to make noise at me. It's a reality, because you forget that you're in government sometimes and behave like you're in a party when you're in government and complain about the same government that you are part of. So it's very important that you also need to look at yourself. 30 years is nothing. Over 40 decades of apartheid that displays young people, displays this country. Yes, apartheid happened. Apartheid was a demon. Apartheid brought this country to a standstill. Apartheid makes sure as the population that grows, they have continued to have and the have-nots continue to go down. Those ones who are having,
Deputy Minister, thank you.
Yeah.
Your time has expired.
we support the budget vote.
Honourable delegates, thank you, Deputy Minister. Unfortunately, throwing us into some disarray, but we'll continue with the speakers list, and it's the Honourable H.J. van der Berg from the Freedom Front Plus.
Geagte voorsitter, ministers, ministerlede van die huis en ons mede-Suid-Afrikaners. Kom ons kry maar eers weer daai vertaal apparate uit. Want vandag gaan ons 'n bietjie Afrikaans praat. Na so 'n hoë noot in die vorige toespraak, maar kom ons probeer. Die Vryheidsfront Plus kan nie die kontraste wat ons sien in die jaarplan en begroting van die Departement van Indiensneming en Arbeid ignoreer nie. Suid-Afrika staar 'n strukturele werkloosheidskrisis in die gesig, maar tog bly hierdie departement en sy entiteite voortgaan om bureaukrasie, eindelose dialoog, verstikkende regulatoriese uitbreiding bo werklike werkskeping te prioritiseer. Ons party, wat verbind is tot praktiese oplossings, ekonomiese vryheid en die beskerming van kwesbare gemeenskappe, moet reguit hieroor praat. Die begroting van 4.58 miljard is 'n instandhoudingsgerigte begroting, nie transformasioneel nie. Swaar op lopende uitgawes en oordragte, maar lig op kapitaalbelegging vir werklike groei. Besteding op entiteite soos Netlek staan uit as 'n besonderse bekommernis. Dit verbruik hulpbronne vir summits, ontwikkelbeleid en wetgewing, bedryfdialoë, klimaatkommissies en selfs 'n volksverdrag, terwyl die departement se oog van die teiken van werklike indiensneming afgehaal word. Die minister beweeg blink en onberispelik deur Netlek se G20 kringe, maar slaag nie daarin om werklike werksgeleenthede te sien en te skep nie, al is dit op 'n eie voorstoep, of sal ons sê agterstoep. Hul ander entiteit, naamlik Supported Employment Enterprises, C, ook bekend as die ou Service Products, oftewel diensprodukte organisasie, wat spesialiseer om gestremde werkers in diens te neem, word intussen behandel soos 'n afgeskeepte stiefkind, wat maar in die agtererf moet oorleef en sukkel. Gestig na die Tweede Wêreldoorlog om persone met gestremdhede in diens te neem, ondervind hulle nou massiewe tekorte, veral aan bestellings vir produkte soos meubels, beskermende klerasie, hospitaallinne. Die lys is en kan eindeloos wees vir produkte wat die staat vir eie verbruik kan produseer. Hierdie produkte word eerder op tenders aan tenderpreneurs gegee. C het dringende regulatoriese ingryping nodig. 'n Duidelike handelsentiteit moet geskep word, gekoppel aan hervorming van die voorkeurverkrygingsbeleid van die staat. Die Vryheidsfront Plus vra vir 'n staatsregulasieverandering, wat C die eerste reg op verskaffing van staatsmeubels en ander produkte gee. As C dan nie kan verskaf nie, kan bestellings dan uitgaan op tenders. In Engels praat ons van the first right of refusal of the procurement process. Dit sal C beskerm en help om sy edele mandaat te volvoer. Dit is duidelik dat die departement hul fokus op werksgeleenthede moet verskerp en hul eerder daarmee besig moet hou. Die VF+ sien 'n moontlike stygings in werksgeleenthede raak as regulatoriese hindernisse vir klein besighede versag word, as meriete-gebaseerde geleenthede bevorder word, as werklike vaardigheidsbeleining ondersteun word, ekonomiese groei wat waardige werk skep geprioritiseer word en as die politieke teater stop, fokus op 'n omgewing wat belegging aanmoedig, soos die departement se eie visie en dan ook voorstel. Ons sal elemente ondersteun wat werklik werkers en kwesbares beskerm, maar ons eis aanspreeklikheid, doeltreffendheid en resultate. Suid-Afrikaners van alle agtergronde verdien beter as herhaalde planne en groeiende tekorte, en as hulle dan nie kan nie, gee ons 'n kans. Dis ons tyd. Dankie.
Thank you very much, Honourable van den Berg. And the next speaker will be the Honourable Swart from the Democratic Alliance. Honourable Swart.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister, Honourable Deputy Ministers, MECs, Honourable Members, fellow South Africans, good afternoon, goeiemiddag. Today we debate the annual performance plan of the budget of the budget of the Department of Employment and Labour. And let me say from the outset, South Africans are tired, they are sick and sad of plans, strategies, summits and promises. They are demanding jobs. They are demanding permanent job opportunity. Minister, behind every unemployed statistic is a hungry family, a frustrated.
Honourable Source, Honourable Source, Honourable Source. On water rising, Honourable Perpetua, can you resume your seat?
I question whether the speaker is willing to take a question up working in the garden there, whether you will be able to pay him a nice salary.
Thank you. Are you willing to take a question, Honourable Source?
I didn't bring the crayons, Honourable Chairperson.
He's unable to take a question.
Behind every unemployed statistic is a hungry family, a frustrated graduate, a discouraged parent, and a young person losing hope in his own country. While unemployment remains above 30% and youth unemployment close to 60%, despite all the grandstand speeches. In the Western Cape, economic growth has outpaced national trends with an unemployment rate of 19.6%. Why? The Western Cape cares about its citizens and makes it easier for them to succeed by cutting red tape and works to connect young job seekers with real job opportunities and ensure that growth translates into meaningful employment. Honourable Chairperson, after more than 3 decades of ANC-led government, South Africa has become the unemployment capital of the world. The APP speaks about inclusive growth and strategic priorities, but unemployment South Africa are asking a far simpler question. Ibi Sibenzi, waar is die werksgeleenthede? Where are the jobs? Ibi Sibenzi. The department correctly identifies many of the causes of unemployment. Load shedding, infrastructure collapse, low economic growth, policy uncertainty, skills mismanaged. These problems are direct consequences, Chairperson, honourable members, of ANC corruption, ANC cadre deployment, state failure, lack of ANC political will, and the destruction of institutional capacity. The struggle credentials of yesterday cannot hide the corruption scandals of today.
Honourable delegates,
about the gap. You always want South Africans to keep looking backwards. But we have reached this point in our country where the people want answers about what happened during the last 30 years.
and the promises of a better life. Ipi imisipensi. Chairperson, the irony is painful. This department oversees labor laws, inspections, and employment services. Yet unemployment continues to rise year after year. The IPP proudly states that the department plans to register 1.05 million work seekers, create 125,000 job opportunities, and facilitate 75,000 job placements. But registering a person on a database is not a job created. Real job, Minister, comes from economic growth, investor confidence, and policy certainty, areas where government, the ANC, continues to fall short. The IPP speaks extensively about inspections and enforcement. Compliance is important, and workers must absolutely be protected from exploitation. But government must also understand the hard reality. You cannot regulate an economy into growth. You cannot burden struggling businesses with endless bureaucracy while the state itself fails to provide reliable electricity, efficient ports, safe transport systems, functioning municipalities, and economic stability. Small businesses are closing because government have made survival almost impossible. One of the most concerning aspects of the IPP is the repeated emphasis on expanding the state machinery instead of fixing the economy itself. The department wants 20,000 inspector interns, but where is the same urgency for 20,000 new entrepreneurs, 20,000 new farmers, 20,000 artisans, or 20,000 new small businesses receiving practical support? Chairperson, the IPP also refers to digital transformation and cybersecurity reforms, but orderly South Africans still stand in long queues at labor centers. UIF payments are delayed. Businesses complain about administrative inefficiency, while workers are left helpless. Government cannot continue announcing modernization while basic services delivery remains broken. In this respect, Minister Meath may want to confer with Minister Schreiber and the excellent digital transformation drive he has successfully implemented at Home Affairs. Minister, your department self-admits that vacancy rates, self-shortages, skill shortages, government failures, and ICT instability remains major risk. In other words, even your own IPP acknowledge that the department lacks the institutional capacity required to achieve many of your own targets. And that is the tragedy of South Africa today. Government has become exceptionally skilled at producing plans, but dangerously weak at implementation. The DA believes South Africa needs a fundamentally different approach. We need economic growth, energy security, professional public administration, zero tolerance for corruption, labor market reforms that encourage employment support for SMMEs. Because without economic growth, all these IPPs become nothing more than numbers on paper. Until this government honestly confronts corruption, cadre deployment, collapsing infrastructure, and policy uncertainty, unemployment will remain South Africa's biggest national failure. South Africans will not judge this government by what is written in IPP, but they will judge it whether they can find work, put food on the table, and build a future for their children. After more than
on that note, on the food on the table,
I thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Yeah. Honourable Delegates, the next speaker is on the visual platform. It is Honourable R. Allen, the Deputy Speaker of the Legislature of the Western Cape. Over to you. Honourable Allen.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I trust that I'm audible your side. Good afternoon to the Minister, the Deputy Ministers, as well as members of the NCOP. Colleagues, today as we debate this particularly important budget vote. We are doing so when the nation is structurally suffocating. The numbers released in the first quarter of 2026 by Stats SA represent a human tragedy unfolding across our towns, our villages, and our metropolitan centers. The official national unemployment rate stands at a staggering 32.7%. This means that more than 8.1 million adult South Africans wake up every single morning with nowhere to sell their labor, stripped of their dignity, but also trying to earn and make a living and trapped in a cycle of generational dependency. Yet, the Department of Employment and Labour presents us with the same tired, centralized, state-centric recipes that have caused this crisis in the first place. The budget allocation of 4.5 billion for the 26-27 financial year behaves as if the state is the primary architect of economic growth. It assumes that if we simply hire more bureaucrats, implement more rigid sector quotas, and build larger databases, jobs will magically materialize. We must, Honourable Chairperson, speak the plain truth. This budget is designed to sustain a bloated bureaucracy and not to unlock the creative and productive power of South African private sector. Let us look closely at the anatomy of this budget. A shocking 52% of its entire allocation is swallowed up by departmental internal salaries and day-to-day administrative operations. Let that sink in, because more than half of the money meant to address the existing crisis of unemployment
Honourable Allen.
And not job creation. Honourable Chairperson, may I continue?
Yes,
While small businesses are drowning under the sea of red tape, heavy compliance burdens, and rigid labor laws, the National Department remains obsessed with enforcement and punishment rather than enablement. And where there is capital, we know that a massive 44 billion rand surplus sits within the unemployment insurance fund and the compensation fund. But instead, the deployment of these substantial reserves responsibly to de-risk hiring for small, medium enterprises, or to fix the broken ICT infrastructure that leaves vulnerable workers waiting months for their basic payouts. What do we see, Honourable Chairperson? We see workers' savings mismanaged and invested into failing state ventures. We see notorious syndicates within the department's own ranks executing sophisticated frauds that saw 800 million rand in COVID funding vanishing into thin air. The issue is not a lack of money. The issue is an absolute failure of governance and an ideological refusal to let the market breathe. But the South African story does not have to be a narrative of perpetual economic decline. There's a clear alternative. While the national government fails, the Democratic Alliance-led Western Cape government has constructed an open-source blueprint for structural economy recovery. According to the first quarter 2026 labor force survey, and the data confirmed that while national unemployment sits at a nearly 33%, the Western Cape unemployment rate stands at under 20% at 19.6%, the lowest in South Africa by a margin. And Chairperson, this structural divergence is not an historical accident, nor is it a result of geographical luck. It is a direct consequence of a deliberate, data-driven strategy known as the growth for jobs strategy. The Western Cape administration operates on its core conviction that the national government has forgotten that governments do not create sustainable jobs. The private sector does. The true role of the state is to be an aggressive enabler of economic activity, not an not an obstacle. Instead of sinking resources into bloated operational overheads, the Jobs for Growth strategy systematically targets the actual binding constraints to private sector investment. While other provinces wait helplessly for national entities to fix the collapsing grid, the Western Cape is aggressively building municipal energy resilience and investing heavily in water security to shield local businesses from structural shocks. We are slashing red tape, speeding up planning approvals, and building demand-driven pathways that will directly connect young people with jobs in the actual private sector. The Jobs for Growth model proves that when you build a predictable, a safe, and infrastructure secure environment, private capital rushes in and the sustainable employment follows organically. The DA-led model understands that access is the ultimate key to promoting growth. We are actively building structural frameworks to pull township economies directly into the mainstream. Look at what we have done, Honourable Chairperson, in the area of Mossel Bay in the Western Cape, which is currently piloting the Pioneering Township Action Plan. This project is a structural framework designed to revolutionize future township development. And look at our primary metro. Just last week here in the city of Cape Town on Wednesday, the 27th of May 2026, the City of Cape Town Council achieved an historic milestone for the informal economy. In a single decisive council meeting, the city approved 9 comprehensive informal trading plans, unlocking exactly 693 brand new structured trading opportunities across the metro. From the high footfall tourist centers of Green Market Square, the St. George's Mall, and the Boerkaap, to the community heartlands of Nova Park, Atlantis, and Esterreefie, nearly 700 local traders were granted formal, secure, and dignified economic lifelines in a single day. This is what real inclusive economic development looks like. This is compassionate, it is functional, compliance in practice, and providing safe, regulated, and business-friendly spaces that elevate informal traders from the margins of survival into structured parts of commercial prosperity. Honourable delegates, the National Council of Provinces exists precisely to safeguard the interests of our regions and to ensure that provincial successes inform national policy. The lesson of Vote 31 is clear. We cannot continue to pour billions of rands of public money into a centralized national department that spends 52% of its allocation on its own comfort while watching millions of our citizens fall deeper into poverty. My fellow delegates from Gauteng, a province that has shed tens of thousands of jobs in recent quarters to administrative decay, to my colleagues in the Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal, whose citizens are fleeing broken infrastructure and dry taps, I say to you today, do not fight what we are doing in the Western Cape. Learn from those successes and copy them. The Growth for Jobs strategy is an open source framework available to every single premier, every single MEC and mayor in this country who has the political authority to reject the central state of planning. So let us move people away from the dependency of a state database and guide them into the freedom of a permanent private sector job. The Western Cape has proven that the economic rule of failure can be broken, and it is time for the rest of South Africa to follow this blueprint and bring real, dignified employment to all our people. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The next speaker is here in the House. It is Honorable Dlangisa Notata. Over to you, ma'am.
Albongwe.
Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Chief Whip of the Council, Permanent and Special Delegates, Minister and Deputy Ministers, MECs present and in the virtual platform, SALGA representatives, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Molweni, Dumelang, Sanibonani, Goeiemiddag. Honorable House Chair, let me first state that the ANC supported the budget vote 31 as tabled by the Minister. Lest I forget. It gives me pleasure to stand before this House today to debate Budget Vote 31 on employment and labor. This is a department charged with the responsibility of changing the people's lives by employing young citizens of this country, focusing on women and people with disabilities who are at the receiving end of mass unemployment, poverty, hunger, and more than any sector of our society. This budget policy debate takes place at a pivotal moment in South Africa's fiscal and economic trajectory, signaled by a transition from sustained fiscal strain towards one fiscal mobilization, stabilization, and steady recovery, despite the external shocks occasioned by the changing geopolitics and ongoing conflicts in the Middle East. The outline in Program 1 of the budget review shows that government has succeeded in stabilizing public debt, restoring a primary budget surplus, and improving macroeconomic fundamentals such as inflation and borrowing costs, which is much more commendable. Honorable members, we stand here as the African National Congress with a firm belief that this is not coincidence of history, but a function of visionary leadership of African National Congress, underscored by deliberate policy shift aimed at rebuilding fiscal credibility while maintaining the provision of essential public service. At the same time, the economic outlook remains modest, with real GDP growth projected to rise gradually from 1.4% in 2025 to approximately 2% by 2028, underscoring the persistence of structural constraints that continue to limit inclusive growth and job creation. Within the macroeconomic context, the labor markets remain under significant pressure, characterized by persistently high unemployment and limited absorption of new entrants into the economy. This creates uncertainty about the capacity of the economies to sustain the employment of those who are employed, as some companies resort to retrenchment, including clusters closures in response to these pressures. While some companies are gradually facing unsustainable pressures, which makes it difficult to continue business operations, some opt for retrenchment simply for maximization of profit at the expense of the workers and the working class. This department, though, House Chair, through its 2026-27 annual performance plan and associated budget allocations, is positioned as a new institutional actor in addressing these challenges. The department needs to facilitate employment services, enforcing labor standards, and promote equitable labor relations. The stark reality we must live with is that the current estimates of the national expenditure is not commensurate with the scale of and magnitude of unemployment. Honorable House Chair, this raises critical questions regarding the effectiveness, coordination, and impact of labor market policies within a broader environment where economic growth, infrastructure development, and state capability are the primary determinants of employment outcomes. There is no doubt that South Africa remains one of the leading countries among the developing countries of the world that invest massively in infrastructure development as one of the key drivers of sustainable economic growth and employment creation. The persistence of stagnant growth and unemployment makes a compelling case for a critical review of the alignment between the budget allocation, policy priorities, and labor market outcomes in the planning architecture of the department in collaboration with other sectors department in the economic cluster. For Parliament as an elected tribune of the people in the battle of ideas for building of a national democratic society, this should be the focal strategic focus for oversight on the performance of the department. In so doing, honorable members, in doing so, ensure robust policy conversation in oversight work about the impact of the labor market interventions and macroeconomic structural reforms on productive investment, inclusive growth, and eradication of unemployment. Fellow South Africans, a cursory analysis of this budget brings into the fore structurally constrained budget framework, and this can have far-reaching implications for operational efficiency, developmental outcomes, and capacity challenges in the medium and long term. At an aggregate level, the total allocation of 4.58 billion confirms the department is operating with fiscal envelope, with no meaningful real expansion. In practical terms, this limits the department's ability to scale up interventions, especially in response of persistently high unemployment. Honorable Minister, through the House Chair, this calls for innovative leadership that seeks to maximize impact developmental outcomes within the limited budget. Among critical policy choices is the reprioritization that seeks to focus more on high-impact priorities for the acceleration of inclusive growth and employment creation. In doing this, there should be an ongoing strategic review of the overall impact of other key programs as priorities on the fundamental strategic objectives of inclusive growth and employment and creation. Honorable House Chair, one of the strategic challenges that continue to face the labor market stability in South Africa is the poor enforcement of existing policies. Many employers continue to undermine the labor laws of the country with impunity, and it is my humble submission that this is not only because of the shortage of labor inspectors. 30 years into our democracy, we still have employers who deduct pension funds and other statutory deductions from employees without transferring these funds to the relevant agencies at great cost to the workers. Honorable Minister, 30 years into the democracy, we still have workers, including our public service, who are dismissed and suffer unreasonable long delays at the labor courts to delay to adjudicate their appeals. Some even die whilst waiting their cases to be heard by the labor court. These are among critical issues that affect workers in this country. We need all in this House to assist each other for an urgent, decisive turnaround in relation to these issues, including the monitoring and oversight of the CCMA commissioners in the performance of their duties. The workers of this country deserve better. Honorable House Chair, we are confident that through you, the Minister and the Deputy Ministers, that they can restore their hopes today, not in the distant future. I again echo that the ANC support the vote, and I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Notata. The next speaker is Honorable on the podium, is Honorable Farmer from the Western Cape, Patriotic Alliance.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, I greet you in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Today I rise on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance to participate in this important debate. Chairperson, employment is not just about statistics, it is about dignity. It's about the father who wakes up every morning looking for work and comes home with nothing. The young graduate who has a qualification but no opportunity. The mother who wants to provide for her children but is trapped in poverty because the economy has no space for her. It is about millions of South Africans who do not want handouts, they just want a fair chance. That is why this budget vote is so important. The Patriotic Alliance supports Budget Vote 31 because the work of this department is directly linked to the dignity, survival and future of our people. But Chairperson, our support comes with a clear message. This budget must not only manage unemployment, it must fight unemployment. Honourable members, South Africa is facing a job crisis that can no longer be softened with polite language. The latest labour force figures show that unemployment remains painfully high, with young people carrying the heaviest burden. When youth unemployment sits at crisis levels, we are not only losing jobs, we are losing hope, skills, confidence, and social stability. And let us be honest, unemployment breaks homes and fuels crime. It feeds addiction, weakens families, and it turns communities against one another. Honourable Chairperson, we note the Department's allocation for 26-27 and the commitments to the Labour Activation Programme, youth employment initiatives, labour centres, ICT systems, and workplace inspections. These are important interventions, but the question is not whether programs exist. The question is, are they reaching the person who needs them? Chairperson, the PA believes that labour centres must become engines of opportunity. Not what we have seen in Matlosana. It's disheartening to see how a democratically elected government can mistreat our people at a time when they need us most. Every labour centre must be able to connect people to real jobs, real training, real apprenticeships, and real workplace experience, and be open for at least 5 days a week. It is not enough to register people on a system if that system does not open doors. We must ensure labour centres that is user-friendly, provide privacy, and at the very least, it deliver a humane service to our people. A person that needs a labour centre is someone who are in need and thus must be treated with dignity. They must live with guidance, not frustrated. They must leave with a pathway, not another call to come next week, not knowing if they will be serviced come next week. Honourable members, we welcome investment in youth employment, but youth employment cannot be reduced to short-term placements that disappear after a few months. A young person needs more than temporary relief. They need a bridge into the economy. That bridge must include skills, work readiness, mentorship, entrepreneurship support, and placement into sectors where jobs can grow. Honourable Chairperson, we need more effective labour inspections, especially in sectors where abuse is common. Farms, factories, domestic work, construction, security, hospitality, and informal workplaces. These inspections must protect people. Where employers exploit workers, there must be consequences. Where unsafe workplaces endanger lives, there must be enforcement. And where illegal labour practices undercut South African workers and exploit foreign nationals, the state must act firmly and lawfully. Chairperson, we must also speak honestly about undocumented labour. The PA is clear. South Africans must be prioritised in their own labour market. This does not mean hatred, but it means order. Employers must not be allowed to use undocumented workers as cheap labour while South Africans sit at home unemployed. In closing, Honourable Chairperson, the Patriotic Alliance support Budget Vote 31 employment and labour. We support it because our people need work. Honourable Minister Munibaizani, Salute.
Thank you, Honorable Farmer. The next speaker on the podium is Honorable Peter from the Eastern Cape, UDM.
Mhlali ngaphambili manibuyisele indlu nabahlonitshwa abathe ngincwadala lapha namhlanje nakominister nako-deputy minister nakumzantsi Afrika wonke uphela jikelele ndivumele mhlali ngaphambili ndithethe nominister ngesebe lakhe. Eli sebe lwemisebenzi emphathiswa lujamelene nowona mcelimngeni umandla ngakumbi kuqoqosho oluntengantengayo. Make ndirhabula apha eNgilane. Honorable Chairperson, South Africa continues to face one of the highest unemployment rates in the world, with 32.7% as of the first quarter of 2026, marking 1.3 increase from the previous quarter, with millions of citizens, particularly young people, unable to find meaningful and sustainable job opportunities. Yet the Department of Employment and Labor speaks of strengthening employment services and labor market regularly, despite receiving 4.58 billion for 2026 and 2027. This budget does little to address the unemployment crisis among youth who remains locked out of economic opportunities. It illustrates a department constrained by limited resources, weak job placement outcomes, inadequate labor inspection, which in return raises serious concern about its ability to deliver on its mandate of creating pathways to work and economic inclusion. The 24th Commission for Employment Equity Annual Report 2023-2024 reveals that there is still misrepresentation of certain racial groups and lack of diversity and equality in the labor space. According to the workforce profile for all employers in 2023, white males are still dominating in top management positions with 48.9%, compared to only 10.5% African males, let alone the huge misrepresentation of women. This confirms that 31 years into democracy and since the inception of the Employment Equity Act, the South African labor market continues in the same trajectory of being racialized and gendered. The slower transformation of labor laws is attributed to the department's reliance on reports and insufficient enforcement mechanism leading to persistent inequalities in the workplace. Masibuye ekhaya, Minister. Minister, mhlali ngaphambili, i-ADO is one of the most hub eqesha abantu balapha eMzantsi Afrika. Kodwa i-ADO asazi Minister noba iziseko zakho zikarhulumente ziyayihlola nawo ADO. Abantu base-ADO i-ADO nepatency bakhalaza ngabantu basemzini abaza beyimiqodi bewelela kweli lase-ADO. Xa unofika e-ADO ufika abantu bengamakhoboka bosses zase-ADO. But abantu aba-owna i-ADO abakho apha eSouth Africa ba-over kula mazwe, zobonke aba bantu bangenazi-documents babekwa kumaqonga aphezulu bafumana ii-positions kuba bebhatalwa imali engekhoyo. Siyayicela ke Minister loo nto sisithi, Minister isebe lakho malisebenzisane nathi ukuze nathi sikuncedise kwezi ngxaki sijongene nazo zokuxhatshazwa kwabantu bethu. Xa ndisiya ekugqibeleni ke Minister, Minister masiyijongeni imithetho esinayo apha eSouth Africa. Sijonge oomasipala bethu uba abayiyo na inxalenye ebangela into yoba ezi companies zishiye eli lizwe. Kushiyeka imithetho azikho iikhampani. Siyaphi ke ngoku Minister? Makhe sijonge ii-rates zoomasipala ezezinye ezibangela ezi companies xa zibhatala zikhetha uhamba, namalungelo ezi labor organization ziyi-alliance nani oCOSATU. Masijonge uba banangxaki na, ngoba kaloku umqashi yena uzawususa ikhampani yakhe ahambe kuba esilwa nawe noCOSATU. Ngaloo mazwi ke Minister, sikho siyayisapota le budget ngoba xa sinongayisapoti sawuthi abantu mabangasebenzi. Inkosi Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Peter. The next speaker on the podium is Honorable Pinar from Limpopo.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister, Honourable Deputy Ministers, my fellow members of Parliament, but most importantly, citizens at home, good day, goeiedag, tsowela. Chairperson, before I start, I must thank the Deputy Minister Sabia for dragging the Minister to the House today. I believe in the last 2 years, she maybe attended one select committee meeting. However, when it comes to money, some ANC members are quick to attend. Well, it might be she's getting an S&T payment for attendance. But with that being said, Chair, today's debate on the Department of Employment and Labour budget affects millions of South Africans and speaks specifically to the unemployed. Honourable members, 8 million people. Chairperson, 8 million people in this country are unemployed. That is not a mere statistic. It represents millions of fathers and mothers, sons and daughters who wake up every morning wondering how they will survive. It represents people whose dreams are fading with every rejected job opportunity. These are the people looking at us, Chairperson, for the answers. And Minister, I was quite concerned when you spoke today in your opening address. The majority of your time was spent on you quoting the labor inspectors' figures and about empowering unions, and more worse about more laws discouraging employers from employing people. I want to remind you of something. Your department is called the Department of Employment and Labour, not the Department of Unions and Labour Laws. Minister, you should be having sleepless nights. 8 million people are without work, and your department has a budget of almost 4.6 billion rand to develop solutions that will improve their lives and create opportunities. Enough of the empty promises, enough of the programs that sound impressive in annual reports but leave the unemployed sitting at home, desperately waiting for a phone call that never comes. We are told that 1.3 million people are registered on the unemployment database, Chairperson, but that means absolutely nothing if the phone never rings and no job materializes. The Minister is simply not doing enough. Deputy Minister Sabia, when you spoke today, I was quite surprised about your threatening tone to the employment sector and the private sector specifically. Just 2 weeks ago, we sat in this select committee meeting, me and you, and we both agreed. The only way we can escape this unemployment crisis is by taking hands with the private sector. But maybe you did not write your speech, and that's the reason for your threatening tone. Chairperson, let us also consider the Unemployment Insurance Fund that falls under this department. To this day, South Africans continue to stand in long queues, often outdoors, in the scorching sun and pouring rain or freezing cold. Every year, we hear promises about digitization and modernization. Yet, much of the works is still burdened by outdated processes and paperwork, causing endless frustration for the people trying to access money that rightfully belongs to them. Chairperson, I want to make this very clear. This is not the government's money. This is the people's money. It is the money deducted from their salaries and entrusted to the state for the day they become unemployed. Yet many are forced to wait months for payments while they struggle to put food on the table. And perhaps maybe we should delay the minister's salary for a few months to see how she feels waiting for a few months for her salary. Chairperson, I also cannot step aside from this point, but the EFF came up here today and spoke at length about how they reject the budget. But I just want to make it very clear in the select committee, when we did adopt the budget report, the EFF did not object and the EFF did not abstain. And those minutes are freely available. In closing, Chairperson, I must share with the House an experience from the Northwest during the Parliament's so-called Taking Parliament to the People program, which cost the taxpayers 15 million rand. Amid the chaos of poor planning and meetings that failed to start on time, one resident made a statement that has stayed with me ever since. He said, and I quote, "Keep your 350 Rand grant and rather give me the opportunity to work." Chairperson, this is the reality. The people of this country do not want handouts. They want dignity. They want the opportunity to provide for themselves and their families through job opportunities and honest work. Fathers are sitting at home without employment, losing hope, and in many cases, turning to alcohol because they feel ashamed of their circumstances. Young people are giving up on the future because they see no opportunities ahead of them. That is what keeps me awake at night, Chairperson, and this should also keep the department awake at night. I thank you. Kia leboha.
Thank you, Honorable Pinar. The next speaker on the podium is Honorable M. Dlamini from the Free State. Logo Twai.
Ha ke dumedise motsamaisi wa dipuisano Ntate Kgatebe, ke dumedise letona Mme Mathe le batlatsamatona ba hae ba babedi a tsamayang le bona, ke dumedise bahlomphehi maloko a palamente a NCOP, ke dumedise baeti ba rona ba teng kwano le setjhaba sa Afrika Borwa ka kakaretso. Dumelang ma-Afrika Borwa. Honorable Chair, the ANC declared unwavering support for the appropriation bill on employment and labour policy budget vote 31. The APP outcomes of the department demonstrate strong policy alignment with national priorities articulated in the MDTP and SONA, particularly around job creation, state capability, and institutional reform. The analysis reveals consistent gap between strategic intent and practical impact, largely driven by structural economic constraints and internal resources. And we get comfort as the ANC Honorable Chair that the Minister and the two Deputy Ministers had really outlined interventions with regard to addressing this particular issue. We implore the Ministry and the Department to leverage social protection funds, including the Unemployment Insurance Fund and other public social security mechanisms, as strategic tools for economic development by aligning funds resources with skills development, entrepreneurship, support labor-intensive infrastructure programs, and workforce reintegration. These institutions can move beyond income support to actively promote employment creation, economic inclusion, and sustainable growth while preserving their core social protection. House Chair, it is important to remind the honorable members here the mandate of the department. The mandate of the Department of Employment and Labour is to regulate the labour market through policies and programs developed in consultation with social partners, which are aimed at improved economic efficiency and productivity. Ha se nnete setjhaba sa Afrika Borwa hore ke mosebetsi wa lefapha la employment and labour fela ho create mesebetsi ka rona ha Afrika Borwa. Ke responsibility ya mafapha ohle a government ya Afrika Borwa, di province le bo masipala ho create mesebetsi. Empa ka sehlohlolong mesebetsi e lokela ho create-wa ke private sector. Government e lokela ho tla ka maano a thusang kapo a etsang hore the private sector e create mesebetsi ka rona ha ya rona. Ha setjhaba sa bo rona se ske sa thetswa ya ba ibile ho etsuwa boipiletso ba hore minister robale a sa ja hore a create mesebetsi. Ke boikarabelo ba rona kaofela re maloko a palamente re rongwe kwano ke setjhaba ho robala re sa ja hoba setjhaba sa rona ha se sebetse. Honorable Chair, whilst we welcome and appreciate the participation and the role that the private sector is playing in job creation in our country, led by the following top 3 private companies: Vodacom, Santap, Ltd, and Daimler, so as the Truck Southern Africa. And in the process, we have observed Shoprite groups coming handy and improving in terms of job creation. But we want to implore on the private sector to work closely with government in ensuring that the policies that are in place will really be implemented to ensure that we create jobs in the country. Ha re se re bua nnete, mmuso ha e le ona fela o lokela ho hira di-million tsa Maafrika Borwa. Ke diposo tse kae tse mmuso o nang le tsona ka hara mafapha. Di-ministera kaofela di na le maikarabelo haebe employment and labour ke yona fela e lokelang ho create mesebetsi. Ka mantswe a mang kaofela di-ministera tshwantse di create di-million tsa mesebetsi. E kae mesebetsi eo? Di-ministera tsa rona ha di tswa African National Congress fela, di tswa le mekgatlong e meng kaofela, DA, Freedom Front Plus le emeng. Ntate Kubas, where are the jobs within the departments that are led by ministers from other political parties, if it is the responsibility of the ministers who are coming from the ANC? That's why it is important, honorable members, that we don't mislead the society in attaching the issue of unemployment in the country to the ANC, but rather to us collectively as government, because we are leading together and we have been voted by the people of this South Africa to lead them, all of us. No, we are together, honorable members. The 30 years is equals to decades of apartheid that led to where we are today. Keep on blaming 30 years when we have to work together and ensure that our people do receive jobs. This is so painful, Honorable Chair, that will stand here as honorable members pointing fingers on each other when we have to come here and account to the people who voted us to be here to say, me as this honorable member from this political party representing my constituency, this is what I have made as input in terms of building the employment and labor department, or to build any ministry or any department to create jobs, or to build the very same government that I'm working for. I'm earning honorable salary on monthly basis to represent our people, not to come here and blame game, point fingers, and sleeping on duty when you have to create jobs. It is too early, Honorable Chair, to ensure that the people of this country, through Department of Employment and Labour and other departments, must align their social protection, and APPs to the job creation. Each and every department must stand here, Honorable Chair, telling us how many jobs did they create in their own departments. This is what we must do, all of us. We cannot come here and brag that a certain department has implemented ICT. We must say to the people of South Africa, this is what the Parliament of South Africa and all departments are expected to do in terms of the policy. Because this is the responsibility of everyone. The very same Department of Labor that we are blaming today. Many departments are having much more bigger budget, way higher than the one of the Department of Employment of Labor. Because the understanding, it is that the responsibility of creating jobs, it is the responsibility of all of us. If indeed the Department of Labor was the only department that was supposed to create jobs, the budget, the chunk of the budget of South Africa, in terms of the national treasure, will go definitely to the Department of Labor. All the department will have absolutely nothing because they have nothing to do. So let us not mislead the country and tell the truth and only the truth. House Chair, the department's outcome aimed at reducing poverty and improving livelihoods focuses on strengthening compliance with labor standards. While this contributes to the protecting workers and improving working conditions, we still need, Honorable Minister, to see more. And under your leadership, we'll work together with you as the Select Committee to ensure that indeed this will be realized. As Minister Meth, you'll be putting the interventions that are good in terms of your departments. We call on Paul that there must be a synergy and working together with the departments such as DTIC, small business, mineral resources, hore batho ba bo rona me ministera dibakeng tse hlopheileng jwalo ka Qwaqwa difeme tsela di tle di lo bulwa Botshabelo le Thabanchu difeme tsane di lo bulwa kwana Eastern Cape difeme tse teng mono mapolasi le tsohle di lo bulwa mane Gauteng matlhagatlhaga a nene a tsamaisang di logistics a ilo improvewa mane Northwest ho batho ba Matlosane ba ntseng ba ema dilaeneng tse telele maphelo a bona a ilo fatulwa ke di mine tse mono Northwest ke seo re ratang hore re le ANC re se be ho lona matona a rona hore re tlo sebetsa le lona ho etsa bonnete ba hore tsohle tse bang di lokela ho etswa hore batho ba bo rona ba thole mesebetsi ba tlo thola mesebetsi because the skills tse re nang le tsona they are not only aligned to the government but they also align mainly ko private sector so re lokela ho sebetsa mmoho ho aha Afrika Borwa ya rona re le African National Congress re tsietsa ka nnete budget vote ena re re pele ya pele bana beso ha re sebeletseng setjhaba sa rona ha re na nako re le ANC ya o blame batho empa re na le nako ya ho itekula re tle re lokise re kgone ho fetola maphelo a batho ba bo rona ke seo re se remetseng re le African National Congress ha e sa le re semetse re tlo dula re semetse ha ba ntse ba re supa ka menwana ha re ka ke ga ba supa beke re tlo nka ditshupo tseo tsa bona le dinyefolo re hahe Afrika Borwa e betere for batho ba bo rona so that batho ba bo rona ba kgone ho phela jwalo ka batho ba dinaha tse ding tse tswetseng pele ke a o leboha motsamaiso wa dipuisano.
Thank you, Honorable Dlamini. Turn on the mic.
Oh, Timasiari abuti mashu natula stulo.
welcome the Select Committee on Employment and Labour Chair, well-balanced and objective analysis of Budget Vote 31. We acknowledge also the fact that you were also acknowledging both progress and you raised concerns, in particular on the issue of the Department of Employment and Labour, UIF-CF's governance issues and negative audit outcomes. We are working very hard. The real thing that is making us to have the sleepless nights is ensuring that we turn around the governance of those entities so that we get a good audit outcomes. Again, we want to say on the issue of outdated UIF online system and its effect on payment of claims. We have migrated from the old system, and with the new system, which was successfully started in April 2025, we saw simple and accelerated claims processing, enabling direct client submissions, real-time claim tracking, and automated communication throughout the claim life cycle. With that, the fund successfully processed and paid 4,558,971 claims in 2026, an improvement from 4,157,639 claims in 2025, and the 3,547,006 claims in 2024. Honorable Ngata, we are happy that you are saying you are accepting our call. Really, it is a call to place young South Africans, and it's a call of action, and we agree for you to say, we agree with you, it's call for action. We agree with you to say it calls everybody. Honorable Machache, we are ready to partner with Northern Cape, and Honorable Mapilo, yes, this budget is about decent work for all. It's about job creation, and it's about ensuring that there is improvement in terms of the enterprises. Honorable Brett, DEL cannot be judged on how it spends, how many programs and how many reports. Now I'm confused. What is the budget vote speech about? Because I thought it's about the money, it's about the programs in terms of the APP that must be funded by that money, and reports about accountability that we must be held to by both the Select Committee and Parliament. So this is all what this is about. Thank you for confirming the position of DEL as the chair of the IMC for Jobs, Skills and Small and Medium Enterprises and the private sector, because that's what exactly the president has appointed the minister to do, coordinate that IMC and also co-chair the Business Committee on Jobs, Skills and Small and Medium Enterprises. EFF and MKP rejecting the budget that is putting young South Africans to work. I think you will regret that come the 4th of November, 2026. Young people are listening to you. We also appreciate the interventions that are done by the president, who have seen the stabilization of the economy. Yes, it is not enough to then absorb the labor force. The labor market is not performing as we expected. But the reality is, if then in the fourth quarter of 2025, we're at 31.4, the lowest unemployment since COVID, we are turning the corner, but not in a speed that is necessary to ensure that our young people are employed. But the work that is done by the president with the economic cluster ministers, in particular, the ANC ministers of electricity, of transport, of trade, industry, and competition, where we're seeing stabilization in the international trade, in electricity, no load shedding, and also in ensuring that at the ports, we are able then now to transport the goods from South Africa to the international market. And the pronouncement of the 1 trillion for infrastructure for the 3 years and the investor confidence that is as a result of the continued investment conferences that the president is calling. It's showing that really South Africa is in the right direction. We just need to ensure that we enhance the inspection, because the issue of jobs and the issue that we find non-South Africans there who are illegal, it's a matter that can create a space for South Africans, in particular the young people. We appreciate all the insights, Honorable Chairperson, and we shall continue coming to this honorable member is missing me. I'm here. He's saying he's spending sleepless nights, and he's also spending sleepless nights. So maybe I'll over so that we share those sleepless nights. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Ubani lalo. Eke. Amkwet.
Sotobe, the House is still in session. All right, honorable delegates, we have come to the end of the debate on budget vote 31, employment and labor. I would like to thank the minister, the deputy ministers, and the MECs for participating in the debate. Thank you.
Abulela Hlubi. Bulela Nkokeli.
Honorable delegates. So Tobo will give you a permanent seat here. I see you don't want to leave. Honorable delegates, can I invite the Minister of Agriculture? Honorable delegates, can I invite the Minister of Agriculture and Deputy Minister on the
Oh my God.
Honorable delegates, can you resume your seats, please? Honorable Masipa, you are welcome. Take your seat. All right, without further ado, honorable delegates, we now proceed to the second order, policy debate on budget vote 29, agriculture appropriation bill, National Assembly. I now call the Honorable Minister Steenhuisen, the Minister of Agriculture, to open the debate. Over to you, sir.
Mr. 25. Good afternoon, Chairperson, honourable members of the NCOP, honourable MECs present, Chairperson of the Select Committee, leaders of organised agriculture, distinguished guests, and fellow South Africans. The NCOP occupies an incredibly important and unique place within our democratic system because it really sits at the intersection between national policy and provincial reality. It is where implementation matters. It's where communities expect delivery, not theory. And it is where the impact of government policies and decisions are ultimately felt in farming towns, rural districts, and local economies across the length and breadth of South Africa. And that is precisely why agriculture matters so much and so profoundly in this House. Agriculture is not an abstract sector measured only in export figures or commodity prices. It is the very heartbeat of many of our provinces. It sustains rural towns, anchors local employment, drives logistics and agro-processing, supports municipal economies, and underpins food security across South Africa. When agriculture grows, provincial economies grow. And when agriculture struggles, our rural towns feel it first and hardest. And that is why this budget is ultimately about building a more resilient, a more competitive, and a more inclusive agricultural economy that works not just for one part of the country or one sector of the agricultural community, but for all provinces and all producers across the value chain. Honourable members, the Department of Agriculture has been allocated 7.84 billion rand for the 2026-2027 financial year. As we discussed this morning in the Portfolio Committee, or the Select Committee, would be very happy for any assistance in getting that number increased. So any assistance this House can give us in that regard would be great. Of this amount, the largest allocation, 3.28 billion, goes towards food security and farmer support programs, reflecting our department's continued focus on supporting production, extension services, and provincial implementation. Program 2, which includes agricultural production, biosecurity, and natural resource management, receives 2.59 billion, while Program 4, focused on economic development, trade, and marketing, receives 924 million. Importantly, and perhaps germane for this House, is that more than 30% of the department's overall budget flows directly into provincial and local government through conditional grants and implementation support mechanism. This reflects a reality that agriculture is fundamentally delivered on the ground through cooperative governance between national government, our provinces, municipalities, commodity organizations, and the private sector. And, Chairperson, nowhere is this more important than in our war against foot and mouth disease. Honourable members, South Africa's battle against foot and mouth disease is not simply a veterinary issue. It is an economic issue. It is a provincial issue. And it is a food security issue. The impact of the outbreak is felt directly in provincial economies through movement restrictions, export disruptions, production losses, and pressure on our farming communities. Provinces remain on the front line of this response through veterinary services, animal movement control, vaccination campaigns, and surveillance systems. And that is why we have moved so aggressively to strengthen and secure South Africa's vaccine pipeline and expand our vaccination program at an unprecedented scale. As members of this House would be aware, last year, the government decided to change its policy on how we deal with foot and mouth disease. For the last 20 odd years, we've chased the disease around the country, dealing with outbreaks as and when they occurred. We've now had a 180-degree change in that policy where we've embarked upon the risk-based mass vaccination strategy. And since February this year, South Africa has procured 13.5 million doses of FMD vaccine internationally. And as of the 28th of May, we've vaccinated just over 4.4 million animals across the country. Last week, 3.5 million doses of Biogenesis Bago vaccine from Argentina arrived in the country. I'm also pleased to announce that the South African Health Products Regulatory Authority, SAHPRA, has approved the Section 21 application for JuneVax to import 14 million doses of Dolvet vaccine from Turkey. We have confirmation from JuneVax that over 2 million doses will arrive this month, with the rest of the consignments to follow. This will ensure that the second round vaccinations can be administered in the required timelines to establish the durable immunity across the national cattle population. This is very important. This is very important because the national cattle population stands at roughly 14 million head. In order to vaccinate twice a year, at least 28 million vaccines will be procured. Along with the Dolvet vaccine that I've already announced here, I can also indicate that following a trip to Argentina and Brazil, undertaken by the department and myself, as well as industry players and organized agriculture, has secured a vaccine supply from Biogenesis Bago into South Africa of at least 7 million a month going forward. What this means is that we now have the vaccines. We now need to vaccinate at scale. And this will now form part of the department's wider strategy to achieve and maintain an FMD-free with vaccination status. This will open up South Africa's red meat sector to over 94 countries around the world for export that have been closed for 20 to 30 years. Applause is allowed, thank you. So let's look at how vaccination is being rolled out in the provinces. KwaZulu-Natal remains at the center of the vaccination effort, with more than 1.1 million animals having been vaccinated. The Free State, more than 600,000 animals. The Eastern Cape, more than 720,000. In Mpumalanga, more than 430,000. Limpopo, more than 350,000. Gauteng, more than 270,000. The Northwest, more than 430,000. And the Western Cape, more than 260,000. And the Northern Cape, more than 87,000. Last week, I wrote to all MECs, who I continue to meet with on a 2-weekly basis, to encourage them to continue accelerating the deployment of vaccines. To support our accelerated vaccination campaign, more than 150 animal health technicians have been deployed across the affected provinces to strengthen frontline operations and expand vaccination capacity. What has become fundamentally clear during the course of this drive is that defeating foot and mouth disease cannot be achieved by national government alone. It requires a truly coordinated effort from national government, provincial government, organized agriculture, veterinary services, industry bodies, and farming communities. And I want to acknowledge the outstanding leadership being shown in many, many provinces where provincial governments have worked tirelessly alongside the private sector to roll out vaccination campaigns, strengthen disease control measures, and support farmers on the ground. The level of cooperation and mobilization and stakeholder mobilization we've seen across the provinces demonstrates what is possible when governments across all spheres and industry pull together with a common purpose. I now also urge all provincial departments, now that we have the vaccines required to win this war, to speed up and urgently scale up frontline vaccination efforts and make sure that we hit our target of vaccinating at least 80% of the national cattle population by December this year with 2 vaccinations. This will restore South Africa's animal health status. It will get the current outbreak under control and will, if successful, ensure that this is the last major outbreak of foot and mouth disease that South Africa will ever face. That, honourable members, will bring certainty and stability to the red meat sector, allow greater economic process and inclusion, and ensure that South Africa is able to position itself as one of the premier red meat destinations, exporting destinations in the world. But the work of rebuilding South Africa's biosecurity systems extends beyond vaccination alone. It has to go hand in hand with diagnostic capacity, and we're doing that through the accreditation of private laboratories in KwaZulu-Natal and the Western Cape to help reduce the pressure on the state system and, of course, improve turnaround times. At the same time, as we rebuild our biosecurity ecosystem in South Africa, the ARC remains absolutely central to rebuilding domestic capability. The ARC now receives the largest allocation in Programme 2, with 1.24 billion allocated towards research, diagnostics, and biosecurity capacity. Now, notice that some social media keyboard warrior was trying to convince everybody that the department's only put 100,000 rand aside for biosecurity. I hope they're listening today, understanding that in one vote alone, more than 1 billion is going towards biosecurity capacity. The recently installed vaccine production system is already producing vaccines locally, with a new 1,000-litre fermenter expected to become operational later this year. And this will dramatically increase local production. The goal being that we want to become a vaccine sovereign nation with our own locally produced vaccines. For the last 20 years, we've been reliant on imported vaccines from a single supplier in Botswana. And we saw the devastating consequences of what happened when they were unable to meet the orders that we had placed for vaccine. Honourable members, we must never, ever, ever again in this country be at the mercy of international supply. We have to build our local vaccine banks and ensure that we can take care of ourselves. I'm incredibly confident that the ARC, which has also produced now one of the most effective oil-based FMD vaccines, is going to be able to ramp up production and in the medium to long term provide South Africa with all the vaccines we need to maintain 2 doses per cattle population per year. The realities facing producers is deeply provincial in character. The Western Cape, the focus is heavily export-oriented, linked to ports and packhouses and international markets. In the Free State, grain production remains central to both provincial and national food security. In Limpopo, citrus, horticulture, and cross-border trade continue to drive growth and employment. In KwaZulu-Natal, livestock production and biosecurity challenges dominate current concerns. In the Eastern Cape, the challenge remains unlocking the enormous potential of smallholder agriculture, irrigation schemes, and livestock production while strengthening infrastructure and market access. And in provinces like the Northern Cape, irrigation infrastructure and value chain development remain critical. Our policies must therefore recognize these different provincial realities while maintaining a coherent national strategy. And that is why the CASP, the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program, remains so central and one of the most important tools available to provinces. The merger of CASP and Alima Litsema into a single grant framework is designed to reduce administrative duplication, improve coordination, and accelerate delivery. Through CASP infrastructure funding alone, more than 1.14 billion has been allocated across provinces for infrastructure, irrigation rehabilitation, production support, and mechanization. Agriculture also cannot modernize if information remains inaccessible to farmers on the ground. And that is why, following the President's announcement, we're working hard to continue to strengthen extension services. Already 370 assistant agricultural practitioners have been employed through the provincial collaboration, while over 7,000 farmers have benefited from the smallholder horticultural empowerment and promotion approach developed with GCA. Honourable members, if we're serious about inclusive growth, then we must move beyond slogans and focus on practical pathways into the agricultural economy, which is why the blended finance system remains so important. These are not symbolic interventions. They are practical investments in productive farming enterprises across the provinces. Honourable members, from climate change to weather patterns, there are a number of risks, but the underlying message of this budget is simply this. Agriculture is not a peripheral sector in the South African economy. It is central to economic growth, food security, rural stability, and employment across our provinces. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Minister. We now proceed with the debate, and I'll call upon the Chairperson of Agriculture, Land Reform and Mineral Resources, the Honourable Modise, for 15 minutes.
Yeah, a lot of gifts. Deputy Chairperson of National Council of Provinces, Honourable Minister Stenazin, Deputy Minister Kapa, forever available MEC Masipa, esteemed members of Parliament, special delegates, people of South Africa, good afternoon. Chairperson, on behalf of this House, I rise to dedicate today's budget vote debate to Mr. Pitsi Matlo. In football, we celebrate the goal scorers, the coaches, administrators, and supporters. But behind every player who makes it out of the dusty amateur fields, there are eyes that saw the talent before everyone else. Mr. Pitsi Matlo is one of those eyes. For many years, Mr. Pitsi Matlo, better known as Vino Snap, has stood on the sideline not just to capture a match, but to capture the potential. With a camera lens guided by an instinct many call the gift, he spots the run before it happens, the touch that sets the player apart, and the hunger in a teenager's eyes. He does not just take pictures, he frames futures. Through the eyes of that lens, Vino Snap has introduced South Africa to players who were known on Saturday morning and are professional by the next season. Amongst many players that he has helped to lift from amateur ranks into PSL stars is Thapelo Maseko, Mfundo Vilagazi, Evidence Mahopa, Mpho Chabatsane, Masindi Namtajela, Buitumelo Radiopani, Mdu Shabalala, Tshepang Muremi, Siabonga, Ndebele, Bennett Mukwena, and the biggest name of them all, Relebohile Mufokeng, also known as President of AMA 2000. Honorable members, names may change, but the pattern is the same. Vino sees it, Vino shares it, and the big teams comes running. That is a rare service in a country rich with talent, but short on scout and resources. Vino Snap has become a bridge between the township pitch and the professional stage. He works without fanfare, but his archive is a catalogue of dreams realized. Today, we salute you, Vino Snap, the soccer photographer who doesn't just document the game, but discovers it. May your lens stay sharp, your eyes stay God-given, and may you keep finding the next stars before everyone else. Deputy Chair, provincial and local economic development and transformation are not optional pursuits. They are a very foundation upon which microeconomic development is built. When provinces and municipalities are empowered to drive inclusive growth, they create ecosystems where small enterprise, cooperatives, and community-based initiatives can thrive. Transformation at these levels ensures that resources are equitably distributed, opportunities are brought in, and historically marginalized communities are brought into the mainstream of economic activity. Agriculture, infrastructure, energy, and local industries must be developed in all 9 provinces, not only to balance national progress, but to stimulate grassroots prosperity. By strengthening provincial and local economies, where we enable microeconomic actors who are small farmers, township businesses, and rural cooperatives to become engines of innovation and resilience. This is how transformation translates into tangible livelihoods, how local development becomes national strength, and how democracy delivers not just rights, but real economic empowerment. The agricultural sector remains one of the most critical pillars of our nation's economic development, and it is imperative that the growth is advanced across all 9 provinces. Agriculture is not merely about food production. It's about sustaining livelihoods, creating jobs, and ensuring that rural communities become engines of prosperity than pockets of poverty. Each province carries unique strength, whether in crop cultivation, livestock, fisheries, or agro-processing, and it is our duty to harness this strength in a coordinated and inclusive manner. The agricultural sector has always relied on the state and its entities for support, and this reliance is not unique to South Africa. It's a global phenomenon. Across the world, governments play a pivotal role in stabilizing agricultural markets, providing subsidies, ensuring access to finance, and safeguarding food security. From Europe's Common Agricultural Policy to the United States Farm Support Programs, the state has consistently intervened to protect producers and consumers alike. In our own context, this reliance underscores the importance of blended finance, infrastructure investment, and policy framework that empowers farmers while reducing systemic risks. Honorable members, the principle of fiscal stewardship demands that every allocation of public resource be treated as both a responsibility and a strategic lever for transformation. The 7.8 billion allocation to provincial growth, though reflecting a 1.9 reduction in real terms, remains a powerful instrument to drive inclusive development. What matters is not only the quantums of funds, but the precision in which they are developed, they are deployed targeting agriculture, infrastructure, energy, and local industries that stimulate grassroots prosperity. This allocation must be understood as a strategic tool that empowers provinces to strengthen microeconomic activity, small enterprise, and unlock the potential of rural communities. Even with fiscal constraints, disciplined stewardship ensures that every rand contributed to sustainable growth, equitable transformation, and resilience against economic shocks. Honourable members, the measure of our stewardship is not in the size of the budget alone, but the impact it delivers to the people of South Africa. The agricultural sector requires stronger funding because it's not merely a social investment, it's a revenue-generating engine for the fiscus. Every rand directed towards agriculture multiplies into broader economic returns through job creation, export earnings, rural industrialization, and tax contribution that strengthen the state capacity to deliver services. Historically, the sector relied on state support, and globally this pattern is mirrored in subsidies and strategic intervention that sustain food systems and stabilize economies. Yet, in our context, better funding is not about dependency, it is about unlocking transformation. By adequately resourcing agriculture, we empower commercial producers, small-scale farmers, and cooperatives to become drivers of our inclusive growth. This ensures that the sector not only feeds the nation, but also contributes meaningfully to the fiscal resilience, provincial development, and national transformation. And remember, to underfund agriculture is to undercut our own economic future. To invest in it is to secure prosperity for generations to come. Agriculture and agro-processing master plans stand as a primary policy vehicle for building inclusive provincial economies. It is through this master plan that we align provincial priorities with provincial strength, ensuring that agriculture is not only a source of food security, but also a driver of industrialization, employment, and transformation. By integrating farming with agro-processing, we create value chain that extend beyond the farm gate, stimulating industries, empowering small and commercial producers, and opening pathways for Black-owned enterprises to thrive. This master plan is not merely a policy document. It is a strategic framework that binds together the aspiration of all 9 provinces into a unified vision of inclusive growth. It recognizes that transformation in agriculture must be coupled with industrial development, infrastructure investment, and market access so that rural communities becomes engine of prosperity. Honourable members, by advancing this master plan, we affirm that agriculture is the heartbeat of provincial economies and the cornerstone of South Africa's journey towards equality and resilience. What is critical, honourable members, the Minister has spoken to it, the recent allocation of 1.8 billion in blended finance to support 370 Black commercial producers is a decisive step towards transformation. It signals our commitment to dismantling historical barriers in enabling Black farmers to thrive as full participants in the agricultural economy. By combining public investment with private capital, we reduce risk, unlock potential and opportunities, and ensure that these producers are not only beneficiaries of reforms, but leaders of sustainable growth. If agriculture flourishes in all provinces, then South Africa flourishes. Let us therefore commit to build a sector that is resilient, equitable, and capable of feeding our people and our economy. In doing so, we affirm that agriculture is not a provincial matter alone. It is a national imperative, a cornerstone of our democracy, and a promise for future generations. The task of building a capable and developmental state begins with strengthening its institutional backbone. At the heart of this effort lies the urgent need, Minister, to fill the 147 technical vacancies across the departments and its entities. These positions are not mere numbers. They represent the expertise required to translate national policy into provincial benefit, ensuring that our strategic allocations, such as the 7.8 billion for provincial growth and the 1.8 billion in blended finance for Black commercial producers, are implemented with precision and impact. Without technical capacity, policy remains aspirational. We need this policy to become transformative. By filling these vacancies, we secure engineers, economists, agricultural specialists, and planners who will drive inclusive development in all 9 provinces. Honorable members, this is fiscal stewardship in action, ensuring that every rand allocated is matched by the skills and the systems necessary to deliver tangible change. A capable state is not built in theory, it is built in practice through people, expertise, and accountability. The budget vote and programs of the department are central to advancing the economic development of the agricultural sector across all 9 provinces. This budget is not merely an allocation of funds. It is a strategic investment in transformation, food security, and inclusive growth. Through targeted programs such as the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan, blended finance initiatives, and infrastructure support, we ensure that national policy translate into tangible provincial benefits. In Gauteng, the focus is on agro-processing and market access. In Limpopo and Northwest, livestock and rural development are prioritized. In Mpumalanga and Free State, co-production and irrigation system are strengthened, while the Western Cape advances fisheries and export-driven agriculture. Each province's unique strengths are harnessed to build a diversified economy while ensuring that Black commercial producers and small-scale farmers are empowered to participate fully in these value chains. Honourable members, the 7.8 billion allocation, despite the 1.9 reduction in real terms, remains a powerful tool for provincial growth when coupled with fiscal stewardship and technical capacity. By filling the 147 technical vacancies, we guarantee that these programs are implemented with precision and ensuring that agriculture becomes not only a provincial driver, but a national engine of transformation. And in conclusion, Chairperson, the principle of efficient and qualitative spending is the cornerstone of responsible governance. Allocation, whether the 7.8 billion provincial growth or the 1.8 billion in blended finance for Black commercial producers, must not be judged by the size alone, but by the tangible outcomes they deliver. These outcomes improve food security, expanded rural employment, thriving Black-owned agribusinesses, and strengthen provincial economies as a true measure of fiscal stewardship. Such results must be visible, measurable, and capable of becoming subject of oversight. Oversight is not an adversarial exercise. It is a democratic mechanism that ensures accountability, transparency, and impact. When Parliament can point to concrete achievements such as new jobs created, infrastructure built, producers empowered, it affirms that every rand spent has indeed transformed and strengthened the economy. Honourable members, efficient spending is not only about discipline, it is about delivering hope, equity, and prosperity to the people of South Africa. And with that, I thank you for attention on these issues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Modise. I'm sure the Minister and the Deputy Minister was waiting to hear how you're going to motivate for more funds. We now move on to the next contributor to the debate, and that will be the Honorable Pina for 7 minutes.
Honourable Chairperson, Agbare Minister, Honourable Deputy Minister, Federal Members of Parliament, and most importantly, members of the people at home. Good day, goeiedag, tobela. Today's budget debate on agriculture is one I'm proud to open for the Democratic Alliance in this House of Lawmakers. Agriculture, Chairperson, represents the heartland of this country, and the majority of South Africans can trace their roots back to rural communities where dependence on the land was and indeed remains essential for the survival and prosperity of so many. Agriculture must and will remain a priority for this GNU government. To emphasize this point, Chairperson, close to 6% of South Africa's workforce, equating to nearly 1 million jobs, comes directly from the agriculture sector. Treasury therefore saw it fit to allocate a budget, like the Minister indicated, of 7.8 billion. and I had a discussion, Minister, with the chairperson, and looks like we will be able to assist you with your budget. With the majority of, like the Minister said, 3.2 billion directed towards food security and farmer support. This clearly shows that the department is investing in the next generation of farmers to ensure that South Africa can continue feeding itself without relying on unstable international markets and global conditions. Agriculture is not just another sector of the economy, it is a strategic national asset. Being a farmer chairperson is undoubtedly one of the most difficult professions in this country. Whether you are a small-scale subsistence farmer or one of our major commercial producers exporting products across the globe, the reality remains the same. Farmers operate far from services and support structures. They are expected to be veterinarians, mechanics, butchers, business managers, security officers, and at times even political analysts. Yet, despite all these pressures from South Africa, the farming community remains resilient. Chairperson, while serious challenges remain in agriculture, including rural safety concerns in rural infrastructure collapse, such as road, rising input costs, and the continued political threats around expropriation without compensation from extremists within politics, regardless, confidence is slowly returning to the sector. That confidence comes from the leadership grounded in practicality, engagement, and science-based decision-making from the Department of Agriculture. We now have a Minister of Agriculture who is consistently on the ground, engaging directly with farmers and industry stakeholders to understand their lived realities firsthand. And this is what matters, Chairperson. Policies from Pretoria will never replace practical engagement on farms and in rural communities. Gone are the days when the new tractors are dropped off at struggling farmers, while government falsely claimed empowerment and success. Real empowerment is sustainable production, market access, skills development, and long-term stability. Die Departement van Landbou was vir jare lank die siekkind van die regering onder die Zuma ANC met Pieter Mulder as adjunkminister van Landbou. Maar vandag kan ons sê die departement was nog nooit in 'n beter posisie as wat dit vandag is nie. Minister, your ambitious target of vaccinating 80% of the national herd by December is steadily becoming a reality. With a total of 13.5 million vaccines being imported already, vaccines are arriving weekly by the millions because of diversified supply chain established by the Minister and the Department. What many dismissed as impossible only months ago is now rapidly taking shape. Chairperson, we are finally beginning to turn the tide against foot and mouth disease. And let us be clear, this battle is not just about animal health. Every successful vaccination brings us one step closer to reopening export markets that South Africa has either lost or struggled to gain access for decades. This GNU government has committed itself to economic growth and job creation, and controlling FMD is directly linked to both. Honourable Chairperson, the health of any industry can often be measured by employment growth and investment confidence. Agriculture remains one of the very few sectors that actually added jobs this year, with new data revealing a 3% year-on-year increase in jobs. This is not an accident. It is a sign that growth, stability, and confidence is returning to the sector. Despite the noise and uncertainty created elsewhere in government, in closing, Chairperson, we welcome the pressure and challenges from industry stakeholders. It keeps us on our toes, and we remain committed to the sector and those who represent them. Even if we agree on the approach, our end goal remains the same, die vooruitgaan van landbou. At the end of the day, Chairperson, we must remind ourselves where we were only a few years ago. Regardless of political differences, it is undeniable that meaningful progress has been made in agriculture in the 7th administration, often under immense pressure. and this has resulted in a far stronger agriculture department. Chairperson, we approve this budget. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pinar. And now on the virtual platform, we have the Honorable Montwedi for 14 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, fellow South Africans, ke le dumedisa lotlhe mo leineng la economic freedom in our lifetime. Honorable Pinar, there's no threat talking about expropriation of land without compensation. Who did the 1652 arrivalists compensate when they stole our land? Land ownership patterns in South Africa must reflect the demographics of the Republic of South Africa, and we will continue to fight for the return of South Africa's stolen land as the EFF. The agricultural sector serves as the backbone of rural economies, food security, and employment generation in this country. It puts food on the table and creates jobs where people need them most. However, the state's primary vehicle for rural transformation, this Department of Agriculture, which is supposed to be driving this rural growth, is falling apart from the inside. Minister, under your leadership, South Africa's agricultural sector enters the 2026-2027 financial year under immense strain. Instead of strengthening the front line of food production, biosecurity, and farmer support, the Department of Agriculture presents an APP and budget that strings real resources, expand unfunded mandates, and abandon critical commitments made to this House and the people of South Africa. Let us now confront facts. Presented today is a budget that punishes the poor and rewards administration. The department's total allocation declines from 7.96 billion to 7.84 billion, a real cut of 4.56%. Yet, instead of protecting frontline services, the department increases Program 1, which is administration, by 7.6%. Chairperson, how does a department justify growing bureaucracy while cutting food security and support by 11.82%, 232.9 million to be exact, and cutting sector capacity by 36%, the very same program meant to fight hunger? The APP itself admits that food security in South Africa is impeded by household financial strain, high debt, and sluggish income growth, yet the department responds by cutting the program that feeds the poor. Let's talk about Program 2, which is plant production and health, is cut by 18.2%. At a time where climate shocks, pests, and disease are rising, this threatens our compliance with international phytosanitary standards and risks shutting South Africa out of the export market. We cannot claim to support farmers while dismantling the very same system that keeps their products market ready. Minister, the real fight against FMD requires building internal capacity, which is one of the key components of the EFF. How do you put up a fight when there is no improvement in veterinary service vacancies, which previously set at 45%? Farmers, we remind you, this FMD outbreak is a man-made crisis. This DA minister who just addressed us now has caused the mess we find ourselves in today. South Africa maintained an FMD-free status without vaccine until the arrival of John Steenhuisen as the Minister of Agriculture, and the crisis worsened. We all know that the current Speaker of Parliament, Metokodi Diza, while serving as the Minister of Agriculture in the 6th Parliament, established a multidisciplinary task team that successfully contained... Yes, Chair?
Honorable Montwedi, could you please take your seat? There's a point of order.
I'm seated. Which seat now?
Okay,
can
just
stop
remain.
No, people
okay,
can stop disrupting me. No, stop this thing.
Just remain silent. There's a point of order. Honorable Barnos, what point of order are you raising?
61B, Chair.
61B. Yes, go ahead.
Chair, it's a matter of fact that even foot-and-mouth disease existed before Minister Steenhuisen became the minister. So that honourable member must retract that statement, that it only became into being when Honourable Steenhuisen arrived.
You did not hear me, man.
No,
I never said that. No, stop
Honourable
that
thing. Honourable Montwedi, please hold on until Honourable Barnos has completed what he is saying. Honourable Barnos, are you done?
Yeah, he's misleading the House, Chair. So please can you make a ruling on that?
All right, thank you very much. We'll listen to that again and then we'll make a ruling on it. Honorable Montueri, could you please continue?
I said FMD was better contained under Tokodi Diza. I never said it was not there. House Chair, we must also confront Apainelo Maburu. We must also confront the emerging vaccine apartheid. The first batch of the 650,000 vaccines bought with state funds was diverted to big industry players such as Current Beef and others. Another 77,000 doses meant for smallholder farmers were also diverted to big business. The big question is why procure vaccines with public funds and only store and distribute that to privately owned big farmers and leaving our black farmers to struggle and only give them vaccines few months later after the spread of FMD. Modula Stilo, makamang amatala ke goreng leruo la barua kgomo le tlhabelwa FMD mahala. Maabane ko kopanong ya rona re mokhwai le re o lebogeng lehihi ba motswa kolonganeng le re Shopi Lucas le Mesisinyi Dinkwetsi ba motswa ko mokasa wa ko taung bao baneng ba tsenetse kopano ya EFF go ntsha matshwenyego a bone ka thebolelo ya ditirelo ba ile ba tlhalosa gore ba ntse ba patala madi a kana ka diranta di le thataro ka sehutsane ka nako ya ento ya FMD le gore gape ba patelediwa go reka ditheke kana gang kitla ba kgona go thusiwa go enta leruo la bone ga re kitla re supporta this APP go hitla lefapha le tlhama letlole la go thusa bao ba shotseng ke leruo la bone ka ntlha ya FMD. House Chair, bogodu jwa leruo bo tswella go nna tlhoba boroko e kgolo thata mo bathong ba rona mme re bona lefapha le palelwa ke go tlisa maano a go thusa ka go tlisa botegeniki jwa go lwantsha bogodu jwa leruo ka livestock identification and traceability system mmogo le mafapha a sepodisi le ja bosiamisi re o ratile sego sa pelo Tebogo Mokgatlhe le Matlolokwe le Khidi ba latlhegetswe ke leruo le heta le kgolo mo dingwageng tse 5 mme ga ise ba bone thuso epe ka bana le tumelo ya gore bogodu bo eteletswe pele ke bangwe ba sepodisa ka ga jalo ga ba bone thuso epe e leng gore ba e tlhoka. We must recall, House Chair, that on the 24th of February 2021, may his soul rest in peace, the former Minister of Finance, Tito Mboweni, announced funding of 10,000 extension officers following the President's SONA commitment. And this was repeated again in 2026 SONA. Yet this APP is silent, is not telling us where are the 10,000 extension officers that were promised. In our select committee meeting, the department admitted that that announcement to appoint 10,000 extension officer was made out of excitement and this and that it is not possible for that to happen. Ditshepiso tsotlhe di dirwa ka nako ya ditlhopho e le leano la go ngoka batlhophi ke lekoko leo le busang mme morago ga ditlhopho ga gona sepe se se diragalang re gakolola batho ba rona ba ele tlhoko maaka a ANC go itlhaga jana tlhokomela mmaka ao ka gore ditlhopho di atimetse a tlile go boa. House Chair, the APP claims that the department will institutionalize the biosecurity hub that the minister also spoke about. Yet the same hub was launched in 2022. It means that for 4 years, we have had a non-functional biosecurity hub leaving the country exposed. In 2025, in May 2025, Minister John, you met with ASATI, an association of principals of agricultural colleges. Among commitments you made was that by June 2025, the migration of agricultural colleges to a status of higher education will happen. You referred to that as a low-hanging fruit. We don't know how far is that low-hanging fruit, and that it would be finalized. A year later, that has not been finalized. Students and principals raised issues that remain unresolved. Colleges need trading accounts to buy feed, seed, fertilizer, irrigation item. There is no integrated learning system between colleges and universities. Job titles remain unaligned. Some colleges cannot offer short courses to farmers. Infrastructure has been collapsing for more than 10 years. Accreditation at risk and staff shortages. Despite these challenges that you set in a meeting with principals and association of students, funds meant for agricultural colleges were reprioritized away. Were taken away from agricultural colleges to fund FMD response. With the the many challenges faced by agricultural colleges, you still see fit to take away budget from agricultural colleges to collapse them in reality. And this can only mean one thing, that this GNU government does not take the future of this country serious, meaning those young people that are attending in agricultural colleges, they must just suffer. Hence, you are strategically destroying agricultural colleges. The ARC remains a strategic institution for diagnostic, surveillance, and vaccine research, yet governments continue to underfund it. ARC received 0.69%, which is a nominal increase, which is 2.62% in real cut. The minister said something different now. Good initiatives are failing because ARC is failing to conduct trials because they are not fully funded, forcing farmers to carry the cost and compromising research integrity. A program which improves the genetics of black farmers' livestock has collapsed. A very good program whose aim was to improve genetics of our smallholder farmers. We want to welcome the appointment of the former Deputy Minister Mcebisi Skwatsha as the chairperson of the Land Bank Board. He takes over the Land Bank at a time when the Land Bank is failing to support the sector and failing to implement the blended finance. Farmers face delays in farm acquisition, long turnaround times, failure to fund production before planting season. Sellers are reluctant to enter into agreements because the land bank delays, because of land bank
Honorable
delays.
Chair.
And we are hoping that the appointment of
Honorable Montwedi, Honorable Montwedi, there is a point of order. There is a point of order. Just hold on. Remain calm. Remain calm. Honorable Badnos,
Will
what's it?
the member take a question?
Honorable Montwedi, would you want to take a question from Honorable Badnos?
Relax. He must relax. I have a speech to deliver. I don't have time to play.
Thank you. Now you won't take a question.
We're hoping that the appointment of Mcebisi Skwatscha as the chairperson of the Land Bank Board will ensure that farmer flexible reforms are put in place to ensure that the banks remains as a developmental funding institution. House Chair, since the start of this administration, cooperative and enterprise development has been stuck between agriculture and rural development. Over 200 workers are demoralized and uncertain about their future. More than 500 million allocated to this program has not been utilized since the start of the 7th Parliament. Minister, why do you release employees of the CED back to the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform and wants to keep the budget that has been allocated to CED? House Chair, as the NCOP, we need to urgently have a joint meeting with both departments and organized labor and put this matter to rest. Chairperson, it is also concerning to see how provinces like the Eastern Cape are struggling. The region has massive potential for both livestock and crop production, but the provincial department has completely failed to unlock it. Rural roads, dipping tanks, and fencing in the province is also heavily degraded, preventing smallholders from accessing commercial markets. Furthermore, Chairperson, it is deeply concerning that the Free State, primary grain producing region, vital to our national food security, is riddled with financial mismanagement. Local municipalities like Maludia, Pufong, and Machabeng have practically collapsed financially because these municipalities are swimming in debt. The electricity supply is constantly disrupted. This directly shuts down electric irrigation pivots, destroying entire season of maize yields. The province also faces regular droughts, yet the department has failed to maintain public irrigation system. Agricultural schemes are facing existential crisis because of failure to maintain underground pipes, with farmers in town at Rituseng under 1,057 hectares struggling for more than 10 years with leaking pipes, affecting irrigation in their farms. A program to revitalize the town irrigation scheme was approved in 2014, and until now, nothing has happened. Memaleho Sylvia, ke molemi o na le dingwaga di le 10 a dirisa masimo a gagwe a sa dirisa masimo a gagwe ka ntlha ya ditshenyego tsa underground pipe tseo puso e palelwang ke go di bankanya go itlela ga jana. And in Limpopo, a province famous as an export powerhouse for citrus, avocados, and tomatoes, the provincial department is failing to protect and support the diverse farming base. Chairperson, the APP and the budget reflect a department disconnected from reality, unprepared for sector risk, and unable to meet its commitments. South Africa deserves, we bankanye monolo le buru batla go botsa potso. South Africa deserves a Department of Agriculture that protects farmers, supports research, strengthens biosecurity, and fights hunger, not the one that hides administrative growth while frontline services collapse. We want to take this opportunity to remind our people to go out in their numbers and register to vote the EFF on the 4th of November 2026 and remove this failed GNU from the union buildings. Minister, it is clear that you have failed to advocate for a funding in the GNU cabinet to allocate to agriculture. The EFF rejects this APP and demands a complete overhaul of priorities, funding allocation, and implementation plans. We truly do not understand why your boss, Gordon Hill Lewis, continues to keep a liability of a minister like you after these failures under your leadership. Next, Arutwe, I'm listening.
Honorable Badnos, do you have a question? Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I would like to ask of the member if he's ever considered letting evidence actually interfere with his opinions.
Honorable Montweri, did you get the question?
No. Can you quickly repeat?
Has the member ever considered letting evidence interfere with his opinions?
Did you get it this time, Honorable Montweri?
I don't know what type of a question is this, because I said FMD has never been there since the minister came. That's evidence that FMD was there before the minister, but I said it remained contained better then than now. Therefore, it's evidence that I'm putting here. I'm not making a public opinion like you making an opinion. So it's not an opinion. The issue of the stolen land, you stole South Africa's land. We want our land. You come here and cry and
Thank you very much, Honorable Montweri. Your time has expired.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll now move on to the next presenter in this debate, and that's also on the virtual platform, the MEC from the Eastern Cape, the MEC for Rural Development and Agrarian Reform, the Honorable Consiwe. You have 10 minutes. Honorable MEC.
Yeah, good afternoon, Honorable Chair. I'm trying to... I hope I'm audible enough.
You are audible, but we need to see your face. Can you please switch your video on?
Where's my video?
Could you put your camera on?
You see me now?
Well, we saw you for a brief moment, but yeah, please continue. We did see your face. Thank you.
My face now is appeared. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good evening to you. Good evening to the ministers, deputy ministers, and the honorable members in this house. I would like to speak about the agriculture and to this house present. Despite the advancement made in recent years, our country and province still grapple with ongoing challenges of unemployment, inequality, and food insecurity, which underscore the urgent need for accelerated and more inclusive development. In this context, the situation is characterized by food insecurity, child malnutrition, and stunting, which undermines the human dignity and developmental prospects of our children. The 7th administration has set 3 strategic priorities, namely inclusive growth and job creation, 2, reduce poverty and tackle high cost of living, and 3, building a capable, ethical and developmental state. The Ministry of Agriculture Budget Speech 26-27 financial year aligns with the provincial plans. It has reiterated that agriculture and agro-processing master plan remains central to our approach, as it is not as an abstract framework but a mechanism for coordination, for aligning government, industry and labor behind a shared objective. The share of value produced by Black participants in commercial value chains has increased from 11% to 13% with much of that progress driven by gains in horticulture. The Program of Action Lekgotla 2026 reaffirmed that unemployment, particularly youth unemployment, remains the most urgent socio-economic challenge confronting South Africa. The Lekgotla expressed deep concern that youth unemployment remains structurally high, reflecting historical underdeveloped and limited economic diversification. In the Eastern Cape, however, we are encouraged by the growing commitment of young people to pursue opportunities in agriculture. Their enthusiasm and participation demonstrate the sector's potential as a catalyst for job creation, economic inclusion, and rural development. The Integrated Youth Development Strategy serves as South Africa's official framework for coordinating youth development initiatives across government, the private sector, and civil society. More than just a program, the Integrated Youth Development Strategy is a strategic tool for mainstreaming youth development and ensuring a coordinated, integrated approach to empowering young people. To strengthen youth participation in the economy, we must continue to lobby all spheres of government to create a more youth-friendly and supportive regulatory environment that enables entrepreneurship, skills development, employment creation, and access to job opportunities. We have invested significantly in young people who form a core part of implementation strategy for the commercialization of 100 farms. We want them to be part and at the forefront of driving this commercialization agenda. This AMP is sector's response to inclusive growth and job creation, and it seeks to address the challenges of low levels of investment and the sluggish and non-inclusive agricultural growth. The key to this is the need to create a coexistence in commercial emerging farmers in order to put the agriculture and food sector on the new growth trajectory. In the province, we have entered into a formal agreement with the National Agriculture Marketing Council to implement this AAMP and ensure that all value chain commitments are province-specific and farmer support is aligned to the National Production Scheme agenda. The collaboration aims to enhance value chain development, the commercialization of agriculture production, and improve market access, particularly for small-scale producers in the province. The implementation seeks to improve the black share output from the current 13% to 19% by 2030. Hence the commitment to commercialize 100 farms this financial year. We have adopted a commodity-based clustering approach to enable production and product aggregation to achieve economies of scale and strengthen value chain development across districts in the Eastern Cape. Furthermore, to ensure that the commercialization program gains momentum, we have partnered with development funding institutions through the entity ECRDA. To date, these partnerships have raised in excess 365 million in blended finance funds. We are driving commercialization route with the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development, who through their land development support grant are supporting 26 farms to strengthen infrastructure, production systems, and value chain integration. Through commercialization of 100 farms, we are vigorously pursuing commodity value chain development. And I may mention a few interventions on this direction. For instance, on red meat, the low base of production in the province is as a result of finishing the processing within the Eastern Cape being far lower than other provinces, with 4 cattle feedlots and 9 high throughout beef abattoirs. To address this anomaly, the department is aggressively embarking on developing the systems and infrastructure that will enable the export of red meat, as we are known as the province to be producing the best red meat ever. This includes partnerships with the Mushwa local municipality in building Mushwa beef complex, construction of stock water systems, dipping facilities, animal handling facilities, fencing and animal disease control. On wool and mohair, we have signed agreements with the Eastern Cape Communal Wool Growers Association, National Wool Growers Association, and Wool Empowerment Trust to ensure partnerships that will benefit all producers from sector transformation programs. We are investing in the construction of shearing sheds and as well as stock water provision across the province. On grains and oilseeds, are critical to South Africa's agricultural economy. In food security as staple food and as primary feeder to livestock industry. In our province, yellow maize remains the dominant crop and has grown over the past five years. There has been 12% increase in planted area and 13% rise in production. Farmers in the province are diversifying their crops by including oilseeds like soybeans and canola. These grains are critical in the development of the red meat and poultry sectors. The aggressive maize commercialization is the foundation for sustainable protein production. On citrus, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister Steenhuisen announced that for the first time, South Africa overtook Spain as the world's largest exporter of citrus by volume of 2.9 million tons exported in 2025. I am certain the Eastern Cape Province contributed immensely to that growth because we are the home of 26% of the area under the citrus, can contribute 31% to citrus export. Our producers in Sunday's River Valley and Patency exceeded the industry average number of export cartons per full bearing hectare of in 2025. This industry equally dependent on robust biosecurity and psychosanitary compliance systems. To improve the competitiveness of the citrus industry, the department is partnering with Citrus Growers Association, the industry players, and the National Western Cape governments to implement the cost-effective method of controlling the false codling moth using the sterile insect technique in more than 4,500 hectares of citrus in the province. Honorable Chair, let me deal with the matter that is at the bottom of my heart, that of reducing poverty and tackling the high cost of living. The Eastern Cape continues to face persistent challenges of food insecurity, with 73% of households facing some form of food insecurity. The main challenge faced by communities when it comes to food security is access to nutritious and adequate food at household level. Approximately 65% of households in the province rely on social grant.
Thank you.
As they
Thank you,
are
Honorable
many,
MEC. Your time has
and
expired. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Time has expired. Thank you very much. We now go to the next honorable member, and that's the Honorable Mslongo for 8 minutes. Honorable Mslongo.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, Honorable members and our fellow South Africans, the MK Party rises to participate in the debate of Budget Vote 29 Agriculture. Chairperson, this House has asked to approve 7.8 billion for agriculture in the 2026-27 financial year. Government presents this budget as a budget for food security, transformation, growth, and rural development. But the lived reality in rural South Africa tells a different story. Chairperson, the department's own APP admits that corruption, weak partnership, over-reliance on consultant, slow digitalization, climate disasters, and biosecurity failures are a major threat to the sector. Government itself is admitting that the system is failing, yet the budget does not fundamentally change the reality. Umnyango ukhuluma ngokukhula nokubandakanya wonke umuntu ukudalwa amathuba omsebenzi, kodwa kukuphi lokho ukukhula? Ezolimo zifaka cishe 2.5 kuphela kwi-GDP, kanti ukucutshungulwa kwezolimo nakho kwehlile. Ukuntuleka kwemisebenzi ezindaweni zasemakhaya kuphezulu ezifundazweni lapho ozolimo ngabe iphakeme khona. Chairperson, the department says it wants to support farmers. Let us look at the numbers. Program 3, Food Security and Support, receives 3.2 billion, nearly 42% of the department's allocation. Yet, despite this, the department only targets to support 100 producers through the blended finance scheme this year. Kunjalo uhulumeni uyavuma ukuthi kukhona abalimi abancane abangaphezu kwa-300,000 eNingizimu Afrika. Ukhuluma kanjani ngoguquko lapho kuyingxenye encane kuphela yabalimi abamnyama abakwazi ukuthola uxhaso lezimali oluphusile? The Select Committee review itself warns the most smallholder farmers do not qualify for blended finance because they cannot satisfy private banking requirements. So what happens in practice? Government transfers land without tractors, without fencing, without irrigation, without market access, without proper roads, and without working extension support. Bese uhulumeni ekubiza ngokuthi ukuguquka lokho. Sihlalo lokho akusikhona ukuguquka. It's a relocation of poverty. The APP itself admits that the department still has no proper system tracking where farmers supported through the caps ever graduate into sustainable farming commercial. Billions are spent every year, but government still cannot tell a parliament how many black farmers become financially independent through the programs. This is a serious indictment on this department. Chairperson, ukuwa kwezimpilo yezilwane nezitshalo kungenye inkinga enkulu. Iningizimu Afrika ibhekene nokunye ukuqubuka okubi kakhulu kwesifo somlomo nezinselo. Emlandweni wanamuhla, entire herds have been quarantined. Export markets have been threatened. Farmers have suffered devastating losses, yet the APP contains almost no measurable new targets responding to the national crisis. The committee review correctly points out that despite government promising 80% vaccination coverage, 70% reduction of outbreaks, and measurable herd immunity targets, there are no proper APP indicators showing that how many outcomes will actually be achieved. How do you declare national disaster but table a budget that behaves as if nothing has changed? Inspection and quarantine services increased by 41%, yet biosecurity itself receives only 10 million, just 0.1% of the department's total budget. Abasebenzi basemaplazini nabo bashiwe ngaphandle kulesi sibalo sezimali. Kulo lonke la Western Cape, Limpopo, Mpumalanga nakwezinye izifundazwe abasebenzi basaqhubeka nokuphila ezimeni zobumpofu ngenxa yokuntuleka kwezindlu indle ezokuthutha ezingafinyeleli kubona. Abasebenzi basemaplazini besifazane bayaqhubeka nokubhekana nokungaxhaswa, nokuhlunyezwa, nokuxhaphazwa kuyo yonke imiphakathi nasemaplazini iyaqhubeka nokungatholi usizo. Yet the budget says very little about improving the living conditions of these workers. Government speaks about transformation while workers remain trapped in the conditions that resemble the old labor system. Transformation without dignity for workers is exploitation in a new language. Chairperson, the collapse of rural infrastructure is now directly undermining food production. The Select Committee reports identifies collapsing roads, weak electricity supply, failing irrigation system, and poor fencing and dysfunctional municipalities as a major obstacle for agricultural growth. KwaZulu-Natal kuphela isibalo sengqelazisinda ye-caps selihlesiwe ngephesenti engango-27 kusukela ey'gidini za-198 zamarandi kuya ey'gidini eziwu-145 million. Uncishisa kanjani izingqalasinda esifundazweni esikhulu kwezolimo kuleli ngenkathi ukhuluma wathi uzosivikela? Abalimi ezindaweni eziningi zasemakhaya abakwazi nokuya imikhiqizo yabemakethe ngoba imigwaqo iyawohloka, imikhiqizo iyabola before ifike kubathengi. Ukuhamba akuhambe kahle nokukhululeka kwezilwane zabo kuyaphazamiseka. Izinhlelo zokunisela izitshalo ziyahlukumezeka. The department must explain why extension service is still in recovery. Sihlalo iqembu le-MKP likholelwa ukuthi ezolimo kumele zibe isikhungo sokuvuselela komnotho wasemakhaya. Ezolimi kumele zidale imisebenzi, ezolimi kumele zondle abantu bakithi, ezolimi kumele zenze imiphakathi yasemakhaya ibe nemboni, ezolimi kumele ziseke abakhiqiza abamnyama ngezingqalasizinda yangempela, imishini, ukwesekeka kwezilwane, ukufinyelela emanzini ezindaweni zokucutshungula kanye nokufinyelela emakethe la bezodayisa khona. Not endless pilot projects, not endless consultant reports, not programs that look good on presentation, while rural communities remain trapped in poverty. The people of South Africa cannot eat APP representations, they cannot survive on policy slogans, they cannot build productive farms through paperwork and unimplemented plans. The country needs decisive agricultural leadership that prioritizes production, biosecurity, infrastructure, and food. Until public money produces real farming outputs, real jobs, functioning infrastructure, effective farmer supports, and genuine transformation for Black producers and farm workers, these budgets cannot claim to serve the people of South Africa. And for these reasons, the MK Party rejects.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Mslongo. We go back to the virtual platform and we have the MEC for Agriculture and Rural Development from the Free State, the Honorable Rockman, for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, and Honorable Members. We appreciate the opportunity to contribute to this budget vote debate. Agriculture in South Africa is more than just an economic activity. It is a lifeline. It feeds our nation, it supports millions of jobs, and sustains rural communities. It is intrinsically woven into the social, economic, and moral fabric of our rural communities and economies. The late Thomas Sankara once said, "He who feeds you controls you. We must depend on our own agriculture for our sustenance and sovereignty. A nation that can feed itself from a broad, inclusive commercial agricultural base is a nation that can determine its own future. Strengthening agriculture and opening that agriculture to Black farmers who have been waiting for generations for their turn is how we strengthen South Africa's sovereignty." Agriculture in the Free State matters to the entire nation. In 2025, South African agriculture did something remarkable. Whilst manufacturing contracted and construction marked its 9th consecutive year of decline, agriculture grew by 17.4% and added 134.8 billion to our national GDP. That's according to Stats SA in March this year. Agriculture has indeed become one of the strongest job creators in our economy. The Free State was at the center of that performance. We grew 41% of the nation's maize, 47.6% of its sunflower, 49.1% of its soya beans, 45.1% of its groundnuts, and 31.4% of its commercial sorghum. 18% of the national cattle herd grazes our veld, and 20% of the nation's sheep flock produce 8.2 million kilograms of our wool. When the Free State performs, food prices stabilize, supply chains strengthen, and households across South Africa benefit. We commend the Honourable Minister and the National Department for their dedication to ensure that our export diversification strategy is working. This is evident from the growth of 31% to BRICS plus countries, 21% to the United Kingdom, 9% to the EU, and 8% to SADC. Global geopolitical tensions, the wars in Ukraine and Iran, shifting tariff regimes, supply chain disruptions in fertilizer, fuel, and shipping have raised input costs for our farmers. Rising costs of fertilizer, fuel, animal feed, seed, and agrochemicals have forced producers to scale back, delay investment, or take on debt to maintain operations. But these challenges are also an opportunity. It is an opportunity to adopt precision farming, artificial intelligence, and mechanization that can transform efficiency. It is an opportunity to advance climate-smart and regenerative practices that advance sustainability and unlock green financing. It's an opportunity to diversify into high-value crops, plant-based proteins, and agro-processing industries. It's an opportunity to build the policy support, targeted subsidies and risk management tools that stabilize the sector and empower farmers. An opportunity to expand our sustainable use of natural resources and the green economy. Every constraint is an opportunity to an innovator or DFI to contribute meaningfully to our broader sector. On foot and mouth disease, Honourable Chair, during the budget vote debate in July last year, the Free State had not recorded a positive FMD case, and we highlighted the vulnerability of our province to FMD and other disease outbreak as a result of the central locality of the province. And soon thereafter, the first outbreak was indeed recorded. The scale of our FMD battle is contextualized by the projection that we will have to vaccinate approximately 3 million cattle, around 18% of the national herd. The current state of our responsiveness to FMD in the Free State reflect the following. As at the 1st of June, there were a total number of 604 outbreaks in 19 of our local municipalities. The Fezile, Derby and Thabo Mfutsanyani districts remain the epicenter of the disease outbreak in the Free State. I think the Honourable Minister already mentioned that in the Free State we have vaccinated, as at 1st June, approximately 609,915 cattle. And we fully support the investment in the ARC and re-establishing our capacity to produce our own vaccines. Our progress is made possible by a small team of veterinarians and animal health technicians assisted by vets from the private sector. Various commodity organizations, the private sector and organized agriculture has come on board to assist us with various veterinary and logistic requirements. We must appreciate the extraordinary dedication and commitment of these officials and individuals who carry the frontline burden of the fight against FMD. We have implemented a range of control measures, including quarantine enforcement, control movement within a designated 10-kilometer zone, targeted vaccination campaigns, intensified surveillance and monitoring, as well as biosecurity initiatives. We are in the process of establishing mobile quarantine handling facilities at 4 key points along our 485-kilometer Lesotho border. The facilities will fall under the control of our state veterinary services. The identified points include Mononsa, which will cover the area up to Kalidonspoort, Peka Breach, which will cover from Kalidonspoort to Vicksburg, Maseru, which will cover up to Ladybrand and Hophouse, Van Rooyensgate and Sepako, and Magaleng, which will cover the area Wepener to Zastron. We are collaborating with multiple stakeholders, the Malakai Foundation and the University of the Free State, the SANDF subs, the NPA, the Border Management Agency, SARS, Organised Agriculture, some of our provincial departments, as well as the 6 border municipalities. And we plan to further expand these mobile quarantine facilities, prioritizing districts at the epicenter of the outbreak. The first of these facilities will be opened at Ladybrand within the foreseeable future. We are confident that our comprehensive and innovative approach has laid a solid foundation for our FMD response, but we are not complacent. Although we attempt to support safe economic activity within the livestock sector, it is significantly constrained by biosecurity requirements. We fully understand that our statistics do not reflect the enormity of the economical and psychological impact that FMD has caused to our livestock farmers, feedlots, dairies, and the broader sector. Our only way forward is to continue to work together, ensure compliance with biosecurity measures and regulations, and accelerate our vaccination campaign. In doing so, we will fast-track the return to positive trade conditions. We reiterate the call that we made last year. There is a dire need for a specific financial injection into veterinary services in the public agricultural sector, and not additional. It must be additional funding into veterinary service, not a restructuring and the reshuffling of money within existing grants. When it comes to driving inclusive growth and job creation, in 25-26 we developed and implemented a comprehensive provincial farmer register on which 8,094 farmers are now registered. CASP supported 63 projects and Ilima Letsema supported 19 projects. Our combined funding supported 25 women-led projects and 24 youth-led projects across grains, fodder, horticulture, sunflower, soya beans, red meat and agro-processing. 46 individual farmers in grains, oilseeds and horticulture received comprehensive producer support, and a further 2,218 farmers received extension advisory services. Our support of small-scale producers are restrained by municipal lease agreements that do not meet the minimum requirements of CUSP, and this is an area we have requested our local government sector to urgently address. We should equally not underestimate the outcry for access to land, particularly by our young male and female farmers. In addition, we need an urgent review of established farmer-producer support units, with and without their links to agri-parks. There is a continuous outcry for mechanization and access to mechanization, whilst the functionality of FSPUs vary from completely dysfunctional and vandalized, whilst others are of limited benefit to emerging farmers who cannot afford the rates and whose governance structures lack transparency and accountability. The link to agri-parks remains a theory not translated to reality in many instances. In the Free State, we have the Springfontein, Sediba and Orendalsrus agri-parks that remain dysfunctional, and we request the Honourable Minister's urgent attention to this matter. 202 job opportunities were created through our land care programs. Conservation agriculture was successfully implemented at the Siothlong and Unicorn agricultural schools. And in 26/7, we will continue to focus on agricultural land rehabilitation, the promotion of conservation agriculture practices, climate resilient agriculture production and green jobs. We will rehabilitate 7,500 hectares and employ 700 people under green jobs. We will contribute to the reduction in soil erosion and improve soil health by ensuring that 202 hectares of cultivated land...
Thank you very much, Honourable MEC. Your time has expired.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now move on to the next contributor to this debate, and that is the Honourable Sitole for 12 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chairperson. Let me give my greetings to your good self, the Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honourable House Chairpersons, Honourable Minister and the Deputy Minister, MECs that are on the virtual platform, Honourable Delegates that are here in-house, Baagi, ba Matlosana, Baagi ba South Africa, Dumelang. There's an African proverb that says, a farm neglected in the rainy season yield hunger in the dry season. This proverb reminds us that if we waste opportunities to prepare and work early, we will suffer later when we need the results. Honourable Deputy Chairperson, in his speech at the Zimbabwe Agricultural Show in 1999, President Nelson Mandela said, I open quote, "It is our responsibility to ensure that food is attainable for all of our people, poor and rich. This requires a will to transform relationships to land and agriculture, to broaden access to land and empower farming communities previously dispossessed by apartheid." Close quote. Honourable Deputy Chairperson, after the fall of apartheid in 1994, South Africa made a pillar of food security and economic growth. Today, agriculture remains one of the most important pillars of our nation's development. It is not only essential for food production and food security, but it also has immense potential to create jobs, stimulate rural development, and grow our economy. At a time when unemployment, poverty, and inequality continue to confront many of our people, the expansion of the agricultural sector offers a meaningful opportunity to restore dignity and livelihood to millions of South Africans. Yet this sector, despite its potential, continues to face serious headwinds, including the slow response to the foot and mouth disease outbreak, rising input and fuel costs, inadequate support for small scales and emerging farmers, and the poor state of agricultural colleges. Honourable Deputy Chairperson, without practical solution, we risk neglecting our farmers in the rainy season and facing hunger in the dry season. This moment requires deliberate focus and targeted intervention. that empower emerging farmers, support rural communities, and ensure that the benefit of agricultural growth are shared by all, not only big businesses, but every South African. The future of South Africa's agriculture sector must anchored in the continuous production of skilled farmers and ensuring support for emerging farmers, especially the masses of our people who were excluded from benefiting from this critical sector because of the color of their skin. And as designed by the architects of apartheid because they were where they were located. It is therefore unacceptable that the country's 11 agricultural colleges continue to face severe underfunding, inadequate infrastructure, and poor training conditions. Honorable Minister, while we have noted your assurance to the principals and the students at this institution, what they need now is decisive action, not mere reassurance. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the foot and mouth disease outbreak has had a devastating impact on a small scale and communal farmers across the country, from income losses to the constant fears of an uncertain future. The burden of these farmers had been immense. The slow rollout of vaccination program has only worsened an already desperate situation. Small-scale farmers in Tsetse village outside Mahikeng have reportedly resorted to using Dettol in attempt to control the disease. This demonstrates the level of desperation among affected communities. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, we welcome the department's effort to produce 4 million vaccines from international suppliers. However, this vaccine must reach farmers without delay. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the transformation of the agricultural sector remains a critical pillar of democratic South Africa. The Freedom Charter declared that the land shall be shared amongst those who work on it, a principle that directly addresses the need for effective state support for farmers. A key driver of transformation within the department is the provision of conditional grants to support small-scale farmers. In this regard, we welcome the allocation of 3,288 billion, representing 41.9% of the appropriate budget to food security and farmer support programs. Despite this, we remain concerned about the absence of measurable targets for conditional grant and sector transformation, as well as the insufficient fund for biosecurity and food initiatives. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, you must agree that leaving small-scale farmers behind will only weaken the agricultural sector as a whole. We therefore welcome the measure of the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program, the Ilima Letsema grant, to reduce administrative burdens and duplication. Similarly, we support the introduction of the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program grant pillar, which aims to improve access to production input and mechanization. However, strong monitoring and oversight are required to ensure that these grants genuinely reach smallholder farmers. Re kopa balemirui ba ba botlana go ikopanya le lefapha gore ba kgone go una dithuso tse puso e di beileng kwa thoko. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, a country that cannot manufacture its own agricultural input remains vulnerable to external shocks that drives up production costs. The ongoing war in Ukraine has underscored the urgent need for South Africa to develop local capacity to produce cultural input, thereby shielding farmers and consumers from global disruptions. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, fertilizers prices in South Africa increased by up to 59% following geopolitical disruption in Eastern Europe and in the Middle East. Overall, agricultural input costs rose by 30 to 50%. These rising costs place immense pressure on producers, with the burden ultimately passed on to consumers. It is therefore necessary for South Africa to revive FOSCO to strengthen domestic fertilizer production and reduce reliance on expensive imports. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, small-scale farmers in Khamaja, in Limpopo, Dinokwana in Northwest, and Umanguzu in KwaZulu-Natal depends heavily on extension services from department to access climate and market information that enables them to compete in an increasingly demanding agricultural sector. We therefore welcome adoption of the digital extension services, which will introduce a hybrid support model to modernize extension services. If implemented effectively and on time, this intervention could reach more than 180,000 farmers with real-time climate and market data. This is precisely the type of support envisaged in the Freedom Charter. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, South Africa cannot build a prosperous nation while rural communities remain trapped in poverty and farmers are left without support. Agriculture is more than an economic sector. It is a source of dignity, employment, food security, and national stability. The decision we make today will determine whether the future generation inherit a thriving agricultural economy or a weakened sector unable to feed and sustain our people. As I conclude, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, this is our rainy season. It is time to invest boldly, support emerging farmers, strengthen biosecurity, modernize agricultural training, and ensure no farmer is left behind. If we act with agency and purpose, agriculture can become a powerful engine for inclusive growth and a shared prosperity. As the ANC, we support Budget Vote 29, Nikensil.
Thank you very much, Honourable Sitole. Honourable delegates, before I call the next speaker, it appears that the person that controls the air conditioning has now got hold of the sound. So if I can ask the person who controls the volume in the chamber, please, you've taken it from too loud to too soft. If you can find a happy medium, then we can follow the debates a little bit more closely. Honourable delegates, we now move to Limpopo, the MEC for Agriculture and Rural Development, and it's the Honourable Kekana, who's been afforded 10 minutes to participate in the debate. Honourable Kekana.
Thank you. Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Ms. Refilo Mtsweni Tsipani, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Mr. John Steenhuisen, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Ms. Diana Pule, all honorable members of the NCOP. I stand before this August House today on behalf of Limpopo, a province whose heartbeat is intrinsically tied to the soil. We welcome the progressive budget speech presented by the Minister. We consistently maintain that a budget was not merely a collective of figures, but a definite plan to realize our vision of a prosperous and sustainable agricultural sector. As Limpopo, we echo the sentiment that agriculture sits at the absolute center of our economic strategy. As we mark the beginning of Youth Month today, this budget must aggressively confront the increasing youth unemployment in terms of Stats SA first quarter survey. When the national sector exports 2.9 million tons of citrus, overtaking Spain as the world's largest exporter by volume, it is the orchards of Greater Letaba, Zanin, Makado, and the valleys of Limpopo that are feeding that global demand, contributing 40% of the national citrus output. We are not a marginal player. We are the engine room of South Africa's horticultural success, contributing 7.5% of the national GDP. Minister, you correctly assert that growth without inclusion is unsustainable. While we celebrate that the share of value produced by Black participants in commercial value chains has risen to 13%, we must aggressively push this frontier further. In Limpopo, growing the pie means ensuring that the smallholder farmer in Sikukune, Vembe, or Mopani is not just a primary producer, but a shareholder in the value chain. After all, land is not simply an economic asset, but also an identity and dignity. It is the foundation upon which people and communities prosper and build their future. We welcome the 924 million rand allocation to Program 4 for Economic Development, Trade and Marketing. Limpopo will strategically align its provincial programs to ensure this fund directly helps our local cooperatives to overcome the rigid tariff and non-tariff barriers that lock them out of international markets. Our pack houses must be upgraded to meet strict global phytosanitary standards so that the benefits of expanded citrus and avocado protocols to China flow directly into the pockets of our rural communities. However, in the Limpopo province, there is a high need of functional agro hubs and fresh produce markets per agroecological zones, in Sikukune specializing in grain, while Vembe and Mopane specializing in fruits and vegetables, and the potato belt of Capricorn. Furthermore, the 9.8 billion rand unlocked through the blended finance scheme is a lifeline. We will work closely with the Land Bank and the IDC to ensure that emerging farmers in our province who historically struggle with collateral can seamlessly access these funds to transition into a robust commercial entities, because when a farmer cannot use their land as collateral, they cannot access production credit. With Program 3 receiving the lion's share of 3.2 billion rand, Limpopo stands ready to absorb and implement these resources where they matter most. Access to real-time information is the modern divider between success and failure in farming. We give our full support to the national initiative to introduce a hybrid extension model backed by digital platforms. In our vast, predominantly rural province, our extension officers are often stretched thin across massive distances. Equipping them with digital real-time data on weather patterns, pest movements, and market prices will turn every extension office into a high-tech advisory hub. This is how we modernize without leaving our workers behind. We also embrace the pluralistic extension model, integrating government support with commodity organizations like organized agriculture and agribusinesses as the only way to build a resilient ecosystem. We commend the minister's budget, which will absorb 85 internship learners in our province for animal health technicians positions. However, Honorable Minister, there is a need to maximize capacity for agricultural extension officers in order to bridge the gap between smallholder farmers, particularly in rural villages, and established commercial farmers in order to enhance production. Honorable members, biosecurity is not a theoretical debate for Limpopo. It is a frontline battle. As a border province, we are the gateway to the continent and consequently the first line of defense against transboundary animal diseases. We highly appreciate the allocation of 2.5 billion rand to Program 2 and specifically the 120 million rand from the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program dedicated to the war against foot and mouth disease outbreaks. Severely restrict our livestock farmers from accessing lucrative commercial markets. Hence, the need for cross-border security, including fence along the sandparks, and most importantly, the need for abattoirs in the red line zone for market access. The news that the Agricultural Research Council is expanding local vaccine production with a new 1,000-liter fermenter gives us immense hope. Limpopo province continues to prioritize vaccination surveillance, traceability, movement control, and outbreak response in affected and high-risk areas. Thus vaccinated 357,000 animals and committing to achieve 80% vaccination by December 2026. We note with high concern the scientific warnings regarding a potential El Nino event developing in mid-2026. Limpopo is a water-scarce province and our summer crops are highly vulnerable to prolonged dry spells. We commit to utilizing early warning systems and directing our provincial resources towards climate-smart agriculture, drought-resistant crop varieties, and efficient water management technologies. Limpopo province is leveraging on the biofuels as not simply an energy intervention, but represent one of the few policy levers that simultaneously drive rural employment, agro-processing, and industrial development. Limpopo province will contribute immensely on the 2% blending target, with the potential to create approximately 25,000 jobs, largely in rural areas. For grain farmers facing low prices, high stockpiles, and constrained export markets, biofuels introduce a structural demand mechanism that can absorb surplus production and stabilize prices. But international experience is instructive. Honorable members, the minister has highlighted the pivotal role of BRICS in countries like Brazil and India, where the industry has evolved into a market-responsive system, and mills are able to switch between sugar and ethanol production, while on the other hand, actively managing food security risk through policy controls and pricing mechanism. However, the evolving global political landscape, including ongoing discussions around AGOA, reminds us that we cannot afford to be solely dependent on international trade agreement for survival. While we remain hopeful that diplomatic negotiations will yield positive outcomes, this should serve as a wake-up call and must leverage on diversifying our markets, thus strengthening intra-African trade and focus on self-sufficiency. Honorable members, our state entities are central to delivering of this agenda, and they must be fit for purpose. Entities like ESCOM through NERSA must come handy in reducing energy tariffs to the already burdened farmers who are paying the price in terms of the escalating fuel prices due to global instability. Honorable members, agriculture has always been a sector of quiet resilience, but in the years ahead, it must become a sector of deliberate growth. Growth that is inclusive, growth that is export-orientated, and growth that translates into jobs, investment, and opportunity. In the province, we are driving inclusive growth by investing in infrastructure through RAVEC projects like Majaja Citrus, Mahoba Avocados, a youth-led agro-processor producing yogurt with sweet potatoes, and the resuscitation of Zebediela Citrus as part of private-public partnership. The president has set a clear target to increase a value add in the sector by 30% and unlock 300,000 jobs across the value chain. This budget is directed at this objective, not through rhetoric, but through the steady work of building markets, strengthening institutions, supporting farmers, and deepening value chains. Limpopo will ensure that the land is shared among those who till it, fully realizing the enduring process of our Freedom Charter. Limpopo therefore support this budget vote, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC, for your contribution. Honourable delegates, to hear more from the Ministry, we now call to the podium the Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Honourable Kapa. Honourable Kapa, you have 15 minutes.
Honorable Chair, Chair, Deputy Chairperson, Deputy Chair of the NCOP, all committees, honorable members that come directly from provinces of our country. And as we are actually honored to have an opportunity to present this budget amongst the people who directly don't tell a story about their provinces, but directly come from those provinces. It is our hope and desire that those people that we are talking to here, honorable members, are going directly back to those villages, those regions of our government and our people, so that they know that while we deal with a lot of issues, there's an opportunity to think, stop and think about their suffering. And these sufferings are tabled through various eloquent people to say, in my village, in my municipality, and therefore this budget is dedicated indeed
to those people that are in their villages, in their wards, and hoping that next time we will be in a position to go around saying of what we actually pledged and said through the leadership of the Department of Agriculture, actually led by our Minister John Steenhuisen, that this is what has been done. The issue here is, will this happen? That's all I'm about. I'm also about to say agriculture is as old as the people in the world. There has never been human beings without agriculture, because agriculture, as depart course, one would say, as long as you are going, there is a need to refill and to re-energize that body that is working. It is therefore imperative for us to stop and think, all of us. Now I want to accept most of the criticisms that actually information shared with us that this is not well. This is done, but it's not really achieving our goal, our actually people where we come from. But my understanding also is such that these matters are raised with the leadership of the department as members of parliament and executive, including our DG who is present here, because it means where we're supposed to go and correct, we don't have to be resistant to do that. As we are here, we take your advices. On issues of in areas, because I said precisely you are coming from those levels of our land. So we can't say there's water when there's no water. If you say there's no water, you must sit down and say, where did you get water before? You got it from streams, you got it from where, but where do you think we should go? This debate is a very healthy one for me. And to say, yes, some things went wrong in our country. When other people, if you talk about farmers, the face of the rural farmers in the traditional land will always be that of the poor. It has become now not their nickname, but their real church name. My church name is Rosemary. Theirs is a poor rural farmers. The others are agribusinesses, really, really well-developed farmers. They have now, they are in at a level. This is really, and we should accept these realities, honorable members, through you, Chair, because you acknowledge these different categories of farmers by actually others having wonderful produce. Even you don't have to be a genius to see that this land is well taken care of. This is the great product that you are proud to send outside the sea. This is very big land that you see. However, when you talk about, we must talk realities. Rural, poor farmers, you see them by the size of the land they are actually trying to produce. The land that is no longer productive, no matter how much you can work on it. The pain goes down to my heart when I say the whole of the other week, we were actually distributing smallanyana hose, pick and foreshore, all those to smaller farmers. They would actually be so excited that they cry for giving them a hoe, a fork spade, or smaller things, and a packet of seeds. But when we walked around where they stay, I was in the Western Cape, Honorable Minister, in that particular area. They were staying, literally staying. This can't be our South Africa. Literally, it's all ours. Those people are ours. Or everyone, we are actually brothers and sisters as in our own country. And no one is going to go away, except that we are going to find means of developing transformatory policies that will reduce the hunger and starvation from others and will actually pull them out using our own ability to develop the transformatory policies that seeks to address what the whole world is actually worried about. What are they worried about in the world is our inequality. This can no longer be afforded. Time is now that whatever we do need to change the pattern of funding farmers. The problem is when we also say haves must continue to have-nots must continue to have nothing. Why do I say so? I'm making an introspection to what I'm implementing as part of this government. Is the issue of actually saying, I'm calling those who are producing to actually form a cooperative. In the same vicinity, in the same area where others have nothing and aspire and desire to join, but they don't have what it takes. That talks to the financial developmental in financial institutions in our world, where land bank will not give you anything if you are not bankable. Don't even go that route to smell what is good, because you will become hungrier and hungrier. Because you will see the queues, you will see everything being signed, and when you come to the same window, you will be told only those who can afford and those who are bankables. Why are we all agreeing on that evil type of arrangement? Can we actually say others must go out while we dish? All of us in this house, we are able, honorable members, to actually choose what we are going to eat during this day or tomorrow. But others have no choice, will eat what goes by to them. I'm calling for a situation where we know that the funds that have been allocated are ngumthetho. It's law today. Even if an MEC, we do share these feelings when we walk amongst our own people, sent to serve them. But there is something called law. This is a country of law. You can't decide because of your own consciousness, knowing that these women I saw in the Western Cape, I'm not going to identify for dignity purposes their area. They are not farm workers anymore. It's their grandparents that were working in the farms. That they are no longer working in the farms, they are out of the farms. So by working in a farm, you contribute to yourself having accommodation, having something like a home. They are not in the municipal land. They are just somewhere there. But as we walked along, visiting their homes, we could actually find very chairperson good breed of pigs, some with piglets and so on. But we said, where are these being kept? They said, this is my mkuku and this one next to me so that they are not stolen. The mkuku for my pig. And I walked around and I said, how many pigs are here? They said 20, each one having a smallanyana number. Why can't we build on that when Martin Luther is actually clear now that you are free? Go to the people, learn from the people, and build on what I have. Chairperson, there's nothing to argue. I'm honest. It is on this table that we must agree that in one way or another, rural farmers, people who are disadvantaged, are actually ekutshiqizeni kwamazinyo. Kodwa sikhona, singaba kokwabo. Ayikho lento yokuthi umhlaba awukho. I once conducted a research many years ago that showed that land that was not commercial land, only in the Eastern Cape, was 1.5 million. Even today, it lies fallow. And fallow, we are still accused of, they are lazy. What is it that was brought to their doorsteps? And principles of learning are very clear. You can learn only. That is actually adult learning. You can only learn when that particular program is going to change your life tomorrow. If you would say, at the age I am, which is above 70, I must go and study to be a doctor. And I'll tell you, when I finish that study, I will be dead. Why should I start to do that? But if you're saying, giving me pig food, pig feet, and a pig sty, I will actually have funds next market. And I'll continue to grow and I'll attend that particular school. And not the one that gives more time in school and less time of utilizing that particular information. This is what is happening to our people. And yes, even at the end of the term, I'm not intending to go to study because that will be too late. I think so. For me, is to agree. All we need is to learn also from indigent knowledge. Our people were having cows and all those animals. Babesenga, they would milk. And I remember the flock.
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Oh no, the dogs have come and eaten my time.
Thank you, delegates. The opportunity now falls to the Democratic Alliance, who will be represented by the member from Mpumalanga, the Honourable Sonia Boshoff. Honourable Boshoff.
Honourable House Chair, Honourable Minister, Honourable Deputy Minister, Honourable Members, fellow South Africans, good day. Agriculture remains one of the most critical pillars of our economy, food security and rural stability. It is not merely about production on farms, it's about jobs, exports, livelihoods, and the sustainability of entire rural communities. This budget vote comes at a time when the sector continues to face immense pressure from rising input costs, infrastructure failures, and market uncertainty. Yet, despite these challenges, We are also seeing determined interventions from the department and the minister to stabilize and protect the sector. The acceleration of the National Foot and Mouth Disease Vaccination Program is welcomed. As of today, South Africa has secured and imported approximately 13.55 million vaccine doses within just 4 months, and last week, 3.5 million vaccine doses of the Biogenesis Bago vaccine from Argentina arrived in the country. Additionally, SAPRA has approved the Section 21 application for DoonVax to import 14 million doses of Dolvet vaccine, with 4 million arriving this month. This intervention is aimed at protecting our national herd of approximately 14 million cattle, stabilizing the livestock industry, and restoring confidence in the agricultural sector. The minister has correctly indicated that provinces must move with urgency to vaccinate as many animals as possible, and is encouraging that provinces are increasingly coming to the table and working collaboratively with the minister to curb the outbreak. However, vaccines alone will not solve the problem if provincial veterinary services, animal health technicians, and implementation systems fail to respond effectively on the ground. To date, government has spent approximately 494 million on vaccine procurement and deployment, vaccinating nearly 4.4 million animals, which makes effective implementation and rapid vaccination rollouts absolutely critical. Honourable members, you will agree this is a major step in protecting livestock, farmers, and agricultural growth. The recent court processes surrounding private vaccine procurement must also be viewed within the broader context of government attempting to ensure that South Africa's biosecurity response remains coordinated, traceable, and aligned with international standards. While the legal processes highlighted areas requiring faster implementation and flexibility, it also reinforced the importance of maintaining a regulated national framework that protects export credibility and animal health compliance systems. Honourable House Chair, despite difficult global conditions, South African agriculture continues to demonstrate remarkable resilience and export strength. South Africa's agricultural exports increased by 11% during the first quarter of 2026, reaching approximately $3.7 billion US dollars, despite continued logistics and port challenges. Within this growth, South Africa has now surpassed Spain as the world's leading citrus exporter. This demonstrates what becomes possible when farmers, exporters, and government work together with a focused growth agenda. Agriculture continues to position itself as one of the few sectors capable of generating export earnings, sustaining rural economies, and contributing meaningfully toward economic growth and employment. The APP for 2026-27 also places important emphasis on improving market access, strengthening agro-processing, modernizing extension services, and building climate-resilient agriculture. These are important interventions because the future sustainability of agriculture will depend not only on production, but also on innovation, competitiveness, and the ability to adapt to changing environmental conditions. The department's growing focus on climate-smart agriculture, research partnerships, and improved farmer support systems is therefore welcomed. The modernization of extension support, including the exploration of digital platforms to improve farmer access to information and support services, has the potential to significantly improve productivity, particularly for small-scale emerging farmers. Continued investment into agricultural research and scientific capability through institutions such as the ARC also remain critical. Food security and agricultural sustainability will increasingly depend on innovation, vaccine development, and stronger disease management systems. However, serious concerns remain. Farmers continue to battle deteriorating rural roads, rail import inefficiency, escalating electricity and fuel costs, water insecurity, and weak municipal service delivery. These challenges directly affect competitiveness, profitability, and ultimately food prices for ordinary South Africans. Government cannot create jobs on its own. Government must create an environment that enables economic growth, investment, and agricultural expansion. That means functional infrastructure, efficient logistic systems, reduced red tape, reliable veterinary services, and policy certainty. Food security cannot be separated from farmer sustainability. If farmers collapse under rising costs and failing infrastructure, food prices rise, exports decline, and rural economies suffer. For this reason, this budget vote is supported because agriculture remains central to economic recovery, export growth, food security, and rural employment. The committee therefore encourages continued coordination between national government, provinces, and municipalities to ensure that programs move beyond planning and are translated into practical delivery on the ground. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Boshoff. Honourable delegates, the next speaker in the debate is the chairperson of the Agriculture Committee in the Western Cape. It's the Honourable Masipa.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister, Deputy Minister, Mekapa, Honourable Members and DG. We debate this budget vote when the Western Cape agricultural sector has been battered by weather conditions beyond anything many farmers have experienced in their lifetimes. Floods and storms have devastated farms, disrupted production, and placed immense pressure on farming communities. This is not merely an agricultural challenge, it is a humanitarian and economic crisis. The weather has once again reminded us that the climate change is real. We can debate the causes, but we cannot deny the consequences. As former United States of America President Barack Obama once said, we are the first generation to feel the effects of climate change and the last generation that can do something about it, close quote. We therefore debate this budget against a backdrop of enormous challenges, extreme weather, shrinking profit margins, and struggling farmers. As chairperson of the Standing Committee on Economic Agriculture, my journey through the valleys, farming districts, and rural communities of this province delivered one consistent message: we need help. Farmers are not standing with folded arms waiting for government. They are adapting and innovating. They understand that their livelihoods, their workers, and entire rural economies is dependent on the success of this sector. But they also have a message for Parliament: support us. Despite immense pressures, South African agriculture has demonstrated extraordinary resilience. The sector has survived geopolitical instability, volatile markets, and increasing trade barriers. In reality, our farmers have been fighting two wars simultaneously. The first is the geopolitical conflict that has driven up fuel, fertilizer, and agricultural input costs across the globe. The second is the growing burden of phytosanitary barriers imposed by some of our trading partners, particularly the European Union's phytosanitary requirements. This compliance measures have become increasingly costly and place significant pressure on citrus producers who are already operating under difficult economic conditions. Let us place this challenge into perspective. While shipping agricultural products to China is often cheaper than exporting to Europe or the United States of America, freight costs are only one component of the export equation. Exporters to the United States face higher logistic costs due to the longer transit times, port charges, and regulatory requirements. China often remains the most cost-effective destination for many bulk commodities and citrus export. However, South Africa should be extremely cautious about imposing additional costs beyond freight.
Western Cape farmers are already carrying the burden of rising input costs, unreliable logistics, deteriorating infrastructure, electricity constraints, water challenges, biosecurity compliance requirements, and port inefficiencies. Government's priority should not be to shift more costs onto producers. Government's priority should be to reduce the cost of doing business. Every rand lost through inefficiencies at our ports is a rand taken away from investment, expansion, and job creation, and food production as well. If South Africa is serious about growing exports, strengthening rural economies, and creating jobs, then the focus must be on improving logistics, lowering the overall cost of trade. Our farmers should compete on the quality of their products, not be handicapped by the failures of logistics system that is increasingly becoming the biggest threat to our exporters' ambitions. South African agriculture has potential to feed more people and more revenue from export and create thousands of jobs. The question before us is simple. Will Transnet remove obstacles to growth, or will it continue allowing inefficiency to erode our competitive advantage? We welcome the opening of new export opportunities and the expansion of access to international market. In particular, we welcome the continued growth of citrus export to the People's Republic of China following the successful amendment of cold treatment protocols. And we thank the Minister and the Department for that. Honorable Minister, we also commend you and your team. South Africa has for the first time overtaken Spain as the world's largest citrus exporter by volume, exporting approximately 2.9 million tons of citrus in 2025. That achievement is a testament to the determination of our farmers, workers, exporters, and agricultural institutions and government that works with farmers. But opening markets is only half the battle. The real question is whether the benefits of the market access flow through the entire value chain, from the packhouse worker to the emerging farmer, from the exporter to the smallholder seeking an opportunity to participate in global markets. This brings me to one of the greatest threats facing agricultural growth, which is logistics. The Port of Cape Town has once again demonstrated that it is struggling to cope. Let us be honest, the problem is not the wind. The problem is that the port is struggling to keep up with the pace with the economic output of the Western Cape. That is fundamentally different problem. The Western Cape continues to outperform every province in agricultural production and export. The Western Cape is number one in governance. The Western Cape is number one in agricultural export. The Western Cape is number one in deciduous fruit production. The Western Cape is number one in wine production. And the Western Cape is number one in the table grape production. And through decisive action, the Western Cape has demonstrated once again leadership in responding to biosecurity threats. Which brings me to Program 2. Program 2, covering biosecurity research and natural resource management, has been allocated 2.5 billion rands. A substantial portion of this funding is directed towards strengthening diagnostics, research, export compliance, and disease control management. We commend Minister for spending 494 million rands while still making additional allocation to expand vaccination programs. I hope that Honorable Mondledi is listening. This reflects both the scale of the challenge and the seriousness with which we are protecting South Africa's livestock. In addition, 120 million rands from the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program has been ring-fenced to fight FMD. Honorable Chairperson, it is important that Honorable Mondledi understand the distinction between national and provincial responsibilities. Unlike other failing provinces that are effectively in intensive care when it comes to disease control and agricultural governance, the DA-led Western Cape government understands its legal responsibilities. Honorable Mondledi, the Animal Disease Act places clear obligations on provinces. It does not merely grant powers. It imposes a duty to prevent the spread of disease, manage outbreaks, implement quarantines, and protect agricultural production. That is exactly what the Western Cape government did. We acted decisively, we enforced movement control, we implemented roadblocks and inspection, we intensified surveillance and monitoring, and we traced outbreaks. We enforced quarantine, we coordinated municipalities, veterinarians, law enforcement agencies, and disaster management structures. And when the threat emerged, Joint Operation Centers was activated immediately, ensuring that farmers and stakeholders received accurate, reliable, and timely information. This is what capable provincial and local government looks like. This is what accountability looks like. This is what happens when the government understands that protecting agriculture means protecting jobs, food security, and economic growth. The Democratic Alliance, therefore, welcomes the Department of Agriculture's suggested allocation of 7.8 billion rands for the 2026-2027 financial year. This budget reflects strategic investment in agricultural growth, food security, biosecurity, and expansion of exports. The allocation includes 3.2 billion rands for food security and support services to strengthen extension services, farmer support, and community food security. 2.5 billion rands for production, biosecurity, natural resources, including disease control, diagnostics, and export compliance. 924 million was allocated for economic development, trade, and marketing to expand market access and overcome trade barriers. The DA supports this budget because it recognizes the fundamental truth that agriculture is not merely a sector, it is a job creator, it's a poverty fighter, it's a rural development strategy, is food security as well. And agriculture remains one of the Western Cape's greatest opportunities for economic growth. The task before us is now very simple. Protect our farmers, strengthen biosecurity, which Minister Steenhuisen is embarking on that, fix logistics, and unleash the full potential of South African agriculture. That is how we grow jobs. That's how we grow exports. That's how we grow the economy, and that's how we build a prosperous South Africa. With that said, the Democratic Alliance and the Western Cape Provincial Parliament support this budget. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Masipa. Honourable delegates, the next speaker at the podium, representing the Freedom Front Plus in the Northern Cape, is the Honourable Van der Berg.
Honourable Chairperson, Ministers, permanent and other delegates, and the citizens of South Africa. I rise on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus to address Vote 29, Agriculture. As a political party that stands for productive farmers, rural communities, and food security for all South Africans, we view this budget with deep concern. South Africa's agricultural sector remains one of the few pillars that is still supporting our economy, yet this budget treats agriculture as a mere afterthought. The national allocation for Vote 29 is less than 0.3% of the total national budget. When we include money from elsewhere, such as provincial equitable share and congressional grants, overall consolidated spending on agriculture is still less than 1% of the total government budget. Honourable Chairperson, this is a clear sign of the lack of importance this government attaches to this economic sector. To make it worse, 57% of the funds allocated to the Department of Agriculture is then transferred to entities such as the Land Bank, the Agricultural Research Council, and provinces through the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program, CASP. However, these funds and grants follow with weak targets and even weaker monitoring. This budget is misaligned with agriculture's critical role in driving inclusive growth, job creation, and lowering the cost of living. However, Chairperson, we believe that more can and must be done with the funds available. The Freedom Front Plus is particularly alarmed by the chronic underfunding of biosecurity in the past and even now. Despite the repeated and devastating foot and mouth disease outbreaks that have crippled the livestock industry and export earnings, the biosecurity sub-program received a mere 0.1% of the total South African budget for the year 26-27. Program 3 on food security and support has also seen its budget decline. True food sovereignty will also not be achieved through an endless funding of failing CPA farming projects. Successful farming requires secure property rights, reduced red tape, access to modern technology, and government support for all productive farmers, regardless of race. Chairman, mother tongue, extended services, and practical training are far more valuable than ideological targets and should be prioritized. We further note slow progress on digitalization in the department. This is essential to prevent program and grant double dipping, ghost workers, and poor oversight of provinces. The industry highlights the lack of digital systems and helpful staff, leading, for example, to poor implementation of Act 36 due to backlogs. Oversight visits repeatedly show a stark contrast in the economic sector. On the one hand, well-functioning commercial farms, and on the other hand, many struggling state-funded projects. On the other, particularly communal property associations, where internal conflicts stifle individual motivation, personal initiative, and productivity. These characteristics are crucial to agricultural excellence. In the NCOP, our duty is to ensure that national budgets translate into real provincial outcomes. We therefore call for stronger monitoring of all transfers to provinces and the land bank, with clear enforceable targets and measurable milestones and consequence. The Freedom Front Plus supports genuine efforts to strengthen biosecurity, improve food security, and promote sustainable production. We urge the department to deliver detailed implementation plans, greater transparency, and tangible results in the coming year. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable van der Berg. And now the turn falls to the Patriotic Alliance's Honourable Farmer, who has 5 minutes.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister, and Honourable Members, I greet you in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Saviour. What Honourable Masipa chose not to mention as the Western Cape Province in protecting farmers means protecting white dominance in the agricultural sector. He also fails to mention that the Western Cape is not first in taking care of subsistence farmers. They are actually last. Today, Chairperson, agriculture is not only about farms. It's about food on the table, jobs in rural towns, and dignity for our farm workers.
Honourable Farmer, can you take your seat, please? Honourable Masipa, and what are you rising?
House Chair, I'm rising to ask for your protection. Honourable members must speak through you, not directly.
Rule.
Indeed, I don't think he didn't direct a comment to you. He referenced you in his comments, but please, Honourable Farmer, if you can continue.
Ears are made for a reason. It is about the small farmer trying to survive, the commercial farmer trying to keep production going, and the mother in the shop asking why basic food is becoming more expensive. Agriculture is one of the most important sectors in South Africa because when agriculture suffers, every household feels it. Honourable Chairperson, we note the allocation of 7.8 billion to the Department of Agriculture for the 26-27 financial year. The money must not disappear into administration alone. It must become visible support in communities. It must become vaccines for livestock, support for emerging farmers, and become working laboratories, stronger biosecurity, improved market access, and practical help for farmers who are carrying this country's food system. Honourable members, we must speak honestly about foot and mouth disease. This is not a small issue. It is a national agricultural emergency that affects livestock farmers, dairy farmers, beef exports, rural jobs, and food prices. When cattle cannot move, farmers lose income. Exports are blocked. The economy loses value, and when disease spreads, rural communities suffer. When production costs rise, consumers pay more at the till. The Patriotic Alliance welcomes the move toward mass vaccination and local vaccine production. But we must be honest, This response must be faster, better coordinated, and properly monitored. Farmers cannot be left confused. Provinces cannot act in isolation. Small farmers cannot be placed at the back of the line. Biosecurity must become a national priority, not an afterthought. Chairperson, we also call for stronger support to small-scale and emerging farmers. Too often, government speaks about transformation in agriculture, but the support does not match the words. If we are serious about transformation, then we must build farmers who can compete, produce, and grow. We must not create dependency, we must create capacity. Honourable members, the Patriotic Alliance believe that agriculture must be used to rebuild rural communities and economies. Too many rural towns are dying because production, processing, and markets are disconnected. When small farmers produce vegetables, let schools, hospitals, and correctional facilities buy from them where possible. Government procurement must support local producers. Chairperson, we must also speak about farm workers. Farm workers are the backbone of the agricultural economy. They work in difficult conditions. Many live far from services. Many struggle with low wages, seasonal insecurity, poor housing, and limited opportunities for their children. The Patriotic Alliance believes in fairness. We support farmers, but we also support the dignity of workers. Agriculture must not become a place where people work hard but remain trapped in poverty. Gave their lives, and after retirement, the farmer can put their belongings on the street without a place to go, as we've seen in the Western Cape. We need better enforcement of labor rights, better living conditions, and stronger skills development for farm workers and their families. A strong agricultural sector must benefit everyone in the chain. Honourable members, climate change is another reality we cannot ignore. Droughts, floods, heat waves, and extreme weather are no longer future warnings. They are already affecting production. Farmers need practical climate support, water infrastructure, drought-resistant crops, disaster relief that reaches people on time, and early warning systems that are easy to understand and act on. When disaster hit agriculture, the impact does not stay on the farm. It reaches the shelves, the household budget, and the national economy. Chairperson, the Patriotic Alliance supports this budget vote because we cannot oppose funding meant to protect food security, support farmers, fight animal disease, strengthen exports, and grow rural economies. We support it with the expectation that every rand must help build a stronger, fairer, and more secure agricultural future for South Africa. Salute.
Thank you very much, Honourable Farmer. Honourable members, we now go to KwaZulu-Natal. The MEC for Agriculture and Rural Development is the Honourable TP Madlopa Mtetwa. MEC, you've got 10 minutes.
Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Deputy Minister, Honourable Chairperson of Select Committee, Honourable members, Honourable Chairperson, it is a great honor for me to address this august House during the policy debate on Budget Vote 29. Let me affirm from the onset that we appreciate and support the Honourable Minister's budget vote. We do so not just for the sake of doing it, but because it's anchored in service delivery pillars, particularly the farmer. However, allow me, Honourable Chair, to address the elephant in the room first. The agricultural support policies that continue to proportionally disadvantage the most vulnerable, indigent, and communal farmers. The Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program, which is CASP, has become a hot potato that necessitates a thorough digestion and dissection. While CASP is a critical instrument for agricultural development, its current framework does not adequately address the need of communal farmers. If it is not changed to target their needs, it will keep leaving them out. That will hurt South Africa's goals for fairness, transformation, and food security. With your permission, let me draw a picture of the situation on the ground, more particularly regarding the unintended exclusivity caused by CASP in its current form. With 2.8 million hectares of land under the capable hands of Ingonyama Trust, led by His Majesty the King as its sole trustee in KwaZulu-Natal, communal farmers are left out of this well-meaning program due to compliance requirement for support and funding. Let me take you through a few CASP barriers that somehow disadvantaged communal over commercial farmers, thereby exacerbating inequalities in the sector. First, CASP requires proof of secure land tenure, such as title deed, lease, or a 5-year PTO. However, communal land is shared and doesn't give individual ownership. Second, applicants need a valid water user license, and obtaining one is expensive, slow, and complicated. Then many communal farmers use shared water sources and cannot meet this requirement. Meanwhile, commercial farmers usually have land titles, collateral, business plan, and money, which puts them in a much better position to meet CASP's criteria and receive funding. Because of these rules, many rural farmers are automatically disqualified. To make CASP more inclusive and effective, reform should accept traditional authority letter as proof of land, allow group ownership of assets, and simplify water license rules for small communal farmers. Urgent policy adjustments are required to ensure that CASP fulfills its intended mandate of supporting all farmers, particularly those in communal and previously disadvantaged contexts. Apart from the above, we have also identified as KwaZulu-Natal a critical gap in the current CASP framework, that is exclusion of research as a funded pillar. This omission has significant implications for farmer support and sector development. The absence of dedicated research support limits the generation and dissemination of local relevant agricultural knowledge. Provincial departments operate research farms that produce valuable innovation, data, and best practices. However, without integration into CASP, this information does not effectively reach farmers. As a result, farmers are deprived of access to evidence-based solutions, including improved crop varieties, livestock practices, and climate adaptation strategies and production technologies. Weak linkage between research, extension services, and farmer implementation reduce capacity to respond to emerging challenges such as climate change, pest, inefficiencies in public investment, as research output remain underutilized. Our recommendation, Chairperson, as KwaZulu-Natal, we recommend that CASP should be restructured to include research as a core pillar, with strong integration between research farms, extension services, and beneficiary farmers, mechanization for knowledge transfer, farmer training and innovation uptake, ring-fence funding to ensure continuous applied research aligned to farmer needs. Chairperson, as a balanced reviewer, let me also acknowledge the minister's speech, the praise it deserves. Like a farmer sowing seed for the future, Honorable Stenhuisen not only implemented measures to tackle the devastating effect of foot and mouth disease by sourcing and distributing vaccine, but also presented a national mass FMD 10-year plan for all provincial agricultural departments to ensure long-term resilience against future outbreaks. We firmly believe that this will bring back stability not only in the livestock sector, but also in the whole agricultural industry, and ensure South Africa's international FMD-free status is restored so that our animal and their products can hit global markets and shelves again. The support that my department in KwaZulu-Natal is receiving from the National Department in this fight against FMD is paying off, as we have administered 1.30 million vaccine doses. Our vet team has covered over 40% of the vaccinated animal out of the province, 2.4 million cattle population. The program started steadily February 26 and is still in full motion. Just last week, we commenced in the Mgungulov district, and today we are completing in that district, which is the fifth to have been vaccinated, and we are happy that we have already vaccinated all the dairy farmers in the province, and they are happy that they are now waiting for the second tranche. Honorable members, I'm proud to announce that all regarding global challenges affecting the agricultural industry, the minister's speech addressed the key issues confronting the entire value chain, including the Ukraine-Russia conflict, U.S. tariffs, the tit-for-tat war in the Gulf region, and the battle for control of the Strait of Hormuz, all of which have a significant impact on the agricultural supply chain. The biggest impact is on fuel prices, which have skyrocketed and been passed on to consumers of our goods and services. Before the US-Iran conflict and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, a liter of diesel in coastal provinces was 25 rand 7 cents, but it surged sharply to record high of 31 rand 33 cents. As the minister would agree, this had a devastating effect on our agricultural value chain. Again, the minister has hit the nail on the head regarding the participation of black commercial farmers in the entire agricultural value chain. While noting a slight increase in their participation from 11 to 13%, it's encouraging to see this increase. However, you are correct in saying it remains uneven across various commodities. Despite this modest increase, sustained efforts are required to creating a more equitable environment so that more black commercial farmers can be part of the sector's growth. We believe that a blueprint sector policy framework such as agriculture and agro-processing master plan aimed at boosting the country's agricultural sector continues to provide comprehensive farmer assistance, and alongside the blended finance scheme, we can build a more inclusive agricultural economy to further level the playing field for previously disadvantaged farmers as well. Chairperson, closer home, my department in KwaZulu-Natal had received a clean audit in the previous financial year, having progressed from an unqualified audit opinion from the Auditor General. Our goal is now to ensure that we consolidate strong fiscal discipline, financial control, while delivering services to the general public. This is achievable because we have a strong support system and a hard-working team of officials. Regarding an unused land of KwaZulu-Natal, we are making strides by requesting our traditional leaders to help give people access to land, especially young people and women. About 2.8 million hectares of land in KZN are managed by Ngonyama Trust. The
Thank
Amakoso
you,
traditional leaders.
MEC. The song indicates that the time is up. I'm not sure why the song is there, but your time is indeed up, MEC. Thank you for your contribution. Honourable delegates, we now move on to the next contributor to the debate. It's the United Democratic Movement, represented today once again by the Honourable Peter.
Sihlalo walendlu namalunga alendlu ahloniphekile ko-minister naku-deputy minister nakubantu bonke abathe ngqoda lala apha mandinibulise ndithi molweni. Honourable Chairperson, this budget vote 29 on agriculture comes at a crucial time when agriculture is expected to be the savior of South Africans as a central pillar of economic stability and rural development. We acknowledge that over the years, the department has made significant changes in ensuring measurable implementation across production, trade, and food security systems to achieve improved social impact and strengthening domestic and international trade. When Minister John Steenhuisen presented this budget vote, he highlighted some of the few important government intentions, such as addressing long-standing challenges, tightening profit margins, climate pressure, and uneven access to markets to strengthen the sector. However, there are other overlooked challenges, such as agricultural extensions, adequate funding for small farmers in rural areas, and stock theft. It is very concerning that the department have not yet addressed the lack of external services, despite its important role in bridging the gap between scientific research and practical farming. Extension services remains underfunded, undervalued, and misunderstood. During SONA 2026, a commitment to create 10,000 new extension officers position was made, highlighting a renewed awareness of the crucial need for hands-on support on farming sector grappling with deep inequalities, climate challenges, and rapid technology changes. However, the Select Committee reports reveals that the department admitted their farmers' support budget was not increased to employ 10,000 extension officers. Minister, umbuzo we-UDM kule budget yakho. Have you ever visited Salem, close to Grahamstown? Minister, have you ever visited Utnik, the new name Kariecha? Salem, yayisakba iproducer ichikore. Is it ingabi isayiproducer nanamhlanje lo chikore? Salem yayisakuba iproducer ipineapple. Ingaba nanamhlanje isayiproducer na elopina. Salem yayiproducer i-sweet potato. Ingaba na today isayiproducer na i-sweet potato. Salem yayiproducer umbona. Ingaba lo mbona usaproducer na yaqhubezela ngetapile. Minister, ubiwo lwemfuyo emakhaya azibiwa imfuyo ziyathathwa. Minister, kungenwe ezindlini uziqhube ngokwakho uzifake elorini zihambe ngoba ukhonjwe ngomva wegani. Ukhe wazityelela na ezindawo uzivayo kwezi ndawo? Minister, i-small scale farmers baneed support yakho, Minister. Ingabe ujongene nalama fama sekhulile already okanye ujongene nawo nala asakhulayo? Minister, uAgri SA, uNAFU, uAFASA zi-union ezilawula amafama jikelele. Yeyiphi inkxaso abayifumanayo because uAgri SA ngamakhwenkwe amakhulu sekhulile. Ancenga ngakowuphi umbele ezi-unions zingoNAFU. Minister, amafama amnyama kwiilokishi zethu ayabulawa, athathelwe imfuyo, akho stock theft, asikho. Minister, uyaphisa wena ngazo ngoba ukhonjwe ngegani. Siyacela Minister, khasisebenzise nathi sikukhaphe xa usoyika Minister, siye kwezi ndawo. Enkosi Minister, siyabulela. Siyayipasisa le budget yakho Minister. Enkosi.
Thank you very much indeed, Honourable Peter. Honourable delegates, please join me in welcoming once again to the gallery the Democratic Alliance's parliamentary leader, Honourable Mikalakis. You are most welcome. And we continue with the debate. We now go back online to the Northwest MEC for Agriculture and Rural Development, the Honourable Sambata. Honourable Sambata, you have 10 minutes. Honourable Sambata. Ayiko indeed. Honourable delegates, let's then move to the next speaker. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, it's the Honourable Swart.
Achtbare voorzitter, achtbare minister, Deputy Minister, achtbare lede en mede-Suid-Afrikaners, goeienaand. Landbou gaan oor meer as net boerdery. Dit gaan oor voedsel op ons almal se tafel. Dit gaan oor werk vir ons jong mense. Dit gaan oor ons plattelandse dorpe wat moet oorleef. Dit gaan oor ekonomiese groei vir ons land Suid-Afrika. Byna 1 miljoen Suid-Afrikaners is direk afhanklik van landbou vir werk en ekonomiese aktiwiteite. Maar voorsitter, vir 30 jaar het die landbousektor gebuk gegaan onder swak implementering, vervalde infrastruktuur, beleidsonsekerheid en swak ondersteuningssisteme. Te veel staatsgesteunde landbouprojekte het misluk omdat mense grond ontvang het sonder finansiering, sonder mentorskap, sonder marktoegang, sonder watersekerheid en sonder tegniese ondersteuning. Honorable Mslombu, Honorable Zitole, and that is why so many farms remain underutilized, distressed or unproductive, not because people don't want to be on the farm, but because the previous ANC government too often failed to support them properly. Chairperson, we seem to be following the same debate rhetoric, emotional speeches, slogans, and ideological attacks from parties, while South Africa needs and deserves honesty. Transformation without production does not create prosperity. It creates dependency, collapse, and wasted opportunity. The reality is that many rural communities today still struggle with collapsing roads, weak municipal services, rising input costs, livestock theft, water insecurity, and poor infrastructure. While ordinary emerging farmers are often left exposed, it is the politically connected elites who continue prospering on their own palapalas and on their own nkandlas. That is not empowerment for ordinary rural people. That is why the DA believes agricultural empowerment must benefit the people on the ground and not politically connected networks. Honorable Modise, as chairperson, please be reminded that plans and presentations do not feed the nation and the communities. Implementation does. Chairperson, if Johannesburg were a commercial farm under current standards of ANC and the PA governance, the fences should have been stolen. Tractors should have been broken. The farmhouse stripped bare and all the workers abandoned. That is the reality of governance when slogans become more important than service delivery. And that is the South Africa reality of today. Honorable Van der Berg, Minister Steenhuisen word vandag geoordeel aan dit wat hy vandag doen en wat hy geërf het. Daar was gepraat van 9 verlore jare, waarvan jy deel was 5 jaar. En die vraag is, wat word nou en who's responsible to fix what happened during that 9 lost years, where you've been part of 5 years. Honorable Mslongu on Budget 20, you passionately speaks about land ownership, but South Africans also need to hear about production, jobs, and food security. South Africa does not need more failed state farms. We want to see more successful farmers. Honorable farmer, in my constituency, you know it, Beaufort West. I visited an area where a certain Minister promises, dug trenches, cameras arrived, and that day, and speeches were made. Then, when the cameras left, the promises of a Dubai disappeared with them. So can you really stop the worm blowing in this chamber? You come up, has now changed to run away, run away, run away.
Honorable delegates, honorable delegates, please don't drown the speaker.
The loudest noise when the cameras are present, but leadership is not measured by the volume of your Mr. Farmer. It is measured by the results we leave behind.
Honorable Swart. Honorable Swart. Honorable Swart. Honorable Swart. Honorable Swart. Can you take your seat? On what are you rising?
I'm just checking if the member is prepared to take a question of the day. He ran out of Beaufort West.
All right. Thank you, Honorable Farmer. Honorable Swart, are you prepared to take a question?
No, Honorable Chair.
He's not in agreement.
Best.
Yes, him away from Beaufort West.
Minister Steenhuisen inherited a food and mouth disease crisis years in making because biosecurity systems and veterinary capacity were weakened over 30 years, especially during that 9 lost years and the 5 years of a deputy minister in that department. But instead of excuses, we are now seeing vaccination programs, stronger industry coordination, practical interventions, and renewed efforts to protect export markets. That is what practical leadership looks like. Rural communities like Beaufort West needs development, not politically stunts. The real issue is, Honourable Farmer, who is fixing the neglect of 30 years?
On that note, of the neglect of 30 years, your time has expired. Honorable Swart, your time has expired.
Just became on a high now. That person.
Honorable delegates, we are going back a little bit. Honorable Kappa, we are going back a little bit. Honorable Sambata was kicked off the platform. I don't know whether he has been admitted on the platform. Honorable Sambata.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. I'm admitted. One of the reasons might be that my number was not named. My apologies to the honorable members and the honorable debate. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Whilst we stand like other
Honorable Mdise. Honorable Mdise, will you please not harass the delegates? Honorable Sambata, will you please switch off your camera?
Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable
We stand as the province to support. Can I proceed, Chair?
Yes.
Can I proceed?
Honorable
House
MEC.
Chair,
Honorable MEC, please proceed.
Chair. We stand on
Honorable Sambata, Honorable Sambata, you are not audible. You are not audible.
The presentation done by the minister, we also stand for that. We also want. Am I not audible?
You are audible now. You are audible now. Continue.
We stand, Honorable House Chair, to appreciate and support the budget speech delivered by the Minister of Agriculture. As a province, we are one of those provinces that appreciate the interventions done by the National Department. On the matter of blended finance, whilst we also support the view by the chairperson of the standing committee, we also want to raise the fact that blended finance at 600 farmers, means it's a lesser number nationally, because this is the only element where you could be guaranteed that a farmer supported. It's a farmer that is a guarantee of a permanent job to be created, because the scheme on its way defines the support and employment creation of South Africans. This is one element that we are arguing as a province, that the national department and the funding institutions that are participating in the blended finance must increase the target, because once the target is increased, guaranteed employment for South Africans as it's part of funding will be realized. In relation to the provincial interventions, Honorable Chairperson, we've always been involved, and honorable members would understand that yesterday, Potch College of Agriculture students went on a wild-scale strike, though it was peaceful. And one of their central demand was the element of being included in NSFAS. As they were arguing, the minister met with them yesterday, agreed with them that the MEC would then speak with the Minister of Higher Education. As I speak with you, I already spoke with the Minister of Higher Education and the chairperson of the portfolio committee. This is that whilst they are not covered by NSFAS, they should be kept funded by NSF, because NSF is still a grant administered by the same minister. As we speak, Honorable Chairperson, we also have had bilateral agreement with some of the funding institutions. As I speak, we now have an agreement with Land Bank, and Honorable Muntwedi would be happy that there's going to be a package of aggregator development for Lucene farmers in the Taung irrigation scheme, and our first target is 72 farmers. We jointly are running the program with Land Bank, and we are jointly funding the program with Land Bank. Honorable Mundweti would be happy because he has been leading the program of revitalization of the Taung irrigation scheme. Honorable Chair, as one of the provinces that are dominant in beef, we also are doing interventions in beef aggregation. As a province, we have a number of cattle that are alive, and we're number 4 on the number of cattle. We want to turn this to become one of the dominant areas we're going to be dominating in the agriculture on value chain. And in that instance, we're working on ensuring that we're doing value chain in cattle farming, but also that will end up with beef beneficiation in the province. As we speak, we've already agreed and signed an agreement with Whip Hold and Grain SA on the basis of revitalization of agricultural development in communal land which has collapsed, and land restitution farms throughout the province. This is meant to ensure that land redistribution and communal land are revamped on agricultural development, so that we do not have areas where land is available and available land is not utilized in the province. And this revitalization is going to help us contest later on the maize triangle between ourselves, Free State and Mpumalanga. And the province is ready to do that, because we are the only province that has silos still under the ownership of the provincial government. We also have finalized, honorable members, recruitment of internship graduates. And this year, we've got an allocation of 140. In the 140, 40 of them are recruited under animal health. And this recruitment of animal health graduates is meant to strengthen our performance and interventions on the vaccination program of FMD. The only call that we should make from our side is that the National Department must fast track the process of job evaluations for both veterinary services and agricultural colleges, because the reasons we now are unable to fill vacant posts, it's because we're waiting for job evaluations to be finalized so that when we we advertise on the basis of the job evaluation and approvals with the National Department of Agriculture. As a province, Honorable Chair, we are now introducing, jointly with Land Bank and ABSA, a program that is going to help farmers on non-financial services. This program is critical because the administrative component of farmers has not been attended on, and each time they apply for CASP, which is a grant, they are unable to get it because administrative and readiness is not there. And through this program, they are going to be developed free of charge, and then each of them exiting in the program of non-financial services is going to be exiting a funding ready with all documents expected in CASP. What we want to do, honorable members, as a province, we want to ensure that CASP as a grant is made free of supporting people who can afford loans, so that those farmers whose capacity allows them to afford loans are then funded through blended finance. When you are from CASP, it must be guaranteed that you are going to exit to blended finance. When you in blended finance, it must be guaranteed that you are en route to commercialization, so that we don't have a situation of a person helped through blended finance who later collapses back and come back to the same queue. This is the program that we're developing as a province. And we want to welcome the presentation of the budget, and also want to ensure that the issue of development in the land, it's not compromised on grounds that support and readiness of farmers is not guaranteed. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. What is happening in the Northwest? The next speaker who's physical in the House is Honorable Mabilo from the Northern Cape. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair. Our Chair, greetings to the Minister, greetings to the DM and all the members present. Dumelang, Bakaye Chokokaye. The African National Congress rises in support of Budget Vote 29 because agriculture remains central to food security, rural development, industrialization, and inclusive economic transformation in the country. As the ANC, we understand that agriculture is not merely about production on farms. It is about national food sovereignty, economic inclusion, export competitiveness, job creation, and the development of rural communities across all 9 provinces. This budget recognizes that the future of agriculture depends on strengthening biosecurity, investing in science and innovation, expanding market access, and building resilient agricultural value chains. Our Chair, the ANC's policy position on agriculture has always been guided by the principles of transformation, state support, food security, and inclusive growth. The approach is reflected in key ANC policy frameworks such as the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan, the District Development Model, and government's commitment to land reform and rural development. Our Chair, The ANC rejects the outdated notion that agriculture should only benefit large commercial interests while emerging black farmers remain excluded from markets, infrastructure, and financing opportunities. Our position is crystal clear. Agriculture must become a driver of broad-based economic participation and provincial developments. Agriculture contributes significantly to South Africa's trade surplus and remains one of the sectors with the greatest potential for labor absorption and rural industrialization. However, our agricultural economy continues to face serious pressures arising from climate change, rising food costs, logistics challenges, animal disease outbreaks, and global geopolitical instability, especially in the Middle East. The ongoing effects of the Russia-Ukraine war, instability, the closure of the Hormuz Strait, they have disrupted global value chain, has disrupted grain, fertilizer, fuel, placing enormous pressure on food production costs globally. Chair, Honorable, these global developments remind us why the ANC continues to advocate for food sovereignty, local production capacity, and stronger state support for the agricultural sector. One of the most critical issues confronting agriculture today is biosecurity. The outbreak of foot and mouth disease has had severe consequences for provincial livestock economies, particularly in provinces dependent on cattle production and meat exports. Honorable Chair, House Chair, this is why the ANC strongly supports the 2.6 billion allocation towards animal health and biosecurity interventions. Biosecurity is not only a veterinary matter, it is an economic issue, a trade issue, and food security issue. If animal diseases are not contained effectively, export markets close, farmers lose income, rural jobs are threatened, and provincial economies suffer major losses. Honorable House Chair, the ANC therefore supports stronger investment in institutions such as the Onderstepoort Biological Products and the Agricultural Research Council. These institutions are strategically important to South Africa's agricultural sovereignty. The ANC has consistently argued that South Africa cannot depend excessively on imported vaccines, imported agricultural technologies, and foreign scientific solutions while domestic institutions deteriorate. That is why the ANC policy supports rebuilding local scientific capacity, vaccine production, capacity, and climate-resilient agricultural research. House Chair, the experience of the COVID-19 pandemic demonstrated the importance of domestic production capacity and scientific self-sufficiency. Countries that lacked local manufacturing and research capacity struggled to respond effectively to challenges and problems. House Chair, similarly, outbreaks of the MND in South Africa exposes the urgent need to modernize veterinary laboratories, improve vaccine supply systems, and strengthen the disease surveillance mechanisms. The ANC believes that these investments are essential for long-term agricultural competitiveness. The ANC also recognizes that market access remains one of the greatest barriers facing emerging black farmers. It is not enough to produce food if farmers cannot access logistics, infrastructure, export channels, and agro-processing mechanisms and opportunities. That is why the ANC strongly supports the African Continental Free Trade Agreement as a strategic opportunity to expand export markets for South African agricultural products across the entire African continent. The AFCFTA presents enormous opportunities for provinces to support and export processed agricultural goods, livestock products, fruit, grain, and manufactured agro products into growing African markets. This is aligned with the ANC's long-term standing vision of African economic integration, regional industrialization, and South-to-South trade cooperation. Our share, however, trade competitiveness depends heavily on infrastructure efficiency. The ANC acknowledges that logistical bottlenecks in rail, road, and ports continue to undermine agricultural export and increase costs for producers. However, our share, we recognize the interventions by the Minister of Transport and the cluster in making the rail more efficient and so forth and so forth. That is a step in the right direction, Chair. Farmers cannot compete globally while products remain delayed at ports, rail systems collapse, and rural roads deterioration. I've already mentioned the intervention by the Minister of Transport in that regard. That is why the ANC supports greater infrastructure coordination through district development model and stronger investment into logistic corridors that connect rural production zones to domestic and international markets. Our chair, the ANC also continues to prioritize agro-processing as part of its industrialization agenda. For decades, South Africa exported raw agricultural products while importing high-value processed goods. This limited jobs creation and economic diversification in rural provinces. The ANC agro-processing strategy seeks to challenge the pattern by developing agro-industrial zones that support local manufacturing, packaging, food processing, and export beneficiation. This approach creates rural industries, expand employment opportunities, and strengthen provincial economies. Our chair, the ANC further recognizes the growing threat of climate change and climate variability to food production. The anticipated El Nino conditions for mid-2026 pose serious risks to crop yields, livestock production, and water availability across several provinces. The ANC therefore supports stronger climate resilience programs, improved extension services, drought preparedness strategies, and investment climate smart agriculture. The democratic state, our chair, has a responsibility to support farmers, particularly smallholders and emerging producers, in adapting to changing environmental conditions. The ANC's agricultural policy is rooted in the understanding that food security is also a national security. No country can claim true sovereignty while depending excessively on imported foods, imported fertilizer, and external agricultural systems. That is why the ANC supports calls for strengthening domestic fertilizer production, including revitalization of products to reduce dependence on costly fertilizer. This is not merely an economic issue, it's about protecting South Africa's long-term food security. As I'm about to conclude, before I deal with some of the issues raised here, the ANC remains committed to a developmental agriculture model that promotes transformation, supports emerging farmers, expand scientific capacity, and strengthen rural economies. This budget advances those objectives. This budget vote advances those objectives. The ANC therefore supports the budget. Thank you. House Chair, I would like to take the opportunity to express my sincere gratitude and profound thanks to the ANC debaters, all of them, the chair of the committee, Sitole, Honorable, and the MECs. They've really dealt with the issues and they've provided possible solutions to the challenges, especially around the 42% of the budget, which is geared towards food security. Well, I serve in the same committee with the other two honorable members here, Honorable Pinar, Honorable Bosho. I thought that you'll have the conviction of your courage to say that one of the challenges we have as a select committee of agriculture is the non-attendance of the minister, which remains a serious challenge. I thought you'll be objective and raise it. Because the minister only attended today because of there's the House debate, but usually it's not there. We have been emphasizing one point, Honorable Masipa, stop claiming easy victories. You must be magnanimous. We have laid a foundation as the ANC. And all the fruits that are there is as a result of our intervention before the GNU. Give credit where it is due. Don't be jealous. It's a bad policy. Honorable Masipa, your silence is deafening on key critical issues. And instead you are boasting about you being number one on a whole front of issues. And that is not the true reflection. So, including yourself and Honorable Swart, that your boasting is misleading. Gloating is negative. Now, stop bragging. That is cheap. And let's deal with the crisis that we are confronted as a country, the foot and mouth disease, etc. So don't attribute any success to a particular party. No, it's not a party thing. It's a crisis. It's a pandemic. It's just like our president did well in Africa in terms of COVID-19. But we have never made noise about it. It's highly recognized. It's in records, etc. I can't fathom, as I conclude, I can't fathom why the EFF and the MK have trapped themselves in a perennial rejectionist approach. You reject everything. How then will your core constituency take you serious? How will we be able to address the current challenges confronting agriculture when you don't support the budget? That is cutting your nose to spite your face. And to claim easy, not victories, but to this thing, to be populist. Honorable Chair, I'm happy we support the budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mabilo, for your input. The next speaker on the program is the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Honorable Stephen.
Let's listen straight now.
Thank you very, very much, House Chair. It would be remiss of me not to start by really expressing my unhappiness with the Honourable Mabilo. Let me say this to you, sir. I've never missed a single invitation to this House, not once, not ever, nor to an invitation to the committee, including after hours. The only thing I wasn't able to attend was the workshop in Gauteng because I had previous commitments on this day. I've been here whenever I've been requested, and I would maybe ask you to speak to the committee chairperson to establish the facts before you make allegations of serial non-attendance in the House, which is a serious allegation to make, when it is actually not, it's not bound up by the facts. Whenever this House has wanted me, I've made myself available here. I want to thank the members of this House for what I think has largely been a very constructive debate, and I think it has been incredibly helpful to move a number of the processes forward. I want to agree with a number of the honourable members, and to say to you, you've been heard. I understand fully the problem of lack of available patient capital, particularly for small-scale emerging farmers. The whole point of having a developmental financing instrument like a land bank is to ensure that entrants who cannot meet requirements of traditional lending institutions, are able to access finance. Unfortunately, the thresholds in many instances have become as high as commercial lending institutions. And this means that we have a whole missing gap of patient available capital for small-scale farmers to be able to access. Some of the requirements, for instance, of having to not have any other employment before you can access finance inhibits those who are transitioning into full-time agriculture from being able to do so. And I think that we could be able to look at this as a department. I've heard you today, loud and clear. It is something that both the Deputy Minister and I exercise about. And when we return to the House, we hope to be able to have a clearer way forward. And that applies on a number of things, from accessing cheap insurance to patient available finance and capital. Financing of agriculture is a very complex thing. It's not like financing somebody to open a spaza shop where on day one you're selling your Disprins, you're selling your cool drinks, and you've got money coming in. Agriculture requires a very big upfront commitment of input costs, of diesel, of equipment, of land. And it takes 2 to 3 years before you start to see a building up of an ability to be able to profit and start paying back. And so we do need to deepen and widen in South Africa the pool of available capital to small-scale farmers and entrants. And I think that that's very, very important. I share the honourable member's concerns about climate. We're also equally worried about the predicted upcoming El Nino, and we have to make sure that we're making sure dams are available and full, that we have access to climate resilient seeds as a result of the incredible research being done by the ARC and others. And we need to understand we have to adapt to climate change. It's not going away, it is with us. We also need to look at the provincial capacity of our veterinary services, which I think have been allowed to whittle away over the years. And it's only when you have a crisis like this that you start to realize the importance of having well-founded veterinary services and the like. Infrastructure has been spoken about a lot today, whether it's roads, whether it's our ports, whether it's our rail. This is very, very important. There's no use just finding new markets and developing market chains and value chains if we can't get our products to market. Our stone fruit producers alone this last season lost 1.6 billion rands worth of revenue as a result of failing infrastructure and slow ports. We can't afford to lose that amount of money in a country like this, and it dents the confidence of our customers abroad if we are unable to provide on time and to the quality that is required. And I would like to also thank the MECs who participated in this, and thank them not only for their participation in today's debate, but to their attending our MINMEC meetings and for the incredible work that they're doing on the ground. MEC Rockman, who spoke here today, MEC, as I call him, MEC Samba, who spoke today, our colleagues from KwaZulu-Natal, are all actually out there on the ground getting the vaccinations done. And we would not be able to be rolling out the vaccines without the support of our MECs. And I want to thank each and every one of them, MEC Ramagopa in Gauteng as well, for the excellent work that they are doing. I do want to return to one or two of the inputs that were made, if I may, today. And I would start with the Honourable Van den Berg, and I'm very glad the Honourable Van den Berg mentioned two things, digitisation and Act 36 and delays. Because had he been paying attention, he hopefully would have noticed that not only have we digitised Act 36 applications now through an inbuilt, home-built, departmental-built application process where all Act 36 applications going into the future will be done digitally. We've also hired 37 assessors who have the scientific experience and capability to go back and start addressing the backlog there. So Act 36 is starting to move forward now as a direct result of digitization, as a direct result of us putting money where it matters by hiring into the department that expertise that we need. So I can give him the full assurance that that is happening. May I also then just say as well that I noted the Honourable Mhlongo repeated that keyboard warriors' assertions that we're only putting aside 10 million rand or something for biosecurity. That's not the case. If you look across the department's budget, there's huge amounts, billions of rands, going to biosecurity. And if that wasn't the case, I would simply ask the honourable member from the MK, where did the 494 million rand come from that this department in this government has already spent to date on FMD vaccines, which have been provided free of charge to every farmer across the country? It's come because our budget is geared towards that. Honourable Sithole, I think you've made some good points. One of the other reasons I'm very glad you touched on was fertilizer. And I'm very glad that you raised this, because it was a subject of much discussion at the SADC Agricultural Ministers meeting that I chaired last weekend. And we've taken a resolution as SADC to start developing our own fertilizer capability within the region so that we're able to insulate ourselves from the shocks of closure of the Strait of Hormuz, the war in Russia and Ukraine, and other global constraints, and to start to build up a regional vaccine fertilizer capacity alongside a regional vaccine bank that will keep antigens for our region. And now I would like to turn to my honourable friend Montwedi, who said that I am, and I quote, disconnected from reality. I would advance to the honourable member that is him that is disconnected from reality. Because he says there's nothing happening with agriculture. Jobs are up, exports are up, growth is up. We're becoming one of the world's largest exporters of deciduous fruits. New markets opened, new opportunities, new entrants meeting the market. Now, he tries to indicate that I invented foot and mouth disease, and that only since I became the minister, it's been going around the country. Foot and mouth disease has been endemic in South Africa from the early 1900s. And it has gone through various waves. And this current outbreak that we're dealing with actually started in 2021. And because the old strategies have not worked to contain it, it's why we've now had to implement a new strategy to deal with the foot and mouth disease crisis. So I can give him the absolute assurance it wasn't invented by me. It wasn't started by me. But I can tell you this, I am going to end it once and for all in South Africa. I also want to say to him that he needs to do his reading a bit better. The KYD program is still being implemented. And I want to direct him to the ARC's annual reports, 24-25. And if he wants to see where the program's going in 26-27, it is all there in black and white. Perhaps a little less criticism and a little bit more time spent reading, he would be able to do this. But I did find one thing very interesting about the honourable member's contribution. And I don't know if other members in the House noticed it. Lots of criticism, not a single solution put on the table. Not one. Not one alternative saying, Minister, you're doing this wrong. This is what you need to do. Not one. Just criticism. And perhaps that's why when Floyd Shivambu left the EFF, he said, and I quote, he left them because they've become directionless and increasingly embracing corruption in government, unquote. It's not me, Floyd Shivambu. And certainly if I listen to that contribution made by the Honourable Montwedi today, it's full of sound and fury, as Shakespeare would have said, signifying nothing, because it is directionless and because there's no direction that's given or alternatives given, just criticism. But we are happy to accept the criticism. We'll carry on doing what we're doing. We'll beat FMD. We will grow the sector and make agriculture the greatest place for job creation and economic growth with your help. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Steenhuisen, for the input you've just made and the clarifications you've made on various issues affecting agriculture. Right now, Honourable delegates, we have come to the end of the debate on Budget Vote 29, Agriculture. I would like to thank the Minister and the Deputy Minister for participating in this debate. Aluta continua, Minister and Deputy Minister. So, Honourable delegates, we now proceed to the third order. Consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Security and Justice on the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development's report on the provisional suspension from office of Mr. I.P. Blosset, an additional district court magistrate at KwaZulu-Natal, KwaDukuza, KwaZulu-Natal, submitted in terms of Section 13, subsection 3B of the Magistrates Act of 1993 and referred to the committee on 2nd of February 2026, dated 20 May 2026, are now 80 seat on the 21st of May 2026. I now call Honorable J.S. Mananiso, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, to present the report. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, I won't repeat what you have read as the report of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, but I want to take fellow South Africans and all honorable members on the call that the committee received a briefing from the Magistrate Commission on the suspension and withholding of remuneration on the 25th March 2026. The committee was informed that the commission received a complaint from Ms. Bukeka Ndamandi, who alleged that she was a client of Mr. Blosse when he was in a private practice. Ms. Ndamandi alleges that Mr. Blosse failed to pay trust money to her as a client. As the commission investigated the matter, further misconduct was uncovered. Honorable members and fellow South Africans, I want you to follow through the report. This is one of the reports that when we say, is things that we are speaking about. So as I said, the commission uncovered and resolved to lay charges related to failure to disclose information when he applied for an acting position, as well as the interdict to practice as a legal practitioner by the High Court. The Commission considered the following factors, honorable members. Mr. Blosse is only doing party head matters, which is a precautionary measure due to the seriousness of the allegations against him. Mr. Blosse was interdicted by the High Court to practice as a legal practitioner, and the finding has a bearing on his suitability to be a judicial officer. The allegations against Mr. Blosse are of such a serious nature that it is not in the interest of the judiciary nor the public that he should continue to serve as a judicial officer. The Commission served documents on Mr. Blosse on the 21st July 2025. On the 4th August, Mr. Blosse responded. On the 7th October 2025, the matter served before ESCO, where it was resolved that the disciplinary matter should proceed and to recommend to the Minister that Mr. Blosse be professionally suspended. On the 4th November 2025, the Minister professionally suspended Mr. Blosse. Honorable members and fellow South Africans, then as the committee, we have considered that we note that with dissatisfaction that with the progress being made by the Magistrate Commission in respect of the speed with which they are attending to disciplinary matters and reporting to Parliament. Indeed, the Magistrate Commission has taken the advice of the Select Committee on Security and Justice on board in speeding up these matters, and we are happy to note the progress. The committee also expressed its satisfaction with the increase in the number of recommendations to withholding the remuneration of magistrates found to be guilty or misconduct charges, as this will decrease the burden on the taxpayer. The committee looks forward to a review of legislation and to the collaboration approach with other relevant departments being implemented by the Commission in addressing disciplinary matters. The committee continues to encourage the magistrate to perform their work with the highest ethical standard and strongly discourages all acts of misconduct within the magistracy.
we wish to send a clear message to those magistrates who are engaging in acts of misconduct that our committee expects magistrates to serve in our courts of law with the highest ethical standard and to refrain from all acts of misconduct and to uphold the code of conduct. Magistrates should ensure that they conduct themselves in such a manner that is reflective of the values of our Constitution, which protects the administration of justice and upholds the rule of law. Honorable members, we look forward to our future engagement with the Commission on these matters. Having considered the Minister for Justice and Constitutional Development report, dated the 4th November 2025, submitted in terms of Section 13(3)(b) of the Magistrate Act 1993, Act number 90 of 1993, on the confirmation of professional suspension from office of magistrate of Mr. I.B. Blose. An additional district court magistrate at Kwatukuza, KwaZulu-Natal, pending the outcome of a misconduct hearing into his fitness to hold office as a magistrate. The committee recommends that the National Council of Provinces confirm the provisional suspension of Mr. I.B. Blose. With that I've been taking you through, honorable members and South Africans, I think you are satisfied at what we got to as a conclusion as the Select Committee. And I want to thank the collective of the Select Committee of Security and Justice, the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development and the Minister, and as well the Commission. And PMG for taking our report for public access, because we know it is through public access that the community and South Africans can know what we do as parliamentarians in terms of holding people accountable. So we thank everybody, and this is one of the Select Committee that is non-partisan when we engage on issues of ethical standard. So we're bringing this report before you just to show you that we are a committee at work as public servant, as appointed, as permanent delegate from different provinces. You are well represented by those collective. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mananiso, for the well-articulated report. Honorable delegates, I now put a question. The question is that the report be adopted. Before we proceed to voting, I shall allow the provinces the opportunity to make their declarations of vote in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish, for a maximum time of 3 minutes. Is there any province which wants to make a declaration? Western Cape? Northwest? Northern Cape? Mpumalanga? Limpopo?
Thank you, Chair. We don't have any.
KZN?
Thank you, Chairperson. No declaration.
Gauteng? Free State?
No declaration, Chair. Thanks.
Eastern Cape?
Thank you, Chair. Ikayalengwele, Eastern Cape has no declaration.
Thank you, honorable leaders of the delegations present today. We shall now proceed to the voting on the question. I now call upon the provinces, the heads of the provinces to cast their votes. They must either indicate whether they are in favor of the report, against, or abstain. I'll start with the Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape vote in favor of the.
You, Free State?
Free State vote in favor of the report, Chair.
Gauteng?
Siyavuma Sihlalo.
KwaZulu-Natal?
KwaZulu-Natal votes in favor, Chair.
Limpopo,
We vote in favor, Chair.
Mpumalanga,
Mpumalanga province vote in favor, Chair.
Northern Cape,
Northern Cape votes in favor, Chair.
Bukoni Bupirima,
Bokoni Bophirima vote in favor, Chair.
Western Cape,
The Western Cape will support, Chair.
Honorable Delegate, all the non-provinces have voted in favor of adopting the report. So the report is fully adopted. Honorable Delegates, we will now proceed to the fourth order. The consideration of the report of the Senate Committee on Cooperative Governance and Public Administration on oversight visit in terms of Section 139 1B of the Constitution of 1996 in Masilonyana Local Municipality, dated 5 May 2026. I now call on Honorable Kaunda, Chairperson of the Senate Committee of Cooperative Governance and Public, to present the committee report. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Greetings to all the office bearers of our NCOP, honorable members, both special and permanent delegates, and fellow South Africans. Allow me, Chair, to spend these 10 minutes allocated on behalf of the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance, Public Administration, Human Settlement, and Water and Sanitation. Chair, the Select Committee has noted that the Free State Provincial Executive Council resolved on the 25th of October 2025 to invoke Section 139(1)B of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa on Masilonyane Local Municipality. The Select Committee has noted that the decision of the Free State Provincial Executive Council was informed by the dysfunctionality of the municipality, which led to material breaches of its obligation to provide basic services and meet its financial commitments. Honorable Chairperson, in terms of the substantive matters, the Select Committee has also noted that the other reason for the invocation of Section 139(1)B of the Constitution in Masilonyana Local Municipality include the deterioration of financial management and internal control systems, which have caused the increase in the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, degeneration of relationship between the municipality and organized labor, and failure of the local municipality to provide clean water to the community. I will skip the other observations. I'll just shoot straight, Honorable Chair, to the recommendations. Firstly, we recommend that the National Council of Provinces approve the invocation of Section 139(1)B of the Constitution in Masilonyana Local Municipalities. Secondly, that the Free State MEC for Coxta should consider instituting Section 106 of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act of 2000 to investigate allegations of corruption, maladministration, and fraud in Masilonyana Local Municipality immediately after the National Council of Provinces has adopted this report. Thirdly, that the MEC for Coxta in Free State should table the findings and recommendations of the forensic investigation report to Masilonyana Municipal Council for consideration and adoption. That the Free State of Coxta and Free State should, after tabling the forensic investigation report to Masilonyana Municipal Council, table the adopted report to the National Council of Provinces and the Free State Provincial Legislature after 90 days. Fifthly, the fifth one, that the appointed administrator should provide the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Public Administration within 14 days after the adoption of this report by the National Council of Provinces with a report on the illegal appointment of the CFO in current position. Service level agreements with the water and electricity suppliers, payments plans, and quarterly reports on the implementation of the municipal turnaround strategy to implement Section 139(1)B of the Constitution in Masilonyana Local Municipality. That the appointed administrator, in collaboration with the Speaker, the Mayor, and Free State SALCA, should fast-track the process of ensuring the functionality of the Ethics Committee, the MPEC Audit Committee, in order to ensure good governance in the local municipality. The appointed administrator should develop post-audit action plan to deal with the recommendations of the Auditor General emanating from the 2024-25 audit outcomes in the local government and table the action plan to the Municipal Council for consideration and adoption. That the MEC for Costa and Free State, in collaboration with the Free State SAGA, should conduct lifestyle audit of all managers and skills audit of all employees within Masilonyana local municipality. That the Free State SAGA should provide systematic and structured support in terms of Section 154 of the Constitution to enable Masilonyana local municipality to deal with HR matters related to bloated administration, job evaluation, grading approved, and funded organizational administrative structure. That the Speaker should, as part of accountability and transparency, share the oversight visit report of the Select Committee with all the stakeholders participated during the oversight visit that we staged in the municipality. That the Free State MSc of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs should table to the National Council of Provinces quarterly report and termination report in terms of Section 1391B of the Constitution in Masilonyana local municipality. I hope, Honorable House Chair, I've saved your time. This is what we are submitting on behalf of the Select Committee. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kaunda. Honorable delegates, I now put the question. The question is that the report be adopted. Is there any province which want to make a declaration? Now I'll go straight to the voting per province. The heads of delegation must either vote in favor, abstain, or against. The province of the Eastern Cape.
The Eastern Cape vote in favor of the
Thank you. The province of the Free State.
Free State is here to report on Mdulastulo.
You, Gauteng.
Thank you, Chairperson. Gauteng supports the report.
KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you, Chairperson. KwaZulu-Natal votes in favor.
Thank you, Limpopo.
Thank you, Chair. Limpopo re dumellana le report.
Thank you, Mpumalanga.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson Mpumalanga. Vote yes.
Thank you, Mpumalanga. The next province is Northern Cape.
Thank you, Chair. We support. Thank you.
Thank you, Northern Cape. The next province is Northwest.
Northwest support the report, Chair.
You. The next province is the Western Cape.
Western Cape votes in favor, Chair.
Thank you. That all the provinces have voted in favor. It means that the report is unanimously adopted by the House. So, Aibo. Abelanu Kaunda Pele has done a good job. All right, thank you. Now we proceed to the fifth order of the day. Honorable delegates, we will now proceed to the fifth order, consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Public Administration on oversight visit in terms of Section 139, subsection 1B of the Constitution in Ketwana local municipality dated the 5th of May, 2026. I now call Honorable Kaunda to present the report on behalf of the committee.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Let me also observe the protocol that has been displayed before me. Chair, the Select Committee has noted that the Free State Provincial Executive Council resolved on the 17th of December 2025 to intervene in Kendwana local municipality in terms of Section 1391B of the Constitution. The decision to invoke Section 1391B in Kendwana local municipality was informed by persistent dysfunctionality of the municipality, characterized by deterioration in governance, oversight, and serious deficiencies in management and administration. In terms of audit opinion, the Select Committee has also noted that the municipality has received 7 consecutive disclaimer audit opinions reflecting deep-rooted failures in financial management, accountability, and compliance. Therefore, the Select Committee recommends to the NCOP as follows: that the National Council of Provinces approves the invocation of Section 139, 1B of the Constitution in Ngendwana Local Municipality, that the Free State MSC for Coxta should consider instituting Section 106 of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act of 2000 to investigate allegations of corruption, maladministration, and fraud in Ngendwana Local Municipality immediately after the National Council of Provinces adopted this report. That the MSC for Coxta should table the findings of recommendations of the forensic investigation report to Ngendwana Municipality Council for consideration and adoption. That the Free State MSC for Coxta should, after tabling a forensic investigation report to Ngendwana Municipality Council, table the adopted report to the National Council of Provinces and the Free State Provincial Legislature after 90 days. That the appointed administrator provides status report to the Select Committee covering a number of boreholes projects, plans to deal with debtors and creditors, and appointed contractors implementing projects within the local municipality within 14 days after the National Council of Provinces has adopted this report. That the Free State MSC for Coxta, in collaboration with the South African Local Government Association, should provide support in terms of Section 154 of the Constitution to enable the local municipality to fill vacant critical positions, develop post-audit action plan, and ensure functionality of oversight committees. That the Speaker and the Chief Whip of political parties in the local municipality must ensure discipline compliance of the councillors to the Municipal Code of Conduct in respect of attending council meetings as well as the committee meetings and taking resolutions for municipal implementation. That the Speaker should, as part of accountability and transparency, share the oversight visit report of the Select Committee with all stakeholders participated during the oversight visit by the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. That the Free State MSC of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Human Settlement, should table to the National Council of Provinces quarterly progress report and termination report in terms of Section 139(1)B of the Constitution in Ngendwana Local Municipality. We therefore submit before this Honorable House, Honorable Chairperson, will expect the support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kaunda, for your crisp report. Honorable delegates, I now put the question that the question is that the report be adopted. But before we can vote on that, the provinces can make the declaration if they so wish. Any province which want to make a declaration? 1, 2, 3. It's gone. So now I'll call upon the heads of delegations either to vote in favor or against or abstain. I'll start with the province of the Western Cape.
The best is first. Thank you very much, Chair. We will support.
Thank you, Western Cape. Northwest.
Favor, Chair.
The next one, Northern.
Thank you, Chair. We are in favor of the report.
Thank you. The next one is Mpumalanga.
Thank you, Chair. Mpumalanga vote in favor.
Thank you. The next one is Limpopo.
Thank you, Chair. Limpopo votes in favor.
The next one is KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you, Chair. KwaZulu-Natal votes in favor.
Thank you. The next one is Gauteng.
Thank you, Chairperson. Gauteng supports the report.
Thank you. The next province is the Free State.
The Free State support the report. Hey, this mics.
Thank you. The next province is the Eastern Cape.
Enkosi Sihlalo, i-Eastern Cape iyaqhasa.
Thank you, honorable leaders of the delegation. All the provinces have voted in favor of the report. So it is declared that the report is adopted by the House according to Section 65 of the Constitution.
Siyabulela Sihlalo, enkosi.
I would like to thank the permanent delegates, MECs, and all special delegates and SALCA representatives for availing themselves for the sitting. Honorable delegates, that concludes the business of the day. The House is adjourned.
Recording stopped.